So, from the page, the conversation page, Bruce, where if they go to /bench, what's it going to show them?
Once we start give a system to the company will pop up.
We're streaming. Are we ready? Can you see me online?
How are you? Good.
All right, to our very first Conversations on a Bench. I'm Michael Simmons, CEO of the Visalia Rescue Mission. And as you can imagine, for our first time of anything, we've got lots of last minute things that we're trying to figure out, but this looks exciting. Promises to be a entertaining evening, 24 hours where we are just going to try to talk to folks and have some meaningful conversations around the topics of homelessness and addiction and poverty, and just have some meaningful dialogue. This is a complicated topic and a complicated space. And so we've got some, I think, really exciting folks coming. We've got people who are partners in doing this work in Visalia with me from other organizations, doctors, folks in healthcare, pastors, just community members, and I'm really hoping we'll also get some folks just in the community who have questions and concerns, or just something to add to the conversation. So if that's you and you want to have a conversation, come on down. I'm literally sitting outside of the rescue mission. I think in the background you could probably see is our men's shelter and our community kitchen. I think you can see it. I'm trying to pull up so I can see what you're seeing. But I don't see it yet. Do what? Okay. All right, I'm not worried about it. I'm just trying to... Anyway, so thus begins our... We're 3 minutes into our 24 hours. 23 minutes, 57 minutes, 23 hours and 57 minutes to go. I do actually really hope that we're going to get some folks down here from our community who are maybe even experiencing homelessness right now, who are that we'll get to hear their stories, talk to them about what their life experience has been and how they've gotten to where they are at the moment, and just get a better understanding. You know, I think that it is super easy for folks on the outside to look at the topic of homelessness and think, like, well, why don't they just pull themselves up by their bootstraps? And it is much more complicated than that. Much more complicated than that. And so what I would love for us in this time to give a more comprehensive understanding of some of the challenges that our community of folks have faced, whether that be childhood trauma or you name it, addiction, mental illness, life circumstances, poverty, those types of things. And we'll just see what happens. And so it's going to be, we've got quite a few folks already pre-scheduled to show up, and when they show up, we're going to have a good time. And then we'll have I think the real fun will be to see who just shows up on their own. I do believe there's going to be some spaces for you to comment, whether you're on YouTube or on Facebook. I think there should be some spaces for you to be able to comment, ask questions, just engage. Because if you don't live here and you are not able to come down for whatever reason, but still want to engage in this conversation, I welcome you. Got a lot of questions around, like, hey, what in the world made me want to do this? And my initial response to that was, that's a really good question. I'm not sure, but the truth is that, like, I do a lot of speaking engagements, and my very favorite part of every speaking engagement is the question and answer time at the end, where folks just get to ask and you get to have a dialogue back and forth. And so this, to me, I hope, turns into a giant 24-hour back and forth Q&A session where we just get to talk and come to a better understanding. And I hope that I will learn some things about what our community is experiencing, and I'll gain some better understanding, because by no means do I think I've got this whole thing figured out. homelessness is not, it is not straightforward. There is not a silver bullet. That's one of the things I think that I've learned the most over my time working in this space is that early in my career in this nonprofit space, how's it going? Hi. Early in this, I asked one of my mentors, I was like, her name was Pamela Morrison. Pamela, if you're out there in Phoenix doing good work, you are a dream, and I am super grateful for all the work that you put into helping me become more educated in this space. And I asked Pam, I was like, Pam, like, what's the magic bullet? Like, what's the answer? And she's like, Michael, there's not an answer. There's 100 answers. Like, every single circumstance requires an individual answer. So we'll have anywhere from 25 to 45 men in our shelter tonight, and every one of those gentlemen will require an individual answer. And so when we think about the work of the rescue mission, we've really built our services around providing those types of individual approaches. And so we've got case managers who take the time, they get to know our clients and get to know what their individual hurdles are, what their individual needs are, and they custom create and tailor make a plan for them that helps them overcome their obstacles, but also help them come on. Okay, that help them. I think we've got a guest. Come on, let's do it. Hey, hi, come on. Okay, it looks like, Brianna, how do you say your last name? Bias.
Yes.
That's not at all what that says. You failed miserably. Brianna, I'm Michael Simon. So nice to meet you. This is Brianna Bias from, tell us where you...
KC24 and CBS 47.
KC24 and CBS 47. Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much for having us.
You're my very first guest. I'm so excited.
I'm honored.
I'm so excited
How
that you're
does it
here.
feel to be out here so far?
It's a little surreal. I'll be super honest with you. I feel like I'm like talking and just into the world and hoping that somebody's listening.
And what have you been talking about so far?
So far, we're just kind of introducing the topic. I think one of the things that we want to help people understand. Do I need a mic?
I'm gonna mic you.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
The ball can't hunt
You want me to wait? Are you good?
You're good. Yeah,
Okay.
You do you.
Okay, I think that one of the things that I really want to begin with for folks to understand is that this in no way is supposed to simulate this is what homelessness looks like, because look around, this is not what homelessness looks. It doesn't look like a tent with boom mics and a people surrounded and making sure that I'm taken care of. Like, that's not what this is. Really, sitting on the bench for 24 hours is about just having dialogue, helping folks get a better understanding of the challenges that are kind of built into the space of homelessness and poverty and addiction. That the folks, I was just talking into the camera and telling them, that the folks that we serve, their challenges are immense and they're individual, and so it could be that they're, that they lost their job and they found themselves just that their homelessness started a week ago, and all they really need is a soft place to land while they get their feet back under them and they launch, and it's easy for them, easy-ish. Or it could be that they have been living on the streets for 20 years. And in that situation, it's much more complicated. And now we're dealing with 20 years of trauma and 20 years of, could be, mental illness or addiction. And so for us, it's really about recognizing that there is not a single solution, that it is not easy or clear cut. And so this really is about just having a dialogue and helping us get a better understanding of what the community is facing, but also ideally hoping to provide a better understanding for our viewers and the broader community of what's happening in the space.
What kind of trauma is usually, in your experience, associated with that many years without a home?
Oh my gosh. So great question. It could be, well, there's a lot. To begin with, the physical violence is probably the first one. Sleeping on the street is dangerous, and so that is both for extremely dangerous for women, and we're talking, that could be physical assault, sexual assault, but also for men, that same thing exists. There's a gentleman out of Austin named Alan Graham. I heard him speak, and one of the things he said was that when you started your homelessness, if you didn't have a mental illness, when you became homeless, that you will soon, that the sheer trauma and stress of being homeless will create in you a mental illness. and that often the way that you're going to handle your mental illness is through medicating and through a substance. So now you not only have a mental illness, but you also have a substance abuse problem. And so when we talk about trauma, we're talking about, folks are dealing with physical violence against themselves or their community or their friends. They're watching their friends get attacked or die, whether that's through overdose or you name it. They get hit by a car, or they get attacked in the street, or their stuff gets stolen. It just, what happens in a space where you never ever feel safe, ever. Your brain does this like perpetual fight or flight mode, and literally all you can think about is just safety and survival. And when your brain does that, it changes the chemistry of your brain. And so you cannot think about, we want to go like, hey, just like go get a job, and like think about like, what if you got a job and then you could get an apartment, and we're thinking 5 steps down the road for them, and they're literally thinking like, how do I get to dinner with all of my stuff, and how do I not get attacked or have my things stolen, and then where do I sleep tonight where I can sleep peacefully and not have to worry about being attacked? You know what I mean? And so like we're thinking a week down the road, they're thinking like 30 minutes down the road, and their brain literally is so challenged by the trauma that they've experienced, that it's such a challenge. And so for us, like when we're able to get them into shelter, our model is really around recognizing like you have trauma and your brain is stressed to the max. And so when they come into our shelter for the first 30 days, we literally have no expectations of them at all, like other than be here, be safe, be well rested, be well fed, and be clean. Like just decompress. Like give yourself a chance to like settle down and start to imagine a different direction. And that takes time. And for some guys it takes a day, and for sometimes it takes a month. And we're engaging with them, and our case managers are experts at that, and experts at kind of going, okay, you're ready to have this conversation, or no, you're not quite ready, and that's okay. It's okay that you're not ready, because you've been doing this for 20 years out here, and that's scary, and we understand that. So let's give you the time you need.
I think a lot of people have family members or loved ones who are out on the street, and they, like you were saying, can think those 5 steps ahead of like, oh, I just want you to be in a home, I want you to have a job, I want you to have all of these things.
Yeah.
What would you say to them as far as those first steps of, no, we need to slow down and start slower?
I would say it's super understandable, right? Because we want the best for our loved ones, right? And so you look at them and you go, yeah, I want, like, come, but it really, most often what we've experienced is that it starts with this, like, hey, I see you and you're valuable and I love you. Like, and you are worthy of honor. And so, like, let's start there. Because when you've been living on the streets and people walk by you and they ignore you, or they curse at you, or they throw things at you, or they sneer at you, and your self-worth just like diminishes, right? And you forget, like, oh my gosh, I'm a person and I have worth, right? And so communicating to them like, hey, I love you and you matter to me, and you are not the sum of your choices. You are not defined exclusively by them. Like, look, like, we all make choices and we're all responsible for the consequences of our choices, but also, like, I'm not defined by by my worst choices, praise God, right? Neither are you. And so by the first step is just gotta be like, hey, I love you. And unfortunately, like, sometimes what that means, and even that statement is so complicated, because if that person who's living on the street is heavy in their addiction, right? I love you might be like, hey, I have to keep distance from you. But when you're ready, like, if you want help, I'm available to help you. But helping you doesn't mean I give you money so that you can go use. Like, it's even that statement of like, I see you and I love you and you have worth, doesn't mean like I give you money when you need it, because that could be just enabling their addiction, and that's ultimately causing them more harm. So it's just woefully complicated and so hard.
Yeah, And so for those who aren't, when people think the rescue mission,
Yeah.
they might have in their head a few services, or
Sure.
they might think the, rescued treasures or something like
Yeah.
that. What kind of services would you want people to know that you provide that they might not initially think of?
Sure. Great. Thank you for asking. So we really have, in the last several years, kind of expanded our services. And so if you look behind, like we've got this Reach Team vehicle, that is our newest addition to our services. And so we've just launched an outreach team where we're literally taking our services proactively into the community. So we're engaging with folks, whether they're in a camp or in a parking lot or in a field, and we're going and saying, look, wherever you're at, we're going to find you and we're going to connect with you and offer you some sort of help, whether that's, hey, come into our shelter, come into our recovery program or whatever. And so our goal is to be able to find them where they're at and then take them all the way through the continuum of care, all the way to ultimately, we hope, permanent housing, right? And help address all of their kind of conditions of wellness, right? Help them with their physical wellness, their mental wellness, their emotional wellness, their spiritual wellness, their financial wellness, and help them all along the way. So, and we have services that address each one of those things. And so we're outreach. We offer a shelter, a community meal. Often the meal is where we meet folks first. We just had a gentleman named Gabriel who graduated from our recovery program, who'd been on the streets in Visalia for 26 years. And we met him and he engaged with us first through the kitchen, through coming, and he was hungry. He ate with us for years before he was ready to go, okay, I think I'm ready to do something different. And so kitchen, shelter, we also offer a year-long addiction recovery program. We have case managers, we have housing navigators, professional counselors. And in our addiction recovery program, it really is, it's 12 months, it's free to the folks who stay with us. And in that 12 months, we're trying to address all of their whole person, right? And so, we want to, physically, what do you have going on? Emotionally, what do you have going on? The reason why it's 12 months is because we want to give them time to address the root cause issues that, answer the question of hey, what was happening in you that made you use drugs to begin with? What trauma were you medicating, or those types of things? Obviously, we're a Christian organization, and so we have a firmly held belief that each person was made for God and that we're designed for a relationship with God, and so that spiritual aspect is a part of what we do, but it's not all that we do. It informs each part of our services, but I get the question all the time, so do I have to be a Christian to come to ours? No, you don't. You don't have to be a Christian to eat. You don't even have to be a Christian to come into our recovery program, but you'll be exposed to it, but it's not my job to save people. We're gonna tell you the truth the way as we understand it, and let Jesus do what he does. I'm gonna do my part and let him do his part. So once we have our recovery program, and then once folks come out of recovery program, we have transitional housing where they can stay with us for another 12 to 18 months while they're getting back on their feet. Ideally, one of the things that we hope that they'll pursue is a trade. So while they're in recovery, or while they're in transition, if they want to go to school, we'll let them stay in transition for free. Because I really don't want them, if you've done 12 months in recovery and you've done the hard work of addressing your trauma and doing all of the things, and you finally get to the place where you're ready to address your financial wellness, which is often an absolute train wreck by the time you get to us. You have back to child support or court fines or whatever. The last thing I want you to do is go out and get a job for that minimum wage. And so if I can convince you that there's value in you going and learning a trade that 6 months from now is going to pay you $25 an hour, that could be life-changing for you. And so for us, we're going to remove every hurdle that we can. And so staying in transition for free for 6 months is not a no-brainer for us. And so if you want to invest in yourself by going back to school, then we want to support you by letting you stay in transition for free. Transition, and when it's not for free, it's $200 a month. It's nothing. Because again, we really want them to succeed and to launch well. And so while they're in transition, they're also meeting with the case manager, and they're meeting savings targets and doing that type of thing. One of the things we measure is how much money does our transitional client base have in savings at any one time, Because if you've spent, by the time you get out of transition, by that time you've been with us for 2 years. And if at the end of that 2 years you get out and you've got like $100 in your bank account, like, we have failed you miserably. Like, what have we done for you really? And so we track that and we ask them, like, hey, how's it going? Like, what are you saving? And at one point, I think our folks had like $70,000 in the bank. They're buying cars for cash. They're cleaning up court fines and back child support. They're getting apartments and deposits. Like, they're doing the thing, right? And they're launching well. So that's all the things. We also always forget to talk about the other side of what we do, which is rescue treasures. Downtown, we have Simply Chic Boutique, which is kind of an upscale thrift store. And in the last year, we just launched Mission Coffee, which is our newest social enterprise venture, and it's so fun. Have you been?
Oh, yes, I go almost every weekend.
Well, thanks.
Yeah,
We
I
appreciate
live
that.
in Visalia.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So Mission Coffee there at the corner of Main and Court. Come. Open every day except for Sundays, 7 to 4. And it's such a great space. When we opened it, one of the things we really felt like Visalia needed was a space just to be together. And so we took the back half. That back half actually used to be kind of a secondary part of Simply Chic. The boutique was like just giant, and we just were like, hey, this is really wasted space. And so we took all of that and turned it into a coffee shop, and it's just, the community has rallied. It's just such a fun space.
Now, Mission Coffee has I think a sign outside that has like, number of people helped or something like that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's inside. It's not outside.
Inside.
Yeah, so like one of the things that's important for us is that when folks come to Mission Coffee, that they understand that that is that Mission Coffee is tied to the rescue mission. That it is a part, not just. It's not just a coffee shop that's just trying to generate profit, right? That it is that when you come to Mission Coffee, that you are actually supporting the work of the rescue mission. And so, when we talk about, when you go in there, we'll talk about the number of shelter, how many nights of shelter that the rescue mission has provided, how many folks have come through our program, and how many showers we've provided, and those types of things. And so we keep that front and center, so that when you're standing in line waiting to get your latte, that you can look and go, oh my gosh, like me buying my vanilla latte, or whatever it is, whatever your favorite drink is actually helping to support my community in a real way.
Earlier you were talking about how sometimes when people get sort of ignored on the street, it can make them feel less human, and that kind of kills a sense of identity. You were talking about your faith and the faith that the rescue mission is based on. How does that inform the way that you work to instill a sense of identity and humanity in people?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for us, what that means is we fundamentally believe that that as believers, that it starts from a place that Jesus cared so much, and he modeled for us, he cared about the downtrodden. He went after the poor and the diseased and the tax collector, those that back then society called the estranged, or the less than, or the least of these. He specifically looked at them and called them honored and lifted them up. And so for us, we exist because he modeled that for us, right? And so by Jesus going, hey, look, these people matter. My favorite parable, or my favorite story of Jesus, is with the leper, right? Where the leper comes to Jesus and says, hey, Jesus, if you're willing, you can make me clean, right? It wasn't like, Jesus, can you make me clean? He knew he could. But really it was a question of hey, are you willing to make me clean? This outcast came to Jesus and said, I know you can do it, but are you willing to? And Jesus met the condition of his heart, and so he touched him, the leper, with the skin condition, and said, yeah, I'm willing. Be clean. He met him where he was at and said, I see you and I love you, and now let me solve your heart question, and then I'll fix your physical question. Right? And so for us, that's what we do here, right? It informs the reason why we provide a meal, the reason why we provide shelter, the reason why we do outreach is because we have this fundamental belief that people are created in God's image. And so because of that, they deserve honor and they deserve respect. And we want to model that for them because we think that's what Jesus calls us.
Now, I do want to ask if you have any stories you would want to share about, you mentioned one briefly earlier, but, success stories, people that have gone through the program, gone through all of the steps, done that hard work,
Yeah.
and are now maybe helping others.
Oh my gosh, where's Doug? Is Doug hanging around? Okay, so I have to tell you about Doug. So Doug came, I hope he's around. So Doug came through our program. He started in shelter, came through our recovery program. And the pictures of Doug when he came through our program are, like, it's the before and afters are unbelievable. So thrived in program, came to work for us, was working in our kitchen, like driving a truck, and I got a fly or something, and was picking up, like, part of what we do is we pick up, there he is, come here, Doug. Everybody meet Doug Power.
Here, I'll sit on this side. You can sit next to him.
Yes, ma'am. Hi.
Are we all still in, are we in frame? Yeah. Okay, so Doug worked, sorry Doug, I'm putting you right on the spot.
Nice,
I'm sorry.
that was my favorite. Yeah.
So Doug came and he worked in the kitchen, and then immediately started going to school. Doug was like, hey, I want to give back, and I want to start serving folks who have also struggled with an addiction, also, you know, and doing those types of things. Started going to school, basically right away.
Yeah.
Straight A student,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
Killing it.
Yeah.
And then when we decided to launch the Reach team, we went to Doug first and said, Doug, you're the perfect person, because he has lived experience. He's also he knows what he's doing. He and has got the personality to, like, be able to go to somebody who's in a field or in a parking lot and go, hey, like, I've been where you are, and you don't have to live this way.
Yeah.
So it, like, literally, like, went from Doug. You want to tell you a little bit about your story?
Oh wow, yeah.
I'm sorry, I so put you on the spot.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm sorry, Doug.
I feel like
You're
Talladega Nights right now. Like I gotta put my hands like this. No, but you know, I was drunk. I was addicted for 30 years plus, and you know, I was in and out of prison, and just I was lost. You know, I felt like I had no direction. I had no direction, and you know, I wound up here, and with you know, they give you, all you feel is encouragement and love here, and that's what I ran with it, and now, like, that's what I feel God's placed, you know, my gift is I'm an encourager. I love to be his eyes, hands, and his feet, just to spread his love to the community, you know, because like Mr. Mike said, I've been there, and there's no greater feeling than to know that, you know, just to be able to be that helping hand, if you know, if they want to take your hand, and you know, it's nothing that I'm not taking no credit for this. I'm not saying that I have nothing to do with it. It's all God that's placed this in my heart. Like, if I could do it, if it was, the means were there for me to go every day, I would do it, and would with a smile. Like, I love to go out and just, you know, whether it be just, you know, a prayer with somebody, or a bottle of water, or being able to give them a backpack with some supplies in it, you know, or even a DMV voucher. You know, I've gone pretty much everywhere in the county, you know, not everywhere, but like I've been to Porterville, Orosi, Dinuba, you know,
We're all over.
Wood Lake, you know, and like, I wish I knew Spanish, so it'd be it would be over with. There wouldn't be nobody I couldn't talk to then, you know, and it's all God that's placed it in my heart to be, you know, to go out and to let them know that, you know, they are loved, and there is places, or a place where they can come and get, you know, a shower or bed, or if they're addicted to some sort of substance, like I was, the Vogue House, that I loved it there. You know, this was the best time I've ever had, and that was just knowing that, you know, God's with us here, and like you know, there is more to life than struggling. You know, we could struggle, yeah, well, there's struggles, but you don't have to be bound in chains and you know, addicted to, you know, or stuck on the streets. You know, there's a place where you could go. I know that there's other missions, you know, but in this community, you know, here's where it's at. You know,
Yeah.
you could eat. You know, like I said, it's just amazing that you know, and then to, you know, have the blessing to do this. Oh, I love it. You know, and all it is what God's given me. I want to give. I want to pay it forward. You know, helping hand. Or
Yeah.
you want to come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 2 seats in that back. There's a back seat, front seat. Let's go. You know.
It sounds like, you know, one of the most powerful things that they were able to give you, and now you want to show other
Yeah.
people, is hope.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there is hope. There is hope. You know, there's hope and encouragement, and especially God's love. You know, because he His grace is sufficient. You know, and you just have to be willing and have that faith that He does love you and He does want the best. I can't think of the scripture, but He says there's a hope and a future for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Yeah.
I know it. I'm
Yeah.
a living, walking testimony to it. That,
Yeah, you are.
you know, because to know where my background, because I have a colorful background, you know, it's when I got here, I was looking at 26 years in 3 different states, and there's no other way to say it, but God wiped that slate clean. You know, He did it. No man, no person other than Him did that. And it's just, I want to spread that encouragement of hope and love that He's given me. And
Yeah.
I'll do it every day, all day. I do it regardless if I'm at work or not. You know,
I know you do.
I do. I don't. If I see somebody, I'll even go back and get something to come out. You know, just to let people know that they're loved and they're worth it. You know.
It's a calling.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
And how long have you been working here?
Well, I went through the program in 23. I graduated in 23. I did the year transition, and when I went into transition, I started in the kitchen, driving the truck for the food donations, and then I started school when I went into transition too. So I was doing both, and now it's been 3 or 4 months that.
Almost a year and a half. You've been in.
Well, yeah,
working
all,
with us.
total,
all
yeah,
total.
total, yeah, about a year and a half.
You're full of
And-
zeal.
Oh yeah,
He's killing
I
it.
love it. It's my favorite. You know, I can't wait to just when I wake up with a smile, knowing from where where I was at to where He has me now. And there's no telling what He's got for me in the future, and it's like okay, let's go. You know, let's go. I just need a water and some keys.
Attaboy.
I don't even need keys. I just need a pair of shoes.
A little
Good
gas
pair.
in the tank.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Doug, thanks for letting me put you on the spot, brother.
No, that's okay. Thank you, sir.
You did great, brother.
Give me some.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Ma'am.
so much. It's
Okay.
so nice to meet you, Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Well, thank you for having him come.
Yeah.
It was so nice to chat with him. I guess my last question for you is, as you're doing this,
Yeah.
you're gonna be out here for 24 hours.
24
Have you done
hours.
this before?
No, never. It's my first time.
So why'd you decide to do it this year?
Well, because it sounds fun. It sounds crazy to say it sounds fun, but this is a complicated issue, like I've said, and so it almost takes 24 hours to. I mean, to me, it creates a forum. It's a forum to have kind of extended conversation. You know, it's more than a 30-second blur of an answer, right? And so I thought it might be interesting, but also like they asked me to do it, and I was like, sure, like why not? I'll try anything once at least.
Yeah.
And so yeah, let's give it a try.
Well, and it seems like you came prepared.
I did. I brought a cushion and some water, and I think I'll be all set.
Yeah. You know what? I meant to ask this earlier, but I totally forgot,
Yeah.
so I'm going to sneak it in here at the end.
Sure.
Do you have any numbers or statistics that you would want to share about what homelessness looks like right now in Visalia?
That's a great question. Okay, so the camera can't see, but coming up next is Susie Ward, who she's hiding behind the board, but she runs the warming center in Visalia, and so. Which I want to do a little plug for the warming center, because every year we do we do what's called the point in time count. It's a national thing. We're on a specific day. We go around and we physically count the number of people who are experiencing homelessness. And in Visalia, Susie, do you remember the number last year? That a girl.
She's ready to go.
I like left all of my stats on my desk like a newbie. Like, what is it like?
In Visalia or Tulare County?
We'll say let's just do Tulare County.
Tulare County, 1,170 people.
How about Visalia?
Visalia was I'm old, so that's why I brought the papers. 513.
So 513 people. We counted 513 people experiencing homelessness at one point in time last year. Now, Susie, how many unduplicated people did the warming center serve last year?
Oh gosh, I forgot to run those numbers.
A lot more than that.
Probably around 200, and unduplicated means over the 3
Yeah.
months that we operated. You know, somebody'd come in for one night, somebody'd come in
Yeah.
for the whole time we're open. So we get a lot of different people passed.
So traditionally, the warming center is. So we do one. Here. Let me explain how these are different. So we offer a shelter. One of the key differences between our shelter and the warming center is that in order to come into our shelter, you have to be able to pass a drug test. And the reason why we do that is so we can create safety, like we talked about, like how folks have to be able to experience safety to be able to decompress. The warming center allows folks just to come in as they are, which is a critical need for folks to be able to come in. And so traditionally, the warming center serves a lot. In the past, like if we counted 300 people in Visalia, the warming centers would count like 600 unduplicated people. Like, so it's hard to count people, and it is a critically important service. And so, to answer your question, what does homelessness in Visalia look like? It is. It's still a significant challenge. It is. Oh gosh. Yeah, I mean, we counted 500 people, and so that's 500 moms and dads and uncles and aunts and brothers and sisters that are living on the street or in a car or in an alley, and it's heartbreaking. And so there's still a lot of work to be done.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for
appreciate
coming.
you
This was great.
Letting me take up your bench for a little bit.
No,
but
I appreciate you
sounds
coming.
like Susie is going to be a great resource to.
Oh
to
yeah,
chat
I'm
with.
so excited. Or I don't know how to
Here,
take this
I
off.
will
You got
help
it.
you with that.
You're the best.
This is a magnet. There you go.
Oh, that's why.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. It was nice to meet you.
917.
I knew it. 917. Come on, Susie. Brianna, thanks for coming.
Thank you
So nice to meet you. Okay, next on the bench, Susie Ward.
Hi.
How's it going, Susie?
Fine.
Susie was the very first person that I invited to come and sit on the bench with me, and I am so excited that she said yes. Welcome.
Even though we might have started off a little rocky.
Do you want to tell? I actually wasn't going to tell the story. I was going to let you off the hook so much.
No.
But do you want to tell the story, or do you want me to tell it?
We met at an event that the city hosted. There's a forum once a month, and I was there in one of my capacities working with the unhoused, and Mike was in the audience, and I'm sorry, he was brand new at the job, and I had a history with the rescue mission.
Brand new. I'd only been here for like 2 or 3 weeks. I was so new to Visalia. I didn't know anybody. And so I was doing what new people do, where I'm literally going around going, "Hi, I'm Michael. I'm the new guy. I'm really nice. Let's be friends. Hi, I'm Mike." I'm not exaggerating. That was the spiel. Like, "Hi, I'm Michael. I'm the new guy. I'm really nice. Let's be friends." And I said that to Susie, and Susie said,
Something like, okay, we'll see.
"We'll see." Which, to this day, is my all-time favorite response because it's so honest. I thought it was brilliant. And it told me everything I needed to know, which was like, okay, there's work to be done in this relationship, and I am really nice, and we are friends.
Yeah.
And so, like, look,
Keep working on it.
it totally worked. And so, yeah. So thanks for coming.
Well, thank you for the invitation. I mean, this is a powerful experience. I don't know how is this getting out to the community? How are they going to know the kinds of dialogues and questions and answers that were given today?
So it's being live streamed. We've been promoting it on our socials.
Right.
And look, it's kind of gimmicky, right? Like Michael sitting out on the bench for 24 hours. Like I've been doing, we had our big fundraiser last week, and so we were like promoting that like crazy. And in the midst of trying to promote my fundraiser, nobody wanted to talk about the fundraiser, and everybody wanted to go, "Tell me about this bench thing that you're doing." And I was like, "How did you even hear about that?" They're like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know, but I heard about it, so tell me about it." And so like, it's getting some buzz, and it's kind of gimmicky, right? But
Sure.
but it's, who cares? Like, if it works, it works. And so it's on YouTube, it's on Facebook, it's on our website. We're promoting it on our socials, but we're also recording the whole live stream, and so that we can kind of chop up some of the conversations and then use them and kind of post those later.
Like this gentleman that was here.
Yeah, wasn't he amazing?
He is great.
Doug
What
is
a story.
he's such a dream.
Yeah.
Are you planning on putting those numbers back on the board?
Yeah.
Thank you, because I'm gonna need those all night.
Here, you want my data?
Yeah.
Here. And the other stuff I can pull up on my final report from the warming center.
Yeah, so that honestly, that's kind of how, like, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know how far and wide it's gonna go. But I mean, we'll see. So what I'd love to do is you and I have never really had a chance to sit down and do this, and so
No.
I would love to hear your story a little bit. Like, how long have you been in Visalia? How did you get involved in the space, in this work specifically? Because you are critical in the work that you're doing in the unhoused space in Visalia. So kind of give me the rundown.
Oh, well, it's complicated. This kind of work I've only been doing for maybe 9-10 years, because before that I was a full-time educator
Okay.
for 34 years. So it's a little hard to do this kind of work and
Sure it is.
do that. But when I left education, I got involved in something that the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance used to do. They would have a one-day event, and we've had it here before, and it would be like a resource fair.
Yeah.
And the military has stand downs, that kind of thing, where everybody, the DMV, Social Security, all the health agencies, all had booths and table, and people could come and get the services that they need in one stop.
Yeah.
Well, that's morphed into what now is called Link, that you also host. And so, that one-day event isn't necessary. But that's how I started, is being involved in that, and eventually becoming the co-chair of that event until, we didn't need it anymore. And at about the same time, back in 2017, our church, it's a long, complicated process, but we were in our building, and the city, then the assistant city manager, brought a bunch of churches together and said, I've seen models in other cities where churches would get together and host unhoused for maybe a week, and they sleep, and you provide them a dinner and maybe something for breakfast,
Sure.
and they move from place to place. So That was like in late September, early October one year, and I went back to the then assistant city manager and said, what have you heard? Has anybody stepped up? What's going on? And the response was, no, nobody's done anything.
Oh no.
And so I took this really big leap and I said, okay, we'll do it.
We're in. Love it.
And so for 2 years in our hall at church, we hosted the Warming Center. We had a lot of pushback.
Because you're at St. Paul's Episcopal, right? Okay.
Which is, here kind of right on the edge of downtown, lots of businesses, old homes converted into businesses. The first year it was just myself and my husband. I met a couple of other couples and we stayed up all night. We didn't have any support. We didn't know what we were doing. We just had collected blankets and people came in and we gave them coffee and a snack. We had no budget really. We were working with some funds from that KTHA had found that we could use to buy coffee and stuff. And we did that for 2 years, and then we've been on a traveling circuit for the last few years. But we now have I have a permanent program director, Christy Bergen. Her husband is associated with the warehouse.
Yep.
We have staff, we have security. We learned a lot that first year.
I bet you did.
But
I can imagine you did.
Yeah. There was one morning I woke up and I realized, because we'd stay up all night, I realized I'd missed a board meeting for the Homeless Alliance, and Michelle calls me and I'm going, oh, I'm sorry, I slept through the meeting. But it's just a passion that I have. It troubles me that we have, it doesn't sound like a lot. You say 500 and some odd people on the street, but that's 500 and some odd people who don't have any place to go. It's pouring rain. It's down below 32. You can develop hypothermia, in the 30s if you're out for extended period of time. And what are we as Christians doing to take care of our brothers and sisters?
Yeah.
And that's what has put me in this place, because in my faith, in our baptismal covenant, the idea is we respect the dignity of every human being.
Yeah.
And I can't say that, or I can't preach that, or I can't, encourage others to become baptized and say those same words if we don't practice them.
Yeah.
So since then, what is this now? How many? So I have to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we're starting our 8th year of doing this.
That's amazing.
I have to count. And we've had to move from place to place, but the people always find us.
Do you know where you're going to be this year?
We're in the Powell building one
Again?
more time.
Great.
The city has allowed us to continue to operate there. It's a little bit small. We'd like something bigger. And there is dreams and hopes and possibilities of a emergency shelter operating 365 days a year.
It's necessary.
It is necessary.
Yeah.
Whether I want to take that on is another story. I'll be honest, I'm 73 years old.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to work that many days.
Sure. No, and that's the thing, right? Like, there is, for us, it's a challenge, right? Like, when I moved here, we have a shelter.
Right.
We have, and I get that question all the time of like, why do you have that drug test barrier that exists? And so for us, like, it's important for all the reasons that I've said in the past, but like, that we have to provide safety for folks that are staying here long term. But also the folks who are currently experiencing addiction, they need a space, right? And so during the warming center, when the warming center is open. So remind me, when do you open?
Well, this year, to be honest, we're going to be kind of short because the grant money we have from the city is less than we've had before.
Yeah.
So we're looking to open towards the end of December so that we can operate through maybe the 1st of March because
Okay.
we don't know when the rainy season comes
Sure.
here.
Yeah.
One year we had to stay open later because we had floods.
Yeah.
And people were coming from the river because
Yeah.
they had lost all their belongings. So we have to be flexible. This year, though, we're tied to the money,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, I know there's been lots of conversation around, and I've been in some of those conversations where we're dreaming about like what would it look like for Visalia to have a 365-day true kind of no barrier shelter,
Right.
and that is both needed and also terrifying. You know, like it's a little scary.
Well,
You know,
it's scary because, I mean, I'll be honest, we have issues.
Sure.
We've had to ask people to leave. If somebody comes in and they're under the influence, we say, you know, these are the rules. You have to be able to follow the rules. You have to respect other people. You have to be able to settle down. And if you can't,
Yeah.
then
This
you're a
isn't-
disruption, and,
Yeah.
and we're going to have to ask you to leave.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you can't come back. You're not.
Yeah.
You're
Not
not
vanished.
out.
Yeah.
But for this night, you got to be able
Yeah.
to settle down. And Christy is amazing. She has such great skills, and the staff that we hire really has good skills to do
Yeah.
this work, to talk with people and really help them come to a place where they can say, yeah, I don't want to be outside in the rain. I'll do
Yeah.
my best. And one year we had this young man. He came in every night, and before he could settle down, he had to walk up and down, just because
Just kind of walk it out.
just walk it out.
Yeah.
And we had to be able to find space for them. So we work with people if they need to sit in the area what we have set aside for coffee and stuff. If they need to spend their whole night there because they just need to drink some coffee all night
Yeah.
long, fine.
Yeah.
You know, that's what will allow you to do. So we try to meet their needs wherever we can.
Yeah.
And just like you, we encourage them to you know, come to Link, find the
Yeah.
resources, or we try to bring people in if we can. But because we're open overnight, so many agencies don't have flex scheduling where somebody could come in after 9
Yeah.
or see them before 7 in the morning when people have to vacate.
I think we're actually one of the things that it's been super rewarding for me is my first year here. After we had that conversation where we were like, we'll see. I went to Nova, my director of programs, and said, tell me about our relationship with the warming center. And she was like, well, we don't really have one. And I said, well, let's go down there. And she was like right now? And I was like, yeah, like let's just go down there. She was like right now? And I was like, yeah. And we walked in and they were like, well, what are you doing here? And I was like, well, we just like wanted to introduce ourselves and can we help? And we've done that. And so, and we want to continue to do that. And so we've even been talking like proactively now, we're talking now in October going, hey, what would it look like for some of like our case managers to flex their schedules so that maybe they show up at 5 a.m. and they sit for 2 hours and they're just engaging with the folks at the warming center. Because we really do, like, I want you to know that me and my team, we absolutely know that the service that you and your team are providing are so critical to the health and well-being of our city and our community and the folks who are experiencing homelessness in it, that it is, we value it greatly and we want to help in any way that we can.
And that's really nice to hear because sometimes we have gotten pushback from city leaders
Sure.
and
Us too.
and the fact that, you know, they don't see the value of having a safe place for people to. That's not all. We have some supporters within the city government, but there's a lot that don't understand.
It's a challenge, you know, and look, you and I both know, and this is like, we love the city most of the time. There are some folks in the city who are really compassionate and have a real heart for this work. And then there's some folks in the city that really don't understand it. Right. And so, yeah,
it's helping them, and we encourage anybody to come and even just spend a half an hour with us, so they can see what it is that we're doing and the needs of the people that are coming through the door. And we don't ask a lot. Just come and see. That's how you learn, is by sitting at the table and listening to somebody's story.
Boy, that's the truth. I say that all the time as I'm engaging with folks. I'm like, come down. Because it's one thing for you to hear me stand up like in front of a group of folks and talk about the work of the rescue mission. It's another thing to come down and see it for yourself. To serve a meal.
Right.
And realize like these are just regular folks. That just made. One of the things I tell my kids all the time, like when I first got involved with doing rescue mission work 6 or 7 years ago, my kids were younger, and I was like, look, here's the reality. Every single one of us are 2 to 3 bad choices away from being somebody who needs a rescue mission.
Yes.
And that's just the reality. And so, yeah.
And it's the same. It's also so much of the economics, which
I don't know. Did he cancel? No. Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. So the economics, people are one check away from being on the street because they can't afford their house. I mean, there's a gentleman that I know that works at one of the kind of get and go markets, and a couple of years ago, he lost his job, and he and his wife were on the street. They came and stayed with us for a few weeks so they could, kind of regroup.
Yeah.
And now he's back. He's got a job. He's got a place and everything. But that's what a rescue mission or a warming center has the ability to help somebody stabilize, even if it's just for a short period of time. And that is so needed. During COVID, we operated out of a hotel.
Really?
Yeah, because we couldn't do
congregate. Yeah.
Couldn't do a congregate shelter. So the county was already using the hotel for their COVID patient things. So we asked, and the hotel was fine because they couldn't rent.
Sure.
And so many of those people that were in those hotel rooms for the, about the 3 months we could afford to put them up.
Yeah.
They go, I appreciate this, having a bed, being able to take a shower, and I'd forgotten those kinds of amenities that I used to know in my life.
The restored dignity of that.
Yes.
Like it just, that's the thing, right? Like it's, oh my gosh, I am worth. And when you begin to restore the dignity in people's lives, all of a sudden they begin to go, oh, well maybe I am worth a better future.
Right.
Which is what you and I really care about for that.
And there's this continuum. If we can move people from the warming center to the navigation center,
right,
and the navigation center can move them either to a program like yours for rehab, or get them into Salt and Light,
or housing or something. Yeah, for sure.
Matson Gardens or someplace.
Yeah.
We have to help people move through this to begin to stabilize, to begin to realize I have worth. And
it takes all of us, and I think that's one of the things that's why I was so excited that you came, was that we are just the rescue mission is just a part of the larger kind of community of care, right? That we provide a part of the service, and you guys provide a different part of the service that we don't, and that is so critical, and that the navigation center does something else entirely. It was interesting when they broke ground at the navigation center. I came back here, and there's a news van here, and the reporter goes, "Hey, I wanted to talk with you." And I was like, "Okay," and he said, "I wanted to see, like, are you worried about the navigation center, like, stealing, or like how that's going to impact you?" And I was like, "Hey, listen, that's not, like, I'm happy to talk with you, but that's not the story that I want to tell." And he was like, "Well, what story do you want to tell?" And I said, "About how grateful I am that there's going to be more resources and how we have to be able to work together." And he goes, oh, that's a much better story. Let's tell that story. And I was like we all have to work together. Like
Yes.
we're a part of the solution, and so are you, and so are they, and so like. But thanks for coming.
Thank you for inviting me.
I'm so glad you said yes. I was so excited when you, because I didn't have your phone number, and so I was like, Leslie, can I get Susie's number? And she's like, sure, here you go. So
Leslie is out there for us.
I know she cares.
She does.
She really does.
She does.
Susie, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. I
Such-
really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah,
And
thanks for all
we
the work.
can have coffee anytime.
Yeah. And I mean it. Like, let's connect after this so that we can be super intentional about how we can work together to make sure that the warming center is as successful as we can.
Okay.
If we can work together to make sure your folks are squared away.
And let's don't say if.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We're gonna make it work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susie.
Okay. You got my papers? All right.
Okay.
So, you can keep.
Okay, we had a question online. Thanks for whoever made it. Whoever's watching online, I had a question. The question online was, how can we get showers back to the unhoused? It's desperately needed, and some people have no access. That's a great question. Is that a question like for us specifically, do you think? How can we? That's a great question. You know, we, for a long time, we were providing showers, community showers. We did have to stop providing showers for a period of time for a couple of different reasons. One was, frankly, the community was becoming a little belligerent and it wasn't safe for my team. That group of folks that was behaving that way, I think they've moved on. And we just, in the last month or so, have actually begun having that conversation about reopening those. And so it is a very realistic thing for us to consider reopening for community showers again, because I agree, it is an important service that we can provide, and that I think our team really wants to provide. And so, the other reason was at the time that we stopped, there was a significant amount of people camping on our sidewalk. Outside on Santa Fe, and the city and the police department had come to us and said, hey, we're going to really need your help kind of breaking this up. And so part of our compromise with the city was saying, hey, we're going to pause showers, because they really thought we were enabling them, saying, by giving them too many services. And so whether you agree with that or not, whether we agreed with that or not, in an effort to be a good community member and a good neighbor, to the city and to the community that we exist, because there are houses all around us. We did agree to do that, but I think that element of our community they have moved on, and so there's a good chance that's going to be coming back pretty soon. But I am going to write that down because that's a great question. Thanks for asking it. Okay, looks like we've got another guest. Hold on, let me write this down. Because I know me, and I will 100% forget if I don't write it down. Hi.
Hello.
Gene?
That's right.
Gene, and it's Axland.
Excellent.
Nice to meet you. And it says you're a founding Are you really a founding VRM volunteer? I'm Michael Simmons. So nice to meet you.
Yeah.
So you were here back in the early 80s?
Right.
So tell me the
We
story.
happened to find that building right back there,
Okay.
and were able to get started with helping people.
So did you start in the fourplex?
Yeah,
Okay. So that was the first building of the rescue mission?
that's right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so when you started, it started as a soup kitchen, is that correct? Or how did it actually, you tell me whether instead of me just guessing, tell me the story of how did it get started?
There were two pastors in Visalia during that time that wanted to start a rescue mission. And there was an article in the Visalia Times Delta that was published. And I read that article and I thought, golly, I gotta talk to those people. And so it just started there. And several people joined, and then we had about 6 people who were involved with getting things going.
Wow.
And the first thing that was really needed was a place for things to happen. And we were looking for a building. And fortunately, God brought about a situation where that building was available.
Wow.
And a kitchen was developed in there,
Interesting.
and rooms were. There was a room there where the pastors could really bring the message of Jesus to the people who were coming.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I did not realize. This whole time I thought that was the first building.
No.
I didn't realize. So that was the first
That
building.
was the first.
So interesting.
Much smaller.
Yeah. How do you feel looking around knowing that now, so that building that started as the kitchen, now we use that as transitional living. So when people have come through our 12-month recovery program, we remodeled those and turned those into apartments. So while they're working and saving money so that they can kind of launch back into real life, that's where they stay. That's transitional apartments now. And then this big guy, the 2-story behind us, is the community kitchen and the men's shelter.
Yeah.
And this 2-story here is where our men's recovery program is located. So the gentlemen,
You've had lots of support.
so much, man, I'm telling you, God has been so faithful. In the last 43 years, God has been so faithful. You know, I've been here for 3 years. And so for me, it's been such an honor, really, to come alongside and just feel kind of both the weight and the privilege of knowing God has built this, God established the rescue mission in Visalia, and has sustained it for all this time, you know. And so for me, it's this real honor.
It wasn't easy to get started.
Oh, I imagine it.
There were a lot of things that had to happen.
Yeah.
There was a lot of prayers at the local churches where those pastors that served here.
Yeah.
We would come together and pray.
Yeah.
God would supply what was needed
Yeah.
to make it happen.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And it's funny because even now, the prayer is still the same. You know, I tell my team all the time, we're constantly saying, our role in this is we're stewards, right? God owns everything, and that He is the Lord of the harvest. That our job is to do our part, and that all we can do is ask Him to do His part.
Yeah.
And so He is faithful and has been for 43 years.
Yeah.
My first December, like most nonprofits, I think we make so much of our annual budget is given at the end of the year, right? And so I got here in January of 23. And so I'm looking at a budget, and all year long, literally all year, I'm looking at my budget, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, our donors are so generous in the month of December, and I'm feeling so great about it all year long. And then December 1st rolls around, and I looked at that, and I freaked out. I was like, oh my gosh, what if they don't give? And I had this whole total panic moment. And God was so gentle with me. He was like, look, you do your part, and I promise I'll do my part. I am the Lord of the harvest. I have sustained the rescue mission for over 40 years. I'm not going to stop.
Yeah.
Just relax. And He just settled my heart so completely in that moment that I've been really grateful for it ever since. So how long have you been around here lately? Have you been around the rescue mission lately? Have you seen what it's become?
No.
No.
I've been off doing other things.
Okay.
I'm an agronomist.
An agronomist?
Yeah.
What is that?
I'm a person who takes care of plants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Particularly farming type plants.
Gotcha.
Working on wheat and triticale and other crops that really the farmers need to have help on doing.
Yeah.
So that's what I did.
That's amazing.
Yeah. At 81, I've stopped doing that.
You've stopped. You're slowing down a little bit. Well, listen, I want to tell you, thank you so much for coming.
Oh.
How did you even did you hear about this?
Well, a letter came in the mail.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great.
How'd you get my address and everything?
I have no idea.
I have it.
He has it. Bruce has it. But yeah, I want to tell you, like, as somebody who is, you know, for the team that is here now doing the work of the rescue mission, that it has been it's such an honor for me to get to meet somebody who was at the beginning.
No, okay.
That God had tasked at the, you know, all of those years ago to come and to start the work for us to be able to like pick it up and carry it to the next season is such a joy and such an honor. So thank you for the work that you did all of those years ago.
Oh, what a blessing to see it working at this level. All of a sudden I saw some things were really happening.
Yeah.
And so when I received that letter in the mail, I thought, well, I've got to go over there. If they want someone to sit on a bench for a while.
You did it. I'm so glad you did. I had no idea what to expect today. And so like, this is such a joy for me to get to meet you and get to hear about how it got started.
I wish I could remember the names of some of the people in the past, but you've got
All right.
a group of people coming.
I got more folks. Well, thank you so
I'm gonna
much.
go.
Gene, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Well, I'll be back by.
Okay, yeah, please do. Come back by. Okay, how fun was that? Gene, one of the first founding volunteers. Okay, up next, Austin. Oh gosh. Let me try.
Okay.
Can I try? Kamarad?
Nailed it.
Did I?
Yes.
Hey, nice to meet you, brother.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Hey, come on in, sit down.
Yeah, so I'm here for Pastor Joel today.
Oh, you're subbing in for
that's
Joel?
right, that's
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Welcome. So, from Visalia Christian Reformed Church?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, how are you?
I'm great.
Good.
Yeah. It's not 100 degrees anymore.
No,
So
praise God for that.
I moved here a little over a year ago with my family from Michigan. So
Ooh, wait, which part of Michigan?
Grand Rapids.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Visalia summer has been
It's been a thing.
it's been a thing.
Are you from Michigan originally?
Yeah,
Okay.
30 years in Michigan, a little over a year in Visalia.
Okay.
So,
I'm from Michigan too.
what part for you?
I was born in Lansing.
Okay.
I still have family up in Harrison. Do
Yep.
you know where that's at?
I think so.
You know where Clare is?
Yeah.
It's about 15 minutes north. It's
Yeah.
like right there.
Yeah.
It's what Michigan folks do. They like point out on their
up
hands.
north. You're from up north.
Up north, yeah. And so, yeah. And so I
Fantastic.
was wondering if you were one of those guys that was like outside of Michigan and then went to Calvin College.
Oh no.
And then
Born and
like,
raised.
there
Yeah.
you go. Yeah. So you're really dealing with your first Visalia summer.
100%. Yeah.
We moved here from Phoenix, and so when we moved here,
Gotcha.
like we got the whole like, are you ready for the summers?
Yeah,
Like it gets
yeah.
real hot here, and every time I was like, I moved here from the desert.
Right. This is not.
I think we'll be okay. So how was your first Visalia summer?
I mean, I've heard the horror stories of 2 summers ago now, where it was 110 for like 12 days straight,
Yeah,
or,
it was
or
warm.
maybe more.
It was pretty mild
So,
this year.
You know, praise
Yeah.
God that our first summer was a little softer
Yeah.
on that front. But we got 3 young kids and they like playing outside,
Yeah.
hanging out in the yard. So it's not been too bad.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what's your role at Visalia CRC?
Yeah. I am pastor of congregational life. So
Okay.
small groups at our church, pastoral care, discipleship, some preaching, covering when Joel's gone.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been good.
Are you enjoying working with Joel?
Yeah, I
Dude,
do.
he's such a stud.
Yeah.
I freaking
Yeah.
love that guy.
Joel, he's great. He's the best.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, when I invited Joel, one of the reasons why it was really important that we invited somebody from your church is because the rescue mission and CRC have a long history together.
Sure.
And I know are you guys still supporting the warehouse
We are.
officially?
Yeah. Yep.
So, can you tell me a little bit about kind of like the relationship that your church has kind of with the warehouse and in this kind of broader space?
Yeah, sure. So the warehouse, Cisco Bergen is I don't know exactly what his title is, but as far as our church goes, he is one of the pastors of our church. Like in our denomination, we have a title called a commissioned pastor, and so Cisco is one of our own, and so the work that he and the team do at the warehouse, we view that as a very integral part of our ministry. And I think Cisco and the team there can do things that we maybe aren't the best equipped at, and so we love getting to partner with Cisco, and it gives us a chance to touch a part of the community here. that we maybe aren't positioned to otherwise. Like, you know, our church is in a different part of town, and so to have the warehouse as a partner of ours is great.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I really appreciate about Joel and your church, especially, is that you recognize that, like, hey, we're equipped to do some things, but not everything.
Right.
And that you really lean into that, like, hey, like we cannot be all things to all people, and so like, let's come alongside the people who can.
Absolutely, yeah, and let's use our gifts and abilities to then set other people on course to do the things that they're gifted in. So yeah, it's really great to get to partner with that, and I'm new, so I'm learning as we go. And one thing I was curious about, probably more of an expert on this than I am, coming from a different part of the country, that Grand Rapids has its own struggles with homelessness. But I'm curious for this area, this community, what are, like, I don't know, how is Visalia unique in any way? Like the homelessness experience here in Visalia, what typically causes someone to become homeless, or what are the barriers keeping people homeless when they want? I don't know. Like, I'm new to the area and I'm curious to learn. So
no, that's a great question. You know, I think like most things, there's not like one answer.
It's not so simplistic.
There's not a simple answer. I think, you know, in this area there's a lot of things that are happening. Whether that be affordable, a lack of affordable housing is certainly part of it. Drug use is a thing. You know, what we know about the community, the broader community of folks who are experiencing homelessness, is that anywhere from like 60 to 85% of them also have a substance abuse issue, and often that occurs as a result of their homelessness. Like they didn't necessarily, they were not necessarily, they may not have had a drug use problem when they became, or like before they were homeless, but now they do, and that's certainly not helping them end their homelessness. Certainly some of those folks became homeless because of their addiction. And so like it's all of those things combined that create some just real challenges. You know, Visalia is a little bit unique in this area in that we have all of the services, right? And so that is both a blessing or a curse, depending on who you talk to. And so if you talk to some of our city officials, they might call it a curse. But if you talk to, you know, some of our community members, they'll call it a blessing, you know, because like the outlying cities of Dinuba and, you know, Reedley, and like they don't have, even Tulare doesn't have as much as we do.
So then will those people come here?
They'll come here often. And so that's part of it.
There's a portion of downtown Grand Rapids, I believe it's Division Street is the name, but on that street in that town, there's, if someone wants, they can get 3 meals a day, and they can have certain amenities, which love that we can feed people and that we can take care of some of their basic human needs. But then creates different problems.
You start to ask that question of like, are you enabling their homelessness? Right. You know, and that's why, like, were you standing here when I was answering the question about the showers? You know, when we had probably 30 or 40 people camped out on our sidewalk, and the police were saying, hey, like, we kind of think you might be enabling their homelessness, because they wake up and they get a shower, they hang out all day, you feed them dinner, then tomorrow they're going to do the exact same thing. And so like we're going to ask you to do some things differently. And at first they asked us, would you stop serving dinner? And I was like, absolutely not. Like that's not going to be a thing that we stop doing. But we were willing to stop the showers for a little bit, and so really that is the question, you know. And so one of the things that, you know, a change that we did make was we said, hey, look, okay, well, we're not going to stop serving dinner, but we will start requiring a photo ID to get a dinner. And for us, like it's a minimum requirement, because you literally can't do anything without an ID. You can't get housing, you can't get a job, you can't get medical benefits or Social Security benefits, or you can't do anything without an ID. And also, if you don't have one, we can help you get one. We have vouchers where you can get one for free. We're a safe mailing address where if you had yours stolen and you're experiencing homelessness, like, you can have it mailed to us and we'll hold it for you safely. So you know, and while you're waiting, we'll give you a pass. Like every hurdle we can help you overcome. And so like we want just take a step forward. Was our mindset there. And look, that was not a decision that we made lightly.
I bet.
Because like you said, it's a basic human need.
Yeah.
Right. Like
Right.
it's.
Well, and you want to take seriously. Jesus says, when you care for the least of these, you do this to me. And so it's weighty,
dude.
It's weighty.
Seriously. Yeah. And because like you're right. Like when Scripture's pretty clear. Like there will come a time when he says, "Lord, Lord," and he says, "I never knew you."
I know.
When did?
So none of these decisions are taken lightly.
Right.
in any
Exactly.
way.
And so for us, like we take seriously the call of God to do this work, and so we prayed and we. Frankly argued and talked it out and landed. And my team's back here kind of smiling because they know we argued about it, and so
lovingly, of course.
yeah, but because we're committed,
right? Exactly.
Because we really care about the work and we want to serve as many people as we can, and so. But we also are fully committed to helping people try to move forward, and so one of the things. As we think about the work of the rescue mission, one of our goals is to be able to take somebody kind of through the kind of continuum. And so with the addition of our new outreach team, we want to engage you wherever you're at and ultimately take you through whatever kind of list of services that you might need that'll get you to permanent housing, right? And help you address all of your needs along the way, whether they be physical needs or spiritual needs or emotional needs or mental needs. Like we want to help address those things, and we're equipped to do all of those things. Ultimately pointing towards a space where you're thriving in all of those different aspects of wellness. And that's not easy.
No, it's not.
Or simple. And there's not one answer, there's a million answers.
That's right.
So
well, how can we /I be praying for you and your team?
Thanks for asking that. Well, I'll tell you the thing, we pray internally, we pray for three things every time we get together. And I would ask you to join us in those prayers. Number one, that frankly, that God would provide for us what we need financially.
Of course.
I mean, this is...
it's not free.
It's not free. Everything we offer is free, but none of it is free to us. And so we're about to pass our budget, and it gets bigger every year because things get more expensive, and so
that's how it goes.
So that God would provide for us what we need. Also, we have open positions, and so that God would bring the right people, whether they be volunteers or staff members, into the fold. And then ultimately, all of that is pointed towards one goal, which is that God would bring revival. Right? We want to see God move in the hearts of the people that we serve. In our organization. On our corner and in our city, and that we would pray for those things with us, and then pray for safety, right? Like God is super faithful and has protected our team, but we don't ever want to forget that this can be dangerous work sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. So can do.
And you guys, listen, I want to say thanks. Your church, but also so many different members of your church. Our supporters, and we're super grateful, and for the way that you support and the way that you also encourage. So thanks for all of that.
Yeah, of course.
And welcome
Happy
to Visalia.
Yeah, thanks. Feels like home already. So.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad. No, we've loved it. We've been here for 3 years, and we did. It's a long story, but specifically California was on the list of places we did not want to end up. Same. Yeah. But only because when you live outside of California, all you know about California is that those people are crazy.
Perception's pretty off.
Yeah, but you don't know that the Central Valley exists and that it's beautiful and the people are awesome.
Exactly.
And so welcome.
Same thing has rung true for us.
Yeah.
So.
And you could pick up Tulare County and it'd fit in Michigan or 100%. Oklahoma or it'd fit in anywhere in the Midwest.
Yep.
Because these are good people.
Yep.
So, awesome. Well, man, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks for tell Joel I said hi.
I will.
I know it was a challenge for him. He was trying to squeeze it in. So appreciate you.
Yeah, anytime.
Okay. Yeah. Next up. Am I out of frame? I don't know. If I stand up, am I out of frame?
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Omar Guzman.
How you doing?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you. Have a seat.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. When you signed up, I was like, yay!
Good, yeah. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
So, for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do and how you're connected to the space of homelessness, poverty, addiction, those types of things.
Sure, no problem. So, my name is Omar Guzman. I'm an emergency medicine physician here at Kuya, and I'm also the medical director for the Kuya Health Street Medicine team. The street medicine team is a team that goes to the people, serves the unhoused by providing not only medical care, but we also tend to go out and provide a lot of the wraparound services to try, because the ultimate mission is to address the social driver of the health outcomes that we see in this population, which is being unhoused.
Yeah.
And so the main purpose, like everybody here, is to get people housed again. And just, been doing it for the last 5 years. We've had a lot of success stories over the years, had a lot of great partnerships and a lot of collaboration with the Visalia Rescue Mission. And what else can I tell you?
Well, I'd love to hear, like, how did you, what made you want to do this work? Like, tell me about what's driving the passion.
Sure. Because
not everybody is made to do street medicine or would choose that willingly.
Right. Well, hopefully we have a long time. So
we do.
Good.
Brother, I got I'm at only an hour and 25 minutes into this, so I got plenty of time.
I'm born and raised here in Visalia. I was actually born at Kuya and grew up around here. My parents immigrated to this country and worked their way out of the fields to give me an opportunity to pursue my dream. And the reason I returned was because this is just a great place to live and raise a family. There's a hard work ethic. There's a sense of community. Everybody is still a neighbor. I think that my parents went into professions where they were able to serve the community that gave them the opportunities. So that's why I came back to be a physician. Not too many people from the Central Valley get the opportunity to go on to medical school, and so I knew that when I came back, I wanted to find a way for people that were training here, we have physicians in training in our residency programs and medical students, to get to know that community and fall in love with them the way that I did, for them to be more likely to stay here. And so I started reaching out to different nonprofits and saying, would anybody be interested in taking a bunch of physicians out into the community and showing us what you do? And one of the first people that reached back out was a shelter for teens that was starting up, and they were taking a truck much like this out into the community, and they were just passing out hygiene kits, information, and trying to get people into the shelter. And they did us a favor, and I took myself and a couple of medical students, and we went out. At first, we were just there to get to know the community, right, or get to know our neighbors. And afterwards, we started seeing just a bunch of things that we could actually affect with our skill set. We saw people that needed medication refills. We saw people that had infections that could be easily treated and managed and didn't need to go and try and get into an urgent care. The other big thing that we saw is this huge barriers to even accessing care. I would say like 90% of the population that we encountered had health insurance. They even had an assigned physician. The problem couldn't get in.
Wow.
And they couldn't get there. Transportation wise, they couldn't get an actual appointment, and three, they honestly didn't know their physician, and they didn't have that physician patient relationship, which we know is key to that's the key part of being able to actually influence someone's life in a positive manner, is having that trust in that relationship, so that we can go through and talk about what's in the best interest of the patient. And so I looked it up, Googled it. Is there anybody doing medicine on the street? And found an organization that we could model ourselves after. And ever since then, we've been going out to the people. We're different than mobile clinics. We don't drive out and sit in our mobile clinic. We get out and we go and we knock on our neighbors' doors and we shake their hands.
Wow.
And we don't always talk about medicine, because in reality, the first part is gaining trust.
It's relationship.
Yeah, recognizing people, giving them the dignity that they deserve, and forming that trust. And then once we're past that point, then we can start talking about other things. And so I think it was just my upbringing and this idea that my parents always instilled in me, that my community is just an extension of my family. And so our neighbors, regardless of whether they're housed or unhoused, to me, they're just like my community, my family. And so why not? That's why I came back, is to serve.
That's amazing. And how big is your team of folks that are doing street medicine?
So we have one full-time paid coordinator, and then we have 2 attending physicians. Attending meaning that they're not physicians in training, they've been fully certified and board certified. And then the majority of our workforce is made up of volunteers. A lot of our volunteers in the medical teams will be physicians in training, residents, medical students. We sometimes have volunteers from undergrads and high school students. We have nurses. We have techs coming from the hospital that want to just come out and provide service and give back. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, and I think it's a really great opportunity because it's a different community that you see out in the street than you do in the emergency department. I think that a lot of us suffer from sample bias. We only see people in the emergency department when they're at their worst. When it's the worst day of their life. They didn't want to come in for fun. And so, you know.
Oh man, that's such a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
But then when you see the people out in the community, you know, it's different. And so it's just that then it really alters and changes and makes you think about, you know,
Wow, that's such a good point.
Humans are humans, right? People are people.
Yeah, like that is such a good point. Because like yeah, because like that's powerful. Because like you know, I can imagine like that's really important. Because like, you know, all of a sudden, if all you're seeing is people at their absolute worst, then that impacts the way. That's like I would imagine, if I had to guess, like the police department probably struggle with that too, right? Because you know, like, you know, because when you're engaging with the police, I imagine that's not the best day of your life.
It's not the best day of your life. No, it's not.
You know, and so for them, they're like, you know, that's got to be such a challenge.
And it's really about, you know, addressing your own biases.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing in medicine, period. I mean, I work in the emergency department, and you know, we see patients from all walks of life and all different age groups, and we just, you know, we can't bias ourselves, or we'll never actually figure out how to be there for the patient or help them out. So I think that this is just a lesson in that, and then a lesson in that the healthcare system is not built to provide services for this community. This community suffers from multiple barriers to accessing care, to biases. They, you know, but yet they suffer from a lot of the same afflictions and die from some of the same afflictions that we do as a community in Visalia.
Interesting.
Heart disease, diabetes, strokes, hypertension, all things that are manageable, but that we need to, much better to manage them when they're in their early stages than when they're in their late stages, and they are, you know, now incapacitated, not able to move one side of their body because of a stroke, or in heart failure, or now on dialysis.
How much of that do you think is about like just not being able to either have access to or consistently take their medicine?
Yeah, no, I think a lot of it does. You know, there was a study out of UC San Francisco where they interviewed over 3,000 unhoused in the state of California, and I think 60% of them had some sort of chronic condition like hypertension and diabetes, but yet so few of them actually had access to medications.
Interesting.
The other thing that we have is this is a very mobile community.
Yeah.
They have to stay mobile. And oftentimes the things that get lost are those personal belongings, like your medications.
Stuff gets stolen.
Yeah, stuff gets stolen. And so, you know, it's, I don't think it was a big surprise to me, but it's not that the community doesn't care about their health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me, like, what do you think, like, obviously I bet you've got some ideas, like what, if you had your way, if you could kind of wave your magic wand, what would you like to see? Like, what would you like to see happen to help address some of those challenges?
Yeah, no, I think that you need every part of the healthcare continuum involved in addressing this, but you really have to bring that community into focus and say, okay, these are the barriers we're encountering, and then how do we overcome them? So if the transportation issue is the issue, if the issue is the bias or the stigma that is encountered when you go into the clinic, because I think that being unhoused is something you can't really hide a lot of times.
Yeah. I don't want to go in because I smell, or I'm dirty, or
Yeah, or they treat me differently,
Yeah.
right? And I think that we, you know, it's in some way, shape, or form, we can all kind of empathize with that.
Yeah.
Then we need people that go and first make that contact at the home. It's making a house call.
Yeah.
Right. And then we need to, once we establish trust, we need to be able to connect them to, and maybe it's a clinic that is brick and mortar, like our clinics nowadays, but that are a little bit closer to what is the community that they live in. So maybe at the Visalia Rescue Mission, maybe it's somewhere else that
Like a little satellite clinic.
Yeah, a little satellite clinic. Yep.
Dude, that'd be dope.
Yep.
I'd be down for that.
Right, and then
Let's talk about that. for
then
sure.
you just start managing care, and the big return on investment is keeping people out of the hospital, keeping people out of the intensive care unit, and actually keeping them enabled to continue to participate in society, be able to work, be able to educate themselves. It's hard to do when you're on dialysis and you have to go 3 days a week. It's hard to do when you suffer from heart failure and every 2 days you're in and out of the hospital because you just carry on. So I think those types of things, especially with all these disease processes being preventable in the first place, and if not preventable, easily managed early on, that we can really start to address that. Being unhoused increases your mortality risk by 3.5%, meaning you're 3.5 times more likely to die than somebody that is housed just by being
unhoused.
And so imagine if we identified that as, in a different community, we would, as a healthcare system, that would be something we jumped all over.
Yeah.
But because housing has always been outside of the healthcare system, it's always been a social issue versus a health issue. We just haven't gotten around to how do we address this. And I think now medicine is morphing into actually addressing these social drivers of health, because they're the ones that actually affect the health outcomes. I would say 80% of the time. 80% of the stuff that we do through street medicine, with housing, with enhanced care management, with food, shelter, that's going to affect a person's health outcome 80% versus the 20%, which is what we got taught in medical school. Throwing pills and surgery. And so we just need to be able to expand the healthcare system to really just kind of address that.
How often are you guys going out and providing services?
So we've increased the amount of times we're going out. So this month we're going out 4 times this month. Last month we went out 3. We were down to 1, but that was my fault. I ended up trying out a different job in a different place, and that's the hard part too, is that it is a small community of champions for this community. And so when we're gone, things sometimes fall
picks
off.
it up?
Who picks it up?
Yeah.
And that's the other great thing about taking medical students and residents out with me, is that you're really training the future, and you're really training them to think about these social drivers of health versus putting blame on the individual.
And can you light the fire in somebody else's heart?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I think that's awesome. And if there's any way that we can work together, I mean, because it's one of the beauties of the rescue mission is that we congregate people.
Right.
The community comes to us. Like they come here every night. Right. And so if there's a way that we could work together, I would love to.
Yeah.
I think that would be the coolest thing ever.
Awesome.
I know that like one of the things we're dipping our toe into the medical space just a little bit. We're actually remodeling one of our buildings to start offering recuperative care.
Yep.
And so, when folks, when they need to be released from the hospital but don't need that 24/7 nursing care, but they're still not ready, we're going to be offering that.
That's beautiful. And I think that's also how you make yourself financially sustainable. These recuperative cares, these housing benefits that are offered by Medi-Cal. Once you contract, it really offers that stream of income that you don't have to rely on a grant for. So I would love to talk more about it.
All right, well, that's why I brought a little stack of my business cards.
There we go.
Where I came prepared. Yeah, dude, like my cell's on here. Like,
awesome.
Reach out. Like, let's get together.
Yeah, I appreciate
let's
your
see
time.
if we can figure it out.
Yeah,
oh my,
talking to you.
Dude, thanks for the work you're doing.
No, thank you.
I am so grateful for you and the work you're doing.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Amy, would you do me a big favor? Would you? I need some more water.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Up next, Tyler Sailors. Did I say it right?
Ty. But
Ty. Oh, Ty.
You
Well,
got it.
I absolutely just added
You're all
a
good.
whole.
Yeah, you compressed the two names. It's all good. It
My
happens
bad.
all the
Ty.
time.
Michael Simon.
Great
Good to meet you, brother. And you work at Kauai as well?
Kauai as well. So I'm actually one of Dr. Guzman's residents.
Are you
So,
really?
Yeah. So it's like.
So,
he's
like,
the-
you're-
he's
man,
the
you should've
main-
just
the
come
main
in-
attraction on the DLC.
You could have just come and sat down on the bench next to us.
Right? Yeah.
So, well, awesome. So you're also involved then in the street medicine
Yes,
like
sir.
game?
Yeah, so I just started my internship at Kauai, so I'm one of the new emergency residents with Dr. Guzman and our team.
Thank you so much.
And so I worked with the street medicine in Visalia last year as a medical student when I was auditioning here to try to get a spot in residency. Worked with street medicine and then worked with AA and the mission here and
Nice.
and loving it. Yeah,
So where are you from originally?
I'm from LA originally.
Oh, there you
Yeah, not obvious with the two Dodgers.
Tough night
Yeah.
last night. Sorry.
I know. Better night tonight.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
You're still up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still
What,
up.
up
Still
2-1, right?
2-1.
All
You
right.
got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be a tough night if we don't come through, but that's all right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm from LA originally. Went to Vegas for medical school,
Okay.
Santa Barbara for college, and now I'm here.
Awesome.
I'm happy to be in the Valley.
Awesome. So, was there something about working in street medicine like that got you? Like, tell me, like, what was it about the street medicine that got your attention that makes you want to be a part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been since I was pretty young, been going to AA meetings with my dad.
Okay.
Had a lot of struggles he did with addiction when I was younger.
Wow.
So I've been going to AA meetings and rescue missions kind of my whole life.
Wow,
So it's been a big part of my life, and I kind of just kept with it wherever I went. When I went to Santa Barbara, I was working with some of the church missions there. When I was in Vegas, I was working with a program called Shine a Light, where we go underneath in the tunnels in Vegas, in the flood tunnels, and try
Wow.
to help out the
Holy smokes.
the homeless community down there.
I've heard about that one.
It was
That's a thing.
crazy experience. That's
Wow.
for sure.
Because they're like legit in the dark.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why it's
all the
called
way.
Shine a Light.
Yeah,
Wow.
There's 666 weird number miles of underground tunnels underneath Vegas.
Like under the casinos, under the strip,
Exactly.
and people living in the dark.
Yep. Wow. Miles and miles from any light, any surface.
That's
anything.
unbelievable.
Yeah, it is really, really wild. And when you see the actual floods happen, which you get rain like once a year in Vegas, but that one day a year, you see a massive amount of the homeless population come out of the tunnels with a lot of medical needs too. They come out with trench foot, they get swept away by the currents. We have drownings.
Wow.
Everything. But then once I came here and kind of decided this is where I want to start sticking my roots for residency, I met a couple of folks at the mission and at the AA meetings, and you guys are great.
Nice.
So I've been very happy to, start making a little community there too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm so glad.
I appreciate it.
So tell me, like, what's been like? I'm so interested in like, what's been your experience in the street medicine space? Like, what's been the biggest, maybe like the biggest surprise, or the biggest, both good or bad surprise? Like, or
Right.
like, tell me a little bit more, because I'm super interested in that.
Yeah. No, it's a crazy field. I mean, you think about kind of building off of what Dr. Guzman said. You think about the ER as kind of the last safety net for the entire community.
Yeah.
And you think that you kind of see everything there, but when you actually come out and see the different community that comes to a street medicine clinic, rather than waiting until we're picked up by paramedics or by the police or what have you.
Yeah.
It's a totally different community of people who are working within their limited resources to try to work on their health. There's a lot more proactivity, but also it's hard to see how limited those resources are and how hard they're working to work on their health.
Yeah.
Without any real direction. But street medicine gives them at least that first step to see a healthcare provider who's going to be able to at least point them in the right direction and get them help before, like Dr. Guzman said, you get to the end of the rope of the illnesses like heart disease, stroke, what have you.
How do you guys balance? I guess this is a question I could have asked both of you.
Yeah, no.
But like, how do you balance how do you decide where you go? Right. This because I imagine there's this draw to go to a similar place because like you want to follow up, right? Like I met you, I served you, I helped address your health need, and I want to see how you're doing. Or I know that you might need some more medicine.
Right.
Like how do you do that? Or do you guys kind of consistently go to the same place all the time?
It's tough.
How do you manage that?
It's hard, and there's not really one concrete answer. That's something we talk about a lot in the ER, of continuity of care, of being able to see the same doctor over and over again. And we have patients who we see all the time in the ER, but it's still not continuous because there might be a different doctor on shift. There might be, somebody who hasn't seen this person before, even though they've been to our ER 20 times, right?
Yeah.
They still are seeing a new doctor who's reading through the charts, but you can only get so much without the face-to-face interaction.
Yeah.
But so, at least with street medicine, we're able to try our best to create a continuum of care with the same providers. If your provider is there, they'll try to. I know a lot of people will go out of their way to try to see the same people to make sure that they're following up, to make sure everything's going well.
Yeah.
And that also comes with just resources. We're in an area where we don't have enough primary care providers. A lot of places in America are like that.
Sure.
This is definitely one of them. And trying to create that continuum where it doesn't really exist, where primary care is supposed to be. They see you from the time you're 25 and you're done with your pediatrician until you're 80 and ready to get going on the rest of your life, right?
Yeah.
But I think there's been a lot of good with the kind of the transition away from primary care, because there aren't enough primary care doctors, meaning there aren't as many people in primary care, meaning there's more people in the ER.
Right. Or urgent care.
Or urgent care, exactly. There's been, we're kind of at the beginning of that, of that shift, but I think there's been a lot of good movements, like creating these street medicine programs to create that continuum for people who can't wait for 2 months to see a primary care provider that doesn't have any availability.
Yeah. Hey, Omar, I know you guys can't see, but Omar's still sitting over here, and this is probably a question I want to ask both of you.
Yeah.
He's probably a little bit better equipped because you're new here.
Fair.
I know the Good Samaritan Clinic just closed.
Yeah.
Like they just closed their doors. How does that happen? Yeah, you want to come around?
Yeah, come
here,
on.
come back into the. We're going to welcome Dr. Guzman back into the conversation. So, how do we reconcile? Because that seems really weird to me, right? So we have this need. We have this free clinic, the Good Samaritan Clinic, that closes because there's not enough utilization.
Right.
How does that? I don't. I'm listening to you guys going, there's not nearly enough care. This community needs access to doctors, and then we've got this free resource. Help me understand how that.
Sure.
What's that about?
Sure. How would I put this? Well, you're right. We live in one of the poorest counties in the state of California, where 61% of our county is on Medi-Cal. We have a large undocumented population. We have a large uninsured population, and yet the only free medical clinic in Tulare and Kings County closes.
Yeah.
Right. So how do you reconcile that? Well, I would have to say that it's the mission statement of the clinic. The mission statement of the clinic was to provide services for, and then the uninsured. And it also has to do with, I believe, the bias and stigma of treating the unhoused or treating certain communities. I think we run into the problem all the time where we know that we have communities living in poverty, but we have the deserving poor and we have the undeserving poor.
Boy.
And so I think that's how I would reconcile a closure of a clinic that is much needed, but just didn't have the mission statement to serve the population that we're talking about today. Now, with that said, the clinic's still there. In fact, my understanding, and it's just an understanding, was there was also a good news clinic that was right behind the food pantry out on Dinuba Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
So that might even still be there. So there are places that are fully equipped and ready, that already have the designation as a clinic that are primed to open. It's just a matter of having the conversations of who and how and
Yeah.
and then the bigger conversations the why. Right?
Yeah.
Like, why are we reopening and who do we serve? And I think that that clinic was to be reopened. It should be under the mission statement to serve the underserved, maybe, right? Or some other mission statement, because there you can be insured.
Yeah, and with the expansion of the Medi-Cal benefits, like I know that's a thing, right?
Right. Yeah, the expansion of the Medi-Cal benefits. But then, I mean, even now, right? We know that there are going to be a whole new group of uninsured because of the changes to Medi-Cal. That are going to affect our community. And so for those that lose their insurance, how do we care for them?
Right.
Where is our safety net? And right now the answer seems to be the emergency department.
Yeah.
Because I can't think of one urgent care in town that accepts Medi-Cal. They may have a sliding scale,
Really?
but accept Medi-Cal, that's different.
Interesting. I did not know that.
And so, we, again, when we talk about, is this healthcare system built to provide services for the community we live in? We can tell just based on these small little, understandings that no, it's not. And so I think that we just really need to refocus our energy and somehow overcome our own biases.
Yeah.
And then just
one of the questions that we had was, with the introduction of the CalAIM program a few years ago, which was really intended to help kind of better coordinate care for the unhoused community,
right?
Using Medi-Cal benefits,
right?
Like, have you guys really seen any improvements? Like, how have you seen any real? I guess the question is, like, is it working? Like, are you seeing any like tangible? I don't know any other way to ask the question than bluntly, is it working? And can you tell?
Yeah.
I'm afraid to ask that question as bluntly as that, but
it's
like
fine.
I'm asking.
No,
it.
it's fair.
Yeah, no, I think that is the question that the state, as well as a lot of the managed Medi-Cal plans, are struggling with. What is the return on investment? Now, it was odd because they gave this suite of benefits to the managed Medi-Cal plan to roll out. And now they were meant to collaborate with a lot of their community partners. The problem was, or I feel, is that even when they collaborate with community partners, they try to make them fit into their Medi-Cal plan reimbursement. And most community partners that are around here have never billed for services, have never, documented, have never
It's a whole thing.
Right? What ICD-10 code, or what this code and that.
Brother, we're right in the middle of that right now.
So and managed Medi-Cal plans had never had a conversation around homelessness.
Yeah.
Like, that was, and so for us, that's actually the job that I said I took a year off. I went to go work for a managed Medi-Cal plan, specifically because of the CalAIMS program.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that yes, there are a lot of success stories, but there's also a lot of, fall through. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we're literally right in the middle of that right now. I mean, we've launched, we are, only in the last 6 months, started billing Medi-Cal services, and that's taken us over a year to get stood up, and we've only begun to dip our toe in that, and it's a whole thing. Lord knows, even this morning we experienced some technical challenges because of the security requirements that are required of our network, and we're a significant organization. I mean, I've got you know, we've got 100 employees with a significant budget. Like, praise God for all of that.
Right.
But if I'm a smaller nonprofit trying to do these services, like
How could you get that to work?
No way.
On the short,
Yeah.
like no way.
Yeah.
And so yeah,
And even the way that the program is set up, I mean, think about the metrics that they're incentivizing. You get incentivizing for outreach as an ECM provider. I don't know how recuperative care is, but for enhanced care management. So these are supposed to be community-based organizations that are the caseworkers for the social needs of the patient and are supposed to also integrate with the medical needs. So that housing and homelessness, right? We could see the connection. We're gonna connect them there. But the incentive is you get paid, reimbursed for the number of people you outreach to and for the number of people you enroll. Not for the number of people that you house. Not for the number of people that have a hemoglobin A1C less than 6 and means their diabetes are controlled. Not for, and so these patient-centered outcomes, these community-centered outcomes are what are lacking within those programs. And so I think that's the other big thing is that means that I'm incentivized to just go and touch as many lives as possible, but I don't have to make a difference. And so I think that's been the struggle when we look at return on investment, because we don't even record at the MCP level whether or not this was a successful intervention.
And it's so hard to analyze any of that data when it's such a short term, subset of data. Like, we can only see how we've succeeded since it's been implemented, which is such
just a few years.
A couple years. We don't have any idea of how successful it's been in the long term, if we've actually controlled, long building illnesses, like we talked about before. So just the idea that we can make a good judgment call of whether or not something is successful in that short term. We can say, like Dr. Guzman said, we've touched this many lives, but have we really made a difference? I think that's a huge point to be had about like new implementations.
Yeah, for us, like one of the things we talk about all the time is just realizing that often we are only we're a part of somebody's journey, right? Like it's not from our faith perspective, right? Like Scripture says, like some plant, some others harvest, right? Like for us, like our responsibility is to serve like you, and then like I don't know. I may never know. Right. Sometimes we get to see it, right? When we get the Dougs of the world and the Gilberts, we get to see those guys and we get to see them thrive. But other folks we don't, right? And so you just hope, right? You hope and you pray and you just trust the Lord and say, God, like I really hope that this person that we're serving, that they're impacted. But again, like in that moment, I've never ever been more grateful that I'm not God. Right, that I'm not responsible for that. That my job is just to do my part.
To do what you can.
And I'm going to let him do his part. Like Jesus said, I came to seek and save the lost. Like I'm going to do the seeking, I'm going to let him do the saving. Like saving is definitely not in Scott, not like that's not in my skill set. Like that's his, not mine. And so, interesting. So like, I guess one of the questions I have for you is like, how can we help? Like, how can the rescue mission help you guys in what you're doing in street medicine? Right. Or what questions do you have for me? I guess is the other question.
I mean, I think setting you two up to collaborate is a great first step, just to be able to have, it creates, like we talked about with continuity of care, it creates kind of another through line of if multiple organizations that are trying to help the community are in contact with each other, that creates another avenue for us to create a continuity of care, because they were seen at the mission and then maybe they were sent over to street medicine, and you guys can update us on how they're doing, we send them back, they don't necessarily have to just go to one spot, but we can if we can create kind of a network of organizations. I think that's a great first step, and being able to keep track a little more of the people that we're trying to help.
I would say that residency is an education in doing, just as leadership is. So what would be helpful is, I don't know if Ty has ever written a grant before. I don't know if Ty's ever set up a community support. I don't know if Ty's ever, I don't know. But there's other programs here, right? That that you've done, you set up, advocated at the levels that you have. Those types of things are not part of the residency curriculum that we're going to be going through.
Interesting.
Right? And so, can we augment our curriculum with the curriculum of, and then how to be a community advocate, how to be a community leader, and what are the things that are going. I think that will help, him come out as a better physician regardless of where he decides to serve.
That's huge. Like listen, I'll tell you, man, like 100%, that's a great idea. And we'll make that ourselves available anytime. Like if you're like, hey, we want to send him down for 6 hours in one day to hang out with your folks, then come on.
Sounds good to me.
Like we're, nothing we do here is for, this is secret. Like if we could help equip, then let's do it. You know what I mean? So
Sounds like a deal.
yeah, for sure. That's a great idea. Well, guys, thanks for this.
Thank
I
you.
freaking love what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
So thanks so much.
Same to you.
Yeah,
This is
appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Thanks
Thank you
Thanks
again.
again. Appreciate
Sorry
you.
for jumping in
No,
on anything,
you're
right?
good. I appreciate it.
Okay, hold on. Noah, I see you over there. Hold on a minute. And Steven, I see you too. I need to take a 5-minute break. I need to take a little 5-minute break. So we'll be right back after these commercial messages. I'll be right back.
Yeah, all that water has to come out.
I know, right? There's an overlay that says I'll be right back.
I know, I thought it was 3. Now it's just maybe I'll just go to black. Is Mike in there? I might need Mike in. I haven't done this yet.
With the A10 Mini Pro?
Yes.
Yeah, those things are easy to operate.
Did you just stop by, Ed, or did you? Well, my wife told me, Marguerite told me about an email that she got from you. And I talked to Jay, and Jay's supposed to be coming here from work. So we're going to be on a little while in July.
Yeah, I mean, it's pushed out right now because it's on program.
It's okay on black.
I didn't know what to expect. I just thought, well, come down.
Oh, because his laptop is on screen.
We're sitting here and having conversations about homelessness.
Yes, you're good.
Oh, okay. Put it out on the internet.
So then when he's back, I just click that and goes back to still one.
It's already
What's that?
So yeah.
That's good to know. Should we keep the audio on? I love the Visalia Metro Rescue Mission.
You should be able to operate if your audio is coming in through here. That's all the side conversation right now. That's what I'm saying. You get picked up and broadcast.
Well, behind the scenes. Hello to everyone watching. Don't you love the Visalia Rescue?
It's such a good place.
Should have gone and tried the bee's knees and the new food edition.
Oh yeah. Can I get a t-shirt permission copy? Because all I have is this dumb t-shirt.
I know. It's like fucking contraband.
Maybe you should just like show the mic and just this is your conscious food. Mission coffee. Or quesadilla grill.
That's your hat.
Bruce, am I doing okay?
Been a radiant
The audio is still live. We're talking about mission coffee and things.
Oh, nice. The audio's still on.
Yeah.
Good coffee. Is it going okay? Can we go around all the time? You doing good?
Doing all right.
Ocean Master?
Hey, good to see you
It's
again.
good to see you again. I'll never not call you that. I just want you to know. Okay. Noah, are you ready, brother? Or you want to? Ed, you want to come first?
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
He doesn't want to be
not
Oh, you don't want to be on? You're just here to hang out?
Yeah, I'm just here to hang out.
Okay.
And
The what?
Especially bench dancing.
Wait.
Come out with the tennis
Oh,
and then they
thank
pop
you for
it
that.
in.
Oh, there we go.
I think you got to worry more about over there.
All right. Am I back on camera?
Yes, you are.
All right. All right. We had a question online from Patrick. Is that he had a medical question?
Well, this is related to
he was having that conversation. What he wanted to be in that conversation.
Oh. He was asking, what can we do in Tulare on the medical space? That's a great question. Unfortunately, because Tulare and Visalia have such dramatically different approaches to how they serve the unhoused populations, I am less familiar, frankly, with what's happening in Tulare. Tulare seems to be, and no, this guy, he would know. So let me introduce you. Let me answer the other question, and then we'll come right back to this after I introduce this guy. Patrick also asked that he had mentioned that he said he had stayed with us once, but only for 30 days, and is that still the case? So used to be when you would come into shelter, you could stay for 30 days. And then up to another 90 days. And we've actually changed that. And so now when you come into shelter, the first 30 days is that decompression time that I've talked about earlier, where we don't really have any big expectations on you, where you're not expected to do anything other than just be safe, be well rested, be well fed, be clean, and just hopefully in that time decompress, allow your brain to settle down. And hopefully to exit out of that perpetual fight or flight mode. And then after 30 days, you're going to be expected to connect with a case manager who is going to help put together for you a care plan that is going to identify what are your specific hurdles, what challenges are you facing, and also critically, where do you want to go, right? Like what does a brighter future look like for you? And for some folks, that's school. For some folks, that's military. For some folks, that's a job. And then housing, it's different for every single person. And so as long as you are working that case plan and taking some sort of forwards progress, we'll let you stay for another 6 months after the 30 days. And so we really are committed to giving people the time that they need to both stabilize and also make forward progress to hopefully end their homelessness permanently. One of the things at a recent event that I talked about was in the last year we've added two professional counselors onto our staff, and that we've begun offering professional counseling services to some of our shelter guests, and that is critical because if you're somebody who's been experiencing homelessness, especially if you have any length of time, and this is Noah Whitaker, by the way. No, he is. I call him the head homeless guy in Tulare County, but that's not his title. He's the Tell me your title.
Homeless Initiatives Program Coordinator.
Homeless Initiatives Program Coordinator for the county, for Tulare County.
Yes.
Right, and he's part of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Yep.
Right. So, and he's awesome. He's a great partner of the mission and a good friend. But what I was saying was, if you've spent any length of time on the street, then the trauma that you've experienced requires you have to address that trauma. Like you can't go unaddressed, and you have any meaningful hope to move forward in a positive direction. So us being able to offer those professional counseling services to the folks that are in our shelters now is a huge step forward for us, and we're really excited about that. So anyways, I hope that answers the question for you, Patrick. And so let's come back to the question. Noah, thanks for number one for hitting up Mission Coffee. You're the man. What's the drink of choice?
Valley Fog.
The Valley Fog.
The Valley Fog. I love the pistachio.
Oh boy.
It's so good.
Nice.
Yeah, I've introduced my kids to it and everything too, and they have the flavor of it as well.
Nice. And so it's a pistachio cold brew.
Yeah.
It's a pistachio cold foam, so it's like double pistachio.
It is. Yeah, it gets a nice bitter flavor to it that I like. Not as bitter as just like a regular dark coffee.
Yeah.
The pistachio just gives it a different twist.
Nice.
So I did see you guys now have like a pumpkin spice one or something on there. So I think I'll pick that up for my wife.
Yeah. Nice. But yeah, give that a run. It's fall,
Yeah.
so it's pumpkin season.
Yeah, I love coffee and I love supporting the rescue mission, so this brings my two passions together.
Well, there we go. Okay, so we'll talk. We got plenty of time to talk.
Sure.
And are you planning on coming back a couple times while we're doing this thing, or is this your only?
I'm game for whatever.
Okay. I have a feeling that you and I are going to probably need to do this a couple of times. So, let's answer Patrick's question because like I said, I'm not super tuned into what's happening in Tulare.
Yeah.
So can you give us a little bit of a breakdown of like what's happening in terms of what's available for medical services, but also for the unhoused population in Tulare specifically?
Sure. So a little bit of just background context for it as well, because maybe some of your viewers have been familiar with what the situation in the city of Tulare has been like over the last few years. If you backpedal to just before the pandemic, there were large encampments that were all throughout the heart of the city, dotting along the railroad tracks. You might notice today that that's a very different picture. There's not really encampments along that stretch of road. That was really due to the city of Tulare pursuing some funding called Encampment Resolution Funding, which the city of Visalia also has received that grant from the state. So that provided funds to really bring about additional case management, supportive services for people that lived along that stretch of railroad tracks. It gave access to funding for deposits, as well as getting items together if a person got a hotel room or an apartment. They could get some furnishings, some silverware, the basic staples in order to be successful in an apartment environment. That also helped the city form what's called the Safe Encampment. And most of the unhoused in the jurisdiction of the city of Tulare were then relocated into the Safe Encampment, which enabled service providers to come to a very limited geographic area and provide services to a lot of people more efficiently. So I sort of set that as the background because right now the city also is in active development of a navigation center, or the Tulare Cares Shelter. That should be done with development around December to January. And then,
really?
Yep, yeah, very aggressive timeline.
Wow, okay.
So hopefully in the first quarter of the new year, it'll be open and folks will be moving in. So that's the sort of like background to current to slight future.
Okay.
And now where medical services come in to this is at the Safe Encampment. Again, we've got, it ranges between around 120 to maybe 160 or so folks that are in that encampment. But since it's in one spot, we have a team of public health nurses that they come out and go into the encampment. They triage folks, and then they link them over to our healthcare center in North Visalia, including some assistance in getting them connected with their medications. Adventist Health also has a mobile unit that they bring out to the Safe Encampment, and they can provide some services from there as well. But another service that the city offers through some funding we were able to secure is access to shower units. The rest of your physical health, it's a super big challenge to maintain, even if you're in good condition, if you don't have access to a shower and a toilet to keep up with your basic health. But if you have a medical condition, say an open wound, you're living on the streets, you don't have access to clean water, any of that stuff. That's a very big challenge and can become deadly very rapidly.
Yeah.
So access to those showers also enables people to do some basic routine wound care. Another feature, which really is thanks over to the transit agencies, is now in the community we have micro-transit. So it depends on which city you're in and which zone, but basically the way it works is very similar to Uber, and $5 door to door. So if somebody's in an encampment, or even just anybody at all, they can go in, use the app, order a ride, and for $5 get to their appointment, another $5 to get back to their home, door to door.
That's amazing.
Oh, it's super cool. And there's also, if somebody has Medi-Cal, or Dr. Guzman was just here talking about some of those services, medical transport is part of that too. So folks can use their Medi-Cal in order to get transported to their doctor's office to then be seen and then return to wherever they're residing.
That's awesome. And those are those like, it's like a SUV looking thing, right? Or like a little
like the Sprinter vans and other kinds of...
Yeah, I've seen those. And saw the thing on the back, and it was like, use the app to arrange a ride, and I wondered what that was. So that's the micro transit.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
and even my oldest kid uses it all the time. She
Really?
uses it sometimes to go over to College of the Sequoias, or she had some friends she wanted to hang out with, and $5 door to door.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's cheaper than insurance, keeping your vehicle maintained. It's not bad.
Pretty great.
And that can really be helpful to a lot of people. I mean, even you're moderate income, low income, you just need to get to work. Like, there you go. There's a way to get to work.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's really cool services. And they're looking, the more that people use the service, the more that the jurisdictions will invest and expand the service. So I really do encourage folks to take a look.
That's awesome. What's the name? Like, where do they? Because I didn't know that
Sure.
all the details of that.
They can visit the Visalia Transit website. They should be able to visit TCRTA, the Regional Transit Authority. There's information on there as well. And they've got some flyers, brochures, and other info on the site. Plus, you can go into the Google or Apple store and download the app. And just like with Uber, that's how you order your rides.
Okay, that's amazing.
It's a really cool service.
That's super cool.
I've used it myself if I need to take a vehicle to Pep Boys. It's like, okay, I'll take it to my mechanic, drop off my vehicle,
Nice.
and hop the ride back.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you mentioned mobile showers, and so
That's
like
right.
that's one of the things. That's the first way that we've started working together.
Yeah.
Was the rescue mission has engaged with the county to do provide a mobile shower unit. We actually just got it placed. Took us a while to figure out where it was going to land.
Yeah.
But it's living now at the Porterville Navigation Center.
That's right.
Which seems weird that the Visalia Rescue Mission is landed at the Porterville Navigation Center, but for us it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Because like we're one of the only our recovery program especially is one of the only programs of its sort that is 12 months long, doesn't cost any money.
Yeah.
And so there's real value in us making connections in another community.
Sure.
And especially in a community like Porterville that has, that has both a population of unhoused, but also some issues with substance abuse. We'll say it that way. And so it's we just launched that. I think last week we launched that. And so we're thrilled to make that connection, and they seem just as excited as we are.
Yeah, well, and I know I actually got the heads up that you guys were operating there because a city council member called me and was very positive about this movement. So word spread very rapidly.
Oh, great.
Yeah, which is cool.
Great. City Council?
Yeah, Porterville City Council.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they had heard that because we had some funding going into the Porterville Navigation Center to help expand showers. It was such a popular service that they exhausted their funds early. And the city council member was concerned about that, but you guys stepped forward with your unit and were willing to do it, and it filled the need that the community had, which is a wonderful partnership.
Yeah.
And to me, it's the true definition of the word community.
It really is.
We're not limited by city geographic bounds or things like that. We're people. That's our community. And I love to see that the rescue mission has stepped outside of the normal geographic sort of bounds to really feel that need in the community. So it's an amazing job, and kudos to you guys.
Yeah, we're thrilled. I mean, and honestly, like one of the things that for us was this is so like in the weeds of like nonprofit operational stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like one of the things that was so exciting for us about this partnership was that this is so like in the weeds and so not sexy. There's nothing sexy about this, but there was like direct sewer access.
Yes.
Because so much of our operating budget was going to go towards like having to pump the sewer tank.
Yep.
And so by not having to pump the sewer tank, it allows us to operate the unit longer.
Yep.
And to extend those funds. And so like that's some like behind the scenes like really not sexy nonprofit talk there about like pumping the sewer tanks, but that's a real part of what we have to do is like figure out like how do we fund all of those services, right? And so for us, like that connection makes all of the difference in the world. That will allow us, that's a significant savings operationally. That will allow us to extend that partnership probably for months, frankly, for maybe even half a year. It'll be great. So
But it's funny because you mentioned it's in the weeds, and there's the sort of colloquial term, the devil is in the details. But in my experience, that's where God is in the details.
Yeah.
It's something as small as that makes a huge impact.
oh, it really does. Yeah, and for us, like the story, like it's worth telling the story because we're both here, and that's, I mean, we got the time, and so the story of how that partnership even happened, like is pretty amazing. So like we got the contract to do the mobile shower unit. We got the trailer, we got the unit. We were ready to roll, and started experiencing some hurdles. We'll say hurdles. Finding a location locally in Visalia, and we worked for almost a year to try to overcome the hurdles locally. And finally, we just had enough and said, like, we got to find another location. And so the very same day that I called Noah and said, hey Noah, like, man, we're gonna, like, do you know any place else? Is there another city that might want what would be open to us, providing these services? That same day you had got a call from the Porterville Navigation Center saying, hey, we're running out of money in our shower unit, can you help us? And he was like, well, actually, I had just got a call. And so, like, it was like, I think the Lord absolutely orchestrated that. We're like, I just think it's fantastic.
Those calls were within about an hour of each other. Like, hey, we've got a need. Hey, we've got a need. These two things aligned absolutely perfectly.
It's so great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was so easy. Like, it was just really easy. I want to say thanks to the folks in Porterville. If you're watching, thanks for making it easy. I really appreciate you. That was really fantastic of you.
I find that often in life we have to go through the valley of discouragement before we see that sort of plane of happiness.
Yeah, right. Well, hey, tell me a little bit more. Like, can you share a little bit more about what's happening? Because you've got, like, you get all of the inside scoop on what's happening in this space, like in the homelessness, mental health, poverty space in Tulare County. What else is coming around the corner?
Ooh, I mean, there's a lot going on at the moment, and certainly, I'd have to recognize the current federal, state, and local atmosphere and just how challenging things are for everybody. Programs are losing funding. Other programs that had funding, it's just sort of sunsetted. The cost of pretty much everything is going through the roof. People are struggling. And people that might not have struggled 5, 10, 15 years ago, they're struggling today. So more and more people are they're burdened. And there's a lot of programs that are starting to come to fruition today that we've been working on for years. Just recently, back in November, the city of Visalia welcomed the Visalia Navigation Center that opened its doors, a 100-bed facility out by the sports park. And it's pretty much almost at capacity now. There's a lot of services and programs that are provided at that site. A lot of wraparound from case management, substance use services, physical health services. We have human service members there that help people apply for benefits. And the goal is to get people out of that environment and into permanent housing. That requires permanent housing. Earlier this year, the city of Visalia had supported the development of what's called a home key project. That's known as the Majestic Gardens, formerly the Majestic Inn, also known as the Marco Polo. That has been converted from a motel with a lot of crime, a lot of problems, into apartments.
And that's off of Mineral King. No, wait, or is that Noble on the other side? I always get them confused.
Yep.
And what's the cross section?
Oh,
between Demery and Acres, is that right?
Yeah, I'm bad with streets. I always just remember it as it's right across from Roller Town.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's at capacity. Every
really?
room is spoken for. Folks are moved in.
How many units are there?
Ooh, on that project, I've got so many projects in my head. I want to say that one was like a 30-unit project, I think. Okay. So somewhere between 30 and 40 units.
And is that permanent supported housing?
Yep. It is permanent supportive housing. Okay. So the primary difference between permanent housing and permanent supportive housing, everybody's used to it. If you rent an apartment, that's permanent housing. However, permanent supportive housing comes along with case management supports. So if people have benefits, they might need assistance maintaining them. Behavioral health care, physical health care. There's additional supportive services that are offered in those environments.
Okay.
When you look at what leads folks into homelessness, it's very, very complex. And unwinding that big old knotted ball does require a lot of support. So that's where those programs and services come in, is helping people to start to unknit that ball.
Yeah.
So that's one of the housing projects.
Yeah.
A few years ago, Sequoia Village opened up on Mooney Boulevard. That's 40 units of permanent housing. And then just over a year ago, we opened Madsen Gardens right off the 99, just north of Tulare. That's another like 50 units of affordable housing.
What those apartments that are being built at Houston and Demery?
Okay.
What are those apartments? Are those low income as well, or are they?
Well, we have a mixture of projects in the community. One of our primary partners is an organization called Self-Help Enterprises. If folks visit their website, up at the top, they have rental communities, and you can see all of the properties that they have open or under development. So they're developing some additional properties in that area too.
Got it.
We do have some projects that are earmarked specifically for formerly unhoused.
Okay.
Other ones are based off of area media income, or AMI.
Okay.
And so those ones are the affordable housing complexes as well.
That makes sense.
Yep.
That's an important distinction, that just affordable housing versus housing that's earmarked specifically for formerly unhoused.
And there's a lot of blended projects as well. Some folks are familiar with the lofts at Fort Visalia, which just opened in the last year here in Visalia. That's another affordable housing complex that does have room set-asides for the formerly homeless. Other ones, it's just if folks qualify based off of income, they can qualify for an apartment there as well.
Yeah. All right.
And I forget the name of the complex, but I just got an email yesterday that Self-Help is now accepting applications in another affordable housing complex.
Wow.
So they just opened it, applications are being accepted.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I do recommend folks visit the Self-Help website, and they can see the application portal there.
Yeah, Self-Help, man, what a great organization, doing good work to try to get folks off, housed.
It takes a lot of people to make a difference in this. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the reasons why I really wanted to do this, 24 hours, was really to draw the attention to that fact, right? That it takes the rescue mission is part of that larger community of care, right? That it takes the rescue mission, and it takes the county, and it takes the city, and it takes the navigation center and self-help, and it takes all, and it, Susie Ward was here earlier, and the warming center. It takes all of us to to meet a need, right? And you described it well. That kind of that, what did you call it? A knotted up ball of thread, or what did you call it?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it just takes it is complicated.
It is.
And it didn't happen overnight, and it's not solved overnight.
Nope.
And it takes all of us doing all of our parts and stepping in where we can to help.
Yeah, pretty much nobody becomes homeless overnight. There's a lot of things that go into it. It could be struggles at work. It could be relationship failures. It could be those things combining. It can be a lot of stuff that comes together that then puts somebody at risk of homelessness. And it takes a lot then to unwind all of those factors. With Salt and Light and Adrienne Hillman, she loves to use the quotes around it's a catastrophic loss of family is what leads a lot of people into homelessness. Their support systems, for whatever reason, either weren't there or have eroded over time.
Yeah.
And without support, it's really hard to make it.
Yeah.
So in order to then make it, you need support, and that's where permanent supportive housing, street medicine, and Pastor Susie, or Reverend, and the services that they provide all come into play. And there's probably folks that, hopefully there's folks watching this right now that are just kind of curious, how do I get involved? What can I do? Well, they can directly donate to organizations like the Visalia Rescue Mission. They can support some of your guys' venture, like Mission Coffee, the thrift store, and other things in order just to help support. Or when you guys do your annual fundraiser to get food for the homeless, they participate that way.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's lots of other volunteer opportunities where folks can get plugged in. There's a lot of organizations to get plugged into.
Yeah, I think for us, it's just, absolutely, all of those, yes, I want all of those things to happen. Yes, give your money, yes, buy our coffee, shop at our stores. but also get involved. You know, like a big part of what we really want to have come out of this event is just an awareness that, like, in that my hope and prayer is that folks will just become more aware.
Yeah.
You know, and look around and go, oh, I can do something. Even if I'm not sure what, like, let me at least ask the question, what can I do and how can I help? You know what I mean?
Well, in the current atmosphere, compassion and love, I think, are the two most powerful tools that we've got, period. And we need a lot more of it.
That's the truth. Yeah, there's just a real, just start there with dignity, honor, and respect.
Yep.
So, all right, my friend.
Sweet.
I appreciate you. Yeah, come back. Come back again.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for all you're doing.
Keep
Noah
doing good
Whitaker.
work.
You're the man. All right. Up next. Oh, is he gonna come on? No. Ocean Master, also known as Ed Payne. This is Ed Payne. Ed, you want my cushion? I'm gonna give you a cushion to sit on.
All right.
There you go, brother. This is Ed Payne. Ed is a donor here at the Rescue Mission and a good partner and friend to us. I call him Ocean Master, and I'm going to let him explain why, because I met Ed recently and he handed me his business card and it said Ocean Master. And all I could think was, if I had the title of Ocean Master, I would embroider that on every shirt that I owned, if I were you. And so, Ed, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Yep.
So because I've kind of talked it up, you got to tell us how you got the title of Ocean Master.
Well, I've served on 11 different ships, medical aid ships all over the world. Ocean Master is just a category of a captain's license, and so you have to go to a special school to get that certification as a master, or ocean master.
Yeah.
So I did that off and on with various organizations, nonprofit organizations, over a period of 27 years.
Yeah.
So anyway,
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. So you were captaining like medical aid ships and
Yes.
doing that?
Yep.
And where were you captaining ships to?
Well, most of our work that I was involved in was done in the South Pacific, all the small islands in the South Pacific, and I've sailed all over the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I didn't know you were coming down today, so this is such a treat for me. I'm so glad. So Ed, tell us a little bit about, so you just moved here, right?
Yes.
You and your wife Marguerite
Right.
moved here. And so tell me just a little bit about, like, I know your story, but they don't know your story of how you got connected to the rescue mission and your heart really for serving and ministering to the homeless. And so can you tell us a little bit more about that?
How we got connected to the mission?
How you got connected to the mission, and also just the work that you've done in kind of the serving the homeless in the past.
Okay. Well, we moved down here from Alameda, and we lived on the water, and I've always had seafaring in my blood, so to speak. And that's how I ended up becoming a captain. But we moved down here in June, only a couple of months ago, and so we had to leave. We left Alameda. That was a little difficult after living, growing up, going to school there, and living in a home there for over 49 years. But we wanted to come down here, and my wife's family is here. She takes care of her mother.
Okay.
And she would take care of the family. But I have a small ministry, a coffee donut track ministry. And every Sunday morning before church, I will go out and I will look for groups of homeless. And so I will share the gospel with them. I will give them coffee, donuts, give them a track, and I will share the gospel with them. And I will say it has been quite successful. Very few people really don't want to come to know the Lord. That doesn't happen much. And the reason for it is, I believe, is that when I'm talking to them and I'm telling them about what life possibilities could be if they were saved, that gives them a sense of hope. And I think that most of the homeless see that chance that maybe there is hope for them. Maybe there's something that God can give them. God gave me a good life. I ran away from home to get away from my stepfather, who was very abusive. I found myself sleeping on the ground under grapevines down in Arvin, south of Bakersfield. And so I have something I can relate to with these people. I can say, okay, I understand what the tough life you have, and I have a better life for you. And so then we talk about it, and talk about, if they want a better life, they can have it. And so I give them the track and so forth, but my concern is that once they become saved, that's just the first step.
Right. They've
got to have some kind of a follow-up, and that's where Visalia Rescue Mission comes in. We've been a supporter of the Visalia Rescue Mission for a while, even when we're in Alameda. But lost my train of thought there. But anyway,
you were talking about how after they get saved, they need.
Yeah,
that's just the first step.
They need something further, and that's where the rescue mission comes in. I like to give them a place where they can go to, and they can get some follow-up help. And I'm really thrilled that the mission is here, that these people can come to and get that hope, the spiritual help, the physical help, and all that the mission offers. I'm really super glad that this is available to them. So that's kind of where we got connected together with the mission. I still have a small ministry every Sunday morning before church, and that's, like I say, it's been successful, very successful. But I'm hoping that I can see more people come to know the Lord through the mission, and that's what our interest is donating to the mission in a way that is the most effective in bringing people to the Lord.
Yeah.
And I think the work that you guys are doing is very effective in doing that. So that's kind of what I'm feeling.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I want to tell you one of the things that I appreciate so much about you is, because we're friends, I'm going to ask you this question. Ed, how old are you?
I'm 83.
You're 83. So one of the things I appreciate about you so much is that you're 83 and you're still like, I'm still on mission. Like, God has called me and I'm still doing it.
Yeah.
And I love that. I think, I would have to imagine, at least, because I'm not 83 yet. And so that as you get older, that there's a real temptation to be like, I'm just going to kind of shut it down, just take it easy in my older age, but I have a hard time imagining that's, like, I just can't even imagine that, right? Like as God calls me into the next thing, right? Like, even in my 80s, like, God, like, I want to be like that, right? Where I just go, all right, I'm 83, like, what's the thing that God's calling me to right now? And I just appreciate that so much about you, that you're like, I still got this calling and I'm still doing it. Maybe a little slower than I used to be, but I'm still doing it,
Yep.
I love it.
That's what this spring gives me a sense of purpose in my life.
Yeah.
Even though I'm 83, it energizes me, because I know that what I'm doing and what you guys are doing is very, very helpful to the homeless people. And so anyway, I'm glad to see you guys are here. I'm glad to be involved, and looking forward to further connections.
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful for our partnership, and I know, like, I need to say this because it's important that you understand that, like, the work of the rescue mission doesn't happen by accident. Like, it, that it is our donors that make this possible. And so I am super grateful for you and Marguerite and the generosity that you guys have shown the rescue mission over the years, and that you've indicated that you want to continue to show. And I just look, God's using you to change lives, and so we're going to keep doing it. And keep doing it. Do what the Lord asks us to do.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you came down today.
All right.
It was such a treat. I was not expecting to see you today. Such a treat. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, great. That's fine. Okay.
All right.
Ed, I appreciate you, my brother.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Is Chris still hanging around? Or did she leave?
She's coming back.
She's coming back. All right. Back on my cushion. Oy. Oh. I got to get better at reading the board when I'm talking to people.
It's okay.
My bad.
That's okay. They're just suggestions. Like I just.
No, I appreciate that. So, is it okay if I eat while I'm on camera?
Yeah.
Is that weird if I eat while I'm on camera?
100% what 24 hours looks like.
Thanks for this, whoever brought me food.
Aaron went and got it.
I'm very grateful. This is high quality entertainment right here, folks.
That's right.
My chicken paste. Can you bring me some napkins?
Sure can.
Or a paper towel or something?
I'll do all things through Christ who is my strength.
Yeah, you can. Thank you. I feel like it's going okay.
I'm enjoying it.
Me too.
This is your favorite part?
Do what?
This is
Great. It is a little weird, like feeling like I'm talking into the void.
Yeah.
That's a little weird,
Yeah. It's getting used to.
but whatever.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
We put googly eyes on the camera, so it looks like.
No, you want to come back and talk to me while I'm eating?
I'm happy to be utilized any way you want, man.
Come on, brother.
Bring it on.
As long as you don't mind talking to me while I eat.
Looks like you got some canes too. That's
I
not
know.
bad.
I know. That was like I just showed up. Thank you, Aaron, wherever he's at. Hey, so tell me. I'm interested to know, like, you mentioned that there's some real funding concerns.
Yeah.
Folks are getting real worried. Do you have any? Can you share with me any examples of folks, like programs that are getting cut or things that are going away that we wish were not going away?
All of them? that kind of narrows it down a little. No, seriously though, I have a lot of concerns around some of the federal cuts, specifically to HUD. It was announced a few months ago that HUD should anticipate a 30% cut, which is substantial, especially if folks are familiar with wait lists for things like what most folks know it as Section 8.
It's 30% from their overall budget?
Federally, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a substantial cut, especially when folks are struggling so much, and these are safety net programs trying to keep people either out of homelessness or lift people out of homelessness into housing, like we just discussed. And if people aren't familiar with it, the quote unquote Section 8 wait list in most housing authorities, not just in California, but across the country, you're looking at a 5 to 8 year wait on the wait list before you can even be considered for a voucher. So that's pretty staggering.
Patrick Moore wants you to know he thinks you have a nice beard.
Much appreciated. I'm going for Santa this year. But Ozempic Santa, clearly.
I was looking at your name badge, and I don't even recognize that guy.
Yeah, I don't either. Not anymore.
His name badge, I feel like I want to like show it to the camera. He's got this like, his beard looks like mine right now. That's how short it is.
He's at the mall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ozempic Santa. Come on.
It all started with Comic-Con, just growing it out.
I bet you Ozempic would take.
I actually had a big syringe for Comic-Con, and I put Ozempic on it. And it became a thing. People wanted me to give them shots.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
It's a Dumbledore, Gandalf, all this. That's kind of what I nailed. And one of my favorite cartoons, Adventure Time. So I was Ice King. I painted myself blue.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
For about a month, I was with a Q-tip. I was still getting blue out of my ear.
That's amazing.
It's fun times. I'm sure. Yeah.
I do love that about you. That's one of the things that many things that Noah and I have bonded over is our our combined dorkiness.
The kingdom of nerditude.
Yeah, absolutely. Our shared love of Lord of the Rings and all things. That's amazing.
But yeah, so I mean, the cuts to HUD would certainly be big. If we figure in a community like Tulare County, yeah. And we have somewhere in the vicinity of around 3,000 or so vouchers active in our community. So 900 people or families, households would potentially face a loss there.
Is that how that would work? Would the wait list get longer? Like there's fewer units, or do they just like take the wait list and go 30% of you, those vouchers are no longer valid? How does that work?
That becomes a little bit more complex because each housing authority operates a little bit differently. We have a really well-run housing authority, so the impact in our local community immediately probably would not be a 30%.
Shout out to the housing authority. Nice job.
Very much. Very fiscally conservative. They've got some reserves they'll be able to operate off of and other things. So I think specifically in Tulare County, it won't be as dire as it will be in other communities.
Yeah.
But essentially, yeah, if you've got 1,000 vouchers and you get a 30% cut, you now have 300 people that have no subsidy. And I don't know where they're going to come up with the money. I'm sure they have no idea where they're coming up with the money.
So are those people, I just want to make sure I understand. Because there's like a couple different scenarios, and one of them, they're all awful, but one of them feels especially terrifying. Is that like there's 1,000 people currently housed on a voucher, and 300 of those people on a voucher that are currently housed, all of a sudden their vouchers are no longer covering the cost of their housing?
Precisely, although it's a little bit worse because vouchers are households. So one voucher could have multiple people in that household. And so if we lose 300 vouchers, we're losing 300 households.
Families, right.
So you figure, if those are 2 or 3 person families, 300 lost vouchers can very easily become over 1,000 people.
Wow.
And that's tough. If we look at the point in time numbers and around 1,240 or so individuals in Tulare County, and we face up to 1,000 people becoming homeless, that pretty much doubles our numbers almost immediately, and our system is already under a tremendous amount of stress. So that's just a cut to housing.
When does that when does that stop being a concern and start becoming a reality?
In some communities, it's a reality already because housing authorities are having to make decisions based off of the amount of funds that they have on hand and the funds that they're expecting. So in order to not become insolvent, they have to take action immediately.
Wow.
That now gets amplified and made worse when we have things like cuts to programs like Medi-Cal or Medicaid, as it's known nationally, or things like SNAP, supplemental nutrition. Right now, we're in the government shutdown. SNAP should be able to operate for 30 days within a government shutdown. I believe our last government shutdown lasted 35 days. So that's a problem when they've got enough cash on hand to operate for 30 days, and after that, households go without supplemental nutrition assistance.
Wow.
So if you really are impoverished, you're really struggling, now your housing subsidies are going away, your food subsidies are going away, that's a very big problem.
Yeah. But that, yeah, that's tough, because it feels like we're talking about a group of people. My son, what is my son saying? Who's this guy eating during an interview? Yeah, I know, it's terrible manners, but I'm literally not allowed to get up off the bench. So, and we're good friends, and so like I asked him permission to eat while we were talking, and he gave it to me. And
well,
I love you too.
There's a biblical basis for it.
That's true.
Folks are breaking bread all the time in the Bible to come and commune.
That's true.
So that you're just upholding biblical standards.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. So I mean, like, I gotta be honest. Like, that's a bitter pill. Like, this community of people that are already like facing a gigantic uphill battle.
Yep.
Are just it's like kicking the legs out from underneath them.
Well, and some of these programs too, they're talking about adding in additional things like work requirements or job seeking requirements, which at its surface can make a lot of sense. But when you look at the reality of the situation, it starts to become ludicrous. You've got somebody who's living in a tent next to a railroad track, and now you're expecting them to go on job interviews when they don't even have access to a toilet or a shower, like we kind of talked about earlier. So these other services, like the shower unit you guys are providing, will actually then help people to be able to do things like go and apply for a job. It's really hard to show up for a job interview when you haven't showered in a week.
Yeah.
It's really hard to show up for a job interview when you have to leave your encampment, all of your belongings, all of your possessions, which can very easily either be stolen by others or removed by the jurisdiction in which you're trying to live.
And thrown away, discarded.
Yep. And you come back home, you've got literally nothing, and you just went out on a job interview.
Yeah.
That's really, really tough.
This is a little off topic, but I've been meaning to ask you this for months, and every time I see you, I forget to ask.
Sure.
It just popped in my head, so I'm going to ask. Are you aware of anywhere in Tulare County that's offering like safe parking? Like,
nope.
That doesn't exist in Tulare County.
Yeah, there's no safe parking in our community, like official safe parking. There might be some folks that are allowing somebody to park on their property, but there's no official safe parking in our community at the moment.
Wow.
Folks, though, who say do go to the Visalia Navigation Center, they do have parking spots there, and as long as folks, their vehicles are registered in their name, their tags are up to date, that sort of thing, their vehicles are able to be parked there. But they're not living in their vehicle, which is typically with safe parking what folks are doing.
What folks are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bruce, can I give it, or Micah, can I give this to you? Thank you. Oh, yeah. That feels like a need. Like a gap.
I think it's a big one, but when we look at something like safe parking, again, that community comes into play. If we've got somebody that say that then would want to stay at an authorized safe parking, but they can't be there because they have an oil leak, we need somebody that can fix oil leaks to come in and help patch that person's vehicle up so that they can even sleep in their car at a safe parking zone.
Yeah.
So it's just even hurdles like that the more we can have loving and compassionate community members step forward with their knowledge, skills, and abilities, that's how we can chip away at the issue.
Yeah.
It really takes a community.
Interesting. 30%. Dude, I'm sorry. That's gonna like haunt me all day.
That's a big cut.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, and again, most housing authorities, it's between a 5 and 8 year wait. So when you take a 30% cut, now those folks are falling off of these vouchers, and the folks that are on the wait list now,
Their wait gets longer
yeah,
because there's fewer housing
yep.
or fewer vouchers to give.
Well, and I mean, how do folks move out of the rescue mission? They need things like subsidies and vouchers to even help with that flow.
Yeah.
We need job and education training programs to wrap around people to help them claw out of poverty. But I mean, folks, I think mentally they skip way down the line, and they're like, why aren't you just getting a job? And it's like, well, what's everything that goes into that, and how can we get a good, solid, supportive pipeline to take somebody who lacks those skills, keep them in a nice, safe environment like the VRM or permanent housing, to give them that opportunity to stabilize. And just like you were talking about earlier with 30 days to kind of unwind, get their head in a good space, like after they're able to get their head in a good space, they can start that process of self-betterment and that process of job training, education, just getting stable on medications,
Yeah.
and starting to get their life piece by piece back together.
Yeah, I meant to with Dr. Guzman when he was here, I was reading this article. There's a church in I think it's Austin. It's either Austin or San Antonio, who recognized the need in their community, and they just on their own started just providing basic needs, including the distribution or the of medicine. And they were and the pastor of all people was talking about how that they had seen a 60% reduction in, I forget the number, I'm going to butcher it if I try to make it up, but it was just getting people consistently on their medicines was a game changer in giving people a chance to make a move forward.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I meant to ask, that's why I was asking them about medication, but
well, it's not only its access to the medication, but some medications need to be stored in particular ways.
Yeah.
And if you're living in a tent, you don't have a refrigerator. Mm-hmm. There's no way to keep your medications cool, and that can start to be a safety hazard. And some medications that are stored at room temperature, if they get too hot, the chemicals can kind of change and create some really big problems for people. So in the Central Valley, we certainly have problems with heat in the summer, and medications can become toxic.
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Any other programs that you're especially concerned about?
I mean, we do have the housing programs that we mentioned earlier, those home key sites. If we lose vouchers, that can also destabilize some of the housing sites that we have and can lead to them closing if their finances get bad enough.
Yeah.
Then we could have an even bigger problem because we're losing housing inventory we have today. While we desperately need more inventory, if we lose what we even have today, it's going to take us so much longer just to call back to where we are right now.
Yeah.
And that's a concern. Homelessness is something that's really personal to me. I tend to be an open book on these things. A lot of my early memories as a child were going with my mom in her station wagon to try and find my brother. He was a runaway. He had problems with jail. And he was homeless a significant portion of my childhood.
Yeah.
And I remember having conversations with him as a kid. I thought it was kind of funny, but he was telling me about how he was eating pigeon pie and things like that. And I thought he was joking. And as an adult, he wasn't joking. He was eating pigeons in order to survive.
Wow.
After my father died, my own mom, she was living out of her car. She had a full-time job. She was working for a parks department along the coast. And at night, she would drive to the parks and sleep in her car. And that's full-time employment. So certainly this is something, and I myself, I've skirted with homelessness a lot throughout my life. And people, they start bringing in their own biases on who the unhoused are and why they're homeless, and they really start setting aside empathy and compassion and just start layering on blame.
Sure.
And we gotta unwind from that as a community. And when we see somebody hurting, we don't need to blame them. We need to help them.
Completely agree. Awesome. Well, we got the next guy coming on. Hey, thanks again.
My pleasure.
Dude, I freaking love you, man. Thanks for all you're doing.
I'm happy to kind of hang out and just be a pinch hitter as
Let's
needed.
do it. Okay, hang in. All right, up next, good friend Jason LaFave, Executive Director of Spirit Radio.
up,
Jason, what's up, brother?
How you doing?
How are you? Welcome. Good. I feel like I should have welcome to Conversations on
I
the
know,
Bench.
right? It's like official and stuff. Yeah.
It's not nearly as much fun as. Did you ever watch that show, Comedians Getting Coffee in Cars?
Yes.
That was so good.
So great.
So great. This is not nearly as exciting as that.
But it's exciting. There's a lot going on. Dinner time's getting ready over there. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, in an hour it's going to get real exciting.
It's going to get wild. Yeah.
It's going to get real exciting around here.
Yeah. My parents actually just moved like a block from here, off of Burke.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Into low-income housing from the Housing Authority.
Okay.
So that whole conversation you just had,
yeah,
we lived it out.
Wow.
So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So. Is that like I'm going to be reeling from the idea of an entire federal department looking at a 30% budget cut?
It's going to require more of our missions. It's going to put so much of a strain on our nonprofit resources that deal directly with homelessness and those that are either low income, no income, on the brink. It's going to be wild.
Wow. That's nuts.
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome.
Hey,
Glad
thanks.
you're here.
Yeah.
So tell me, I know you really well, but they probably don't. And so tell me a little bit about, are you from Visalia?
No, I'm originally from Orange County.
Orange County, you're a Southern California guy.
Yeah.
And how long have you been in the Valley?
So my parents moved here in junior high, when I was in junior high. And then kind of my mom's family migrated, and so this became home. And then when I graduated high school, I took a short visit to Portland, Oregon, lived there for 6 months, decided I didn't like it, came back to Visalia, and then went to Vanguard in Costa Mesa.
Okay.
Thought I was going to live there for the rest of my life, enjoy Huntington.
As one does.
And then I met my wife, who's from Visalia, so.
Okay.
I'm back in Visalia with a 5-year plan 25 years later to move to Huntington.
As one does.
So, yeah. No, but yeah, so not an original of the Central Valley, but absolutely love it. Came to really just be passionate about this community, the Central Valley. Watching my girls grow up in this community has been really special, just coming from Anaheim and Long Beach and those different parts of Orange County that aren't exactly the glamorous parts of Orange County. Like to know that my girls are growing up in an environment and a community that is together and loves people and cares for people has been really awesome to watch. So
yeah, and you've done so right now you're the executive director at Spirit Radio, but you before that were a pastor. You were in the ministry for a long time.
Yeah,
like he's still in the
ministry.
Pastoral ministry.
Yeah.
That's Thanks for describing that.
Yeah, in 2006, I had the opportunity to come on staff full time at Visalia First. It's where the Assemblies is where I received my ordination credentials. Still hold those today. And then in 2017, we planted Seven Oaks Church in Visalia. Was the lead pastor there up until 2023 when we transitioned into Spirit. It was wild because we weren't looking to step down, resign. We were so excited for, and still are, very excited for where Seven Oaks is God's taking Seven Oaks. But just felt a real passion and desire for seeing media, faith-based media, be elevated and leveraging faith-based media for our faith-based nonprofit friends and the local church.
Yeah.
And felt like we could do that on a digital and on a global level, as well as elevate what we're doing here in the Central Valley, not just through radio, but through digital platforms. And so God just gave a really, for me, a very clear vision of where we're going and helping elevate what we're doing on radio, 88.9 and 100.1 in the Central Valley, and on our digital platforms as we continue to reconfigure that, and also create space to have content, to have conversations like this, and to be a resource, really. So
I know even before you were at Spirit, like when you were at Seven Oaks, like you had a relationship with the rescue mission. So can you tell me a little bit about like what caused you to want to have a relationship? Like how did that come about? Because that predates me for sure.
Sure. Yeah. So when I was on staff at Visalia First as the executive pastor in 2013, I was given all the local and global outreach responsibilities to oversee that part of the ministry of the church. And I've loved this community for the longest time. I always said this community specifically will just take care of you if you allow it. And then I also started working through the development of a nonprofit called CityServe, which was to help resource the local church for low-income, no-income families that couldn't afford either hygiene products, food, just tangible textile resources, things like that, to furnish their homes. And so as I dove into it more, what I realized is that my childhood actually marries up with some of that, and just working with a single mom, living with a single mom up until my stepdad moved in, relying on food stamps, relying on the resources of the government in order for us to get by every month. And as I realized more of my story kind of dovetailed into those that I had the opportunity to serve, that passion just continued to grow. So as Seven Oaks, when we planted Seven Oaks, we are in a neighborhood that's low income, no income.
Where is it located?
So it's in Visalia, and it's off of Tulare and Burke Street, 1021 South Burke Street, so just down the way.
Okay.
It's a neighborhood church in the middle of a bunch of houses, and people will drive by and be like, oh, hey, there's a church there.
Yeah.
So our heart is just to serve the community. So we work through doing food distribution 2 times a week, and got in trouble many times, probably still do with the Visalia PD, because cars would be wrapping around. I mean, it just shows the need.
Yeah.
And so we partnered really closely with the Visalia Rescue Mission in helping resource food drives, coat drives, the community events that were taking place. Always wanted to be a resource for graduations, whatever really was needed.
Yeah.
That was something that we really desired to be a support to.
Nice.
Yeah.
So as you think about, like, one of the things I'm interested in thinking, now that you're at Spirit, and you're touching, like, we obviously have a good relationship, but you're also touching so many other Christian nonprofits, both in Visalia, but also all the way from Fresno all the way down to Bakersfield, right? Like, what kind of outcomes are you thinking? Like what does success look like for you? Like, how do you determine what success in a partnership looks like as your net has expanded so far and so much larger than it was before?
Yeah.
How do you even determine? Like,
more people coming to know Jesus. I mean, for me, that's the bottom line, right? Like, we're here to serve the least, the last, and the lost. We're here to serve and care for those that are far from God, don't know God, don't want to know God. That's what we're here to do. That's what the church has been called to. It's all throughout Acts. It's the Great Commission. It's what we are a part of. It's a part of our DNA, right? And so if we're not doing that, then maybe we need to take a step back and recognize maybe something that God is calling us to, not from. So when I look at Fresno and I look at Bakersfield, I had the privilege to spend a year in Bakersfield. And if you go to any community, there's going to be a level of resources and needs that are consistent, right? That you're going to find everywhere. But what we need is the local church to step up. What we need is the local church to continue to step up in areas where Visalia Rescue Mission has stepped in, and continue to partner as well. Because if the collaborative kingdom, right, the Christian body can come together to serve those in need, we literally could eradicate so many needs that currently exist, taking the stress off of what we just talked about, right? A 30% reduction. We could actually reduce the stress off of that and redirect funding into those areas if, as the collective kingdom, like the body of Christ, came together to support the resources like that are needed in the community, which would be a really beautiful thing. But when I look at measurables, it's how many people are coming to know Jesus through our acts of service and kindness.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, that feels pretty straightforward. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Sometimes we make it really complicated. It doesn't need to be complicated.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that's amazing.
Here's, like, one of the things that I loved, right, was, so during the pandemic, we here in Tulare County decided as Seven Oaks to become the center point, the epicenter for the food box distribution that was happening during the presidential administration. Decided to do a food box distribution. And in Tulare County, as Seven Oaks being the epicenter, our sanctuary became a warehouse. We partnered with 40 other churches here in Tulare County and local government, sheriff's department, to distribute $6.5 million worth of food in 1 year.
Wow.
That was just from 2020 to 2021.
Yeah.
But the need hasn't gone away.
Yeah.
Right? It's probably only increased, really.
Yeah.
And so if we can continue to find churches and find nonprofits that will continue to do that and step up to the plate, and agencies that will continue to resource that, we can solve a lot of problems just by feeding people.
Yeah, I think you've got a unique perspective, because you were inside the church and now you're outside the church. Talk to me a little bit about, like, because there are plenty of believers, and I'm a believer, but I'm not one of the ones I'm talking about. who would say like, hey, like that's not our job. Like I think you'll find both camps inside the church today. Like, like yes, that's our job, and there's some that'll be like, no, that's not our job. That's the government's job, or that's like, how do we, at least in your opinion, and that's really all we have to offer is our opinions. Like, how do you think we balance that between going, hey, I'm the church, and there are all of these social issues that we could be addressing. How do we, you know what I mean?
So in a community and in a family, is it our desire to take care of each other? So if we were to simply take care of our community and our family within the local church, and then those families took care of those around them, think about how that would be magnified, right? And how the local church then would be elevated. Like, the local church is the infrastructure, literally, that could solve so many issues, right? So if we as the body of Christ will use just what we have, whatever talent that is, right? Time, talent, treasure, whatever talent you've been given, if you will use that to the best of your ability, at some point it's going to come back around to helping serve the least, the last, the lost. It's going to happen. Whatever that is. You're IT tech and you want to serve the local church, awesome, because now that one person can maybe move into an area of strength for that other person that now is serving in IT, right? So it all works together, right? It's all for the glory of God, and it's all an opportunity for us to share in that and do the heavy lifting together.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I think we have to be willing. I think you're right. Like, as the body, just to respond to the call and say, God, like, what do you want for us?
Which is really hard because we get caught up in our day-to-day needs, right? Our families, our jobs. We have real life needs, and it's not discounting those, but it's also recognizing that God's going to give you what you need in order to be able to serve in the areas that you're passionate about and compassionate about.
Awesome. Well, is there any way that we can, as we look towards the future, like, is there any way that the rescue mission could better help or support you guys, or pray for you guys, or?
Yeah, we would love prayer around the opportunity to share these conversations consistently throughout the year. So our desire over the next year is to, as we're raising funds as a nonprofit, we also too are looking to establish basically a podcast studio, video, audio quality, right? Where we can share in these conversations all throughout the year, so that we can elevate the voice of the local church, the faith-based nonprofits, so that there's consistency in the message. And that's really our hope over this next year. So you're praying for that. That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a little bit about that. Like, that you were dreaming about that before the election. Kind of going like, I would love to get some pastors around the church of different perspectives. And like, let's find a way to talk to each other in a way that still feels loving, still honors Jesus, but also makes space for us to agree or disagree without demonizing the other person.
Absolutely.
And so you were like, you were dreaming about that then.
For sure.
No, I'm with you.
Well, I think one of my hopes is that, during the pandemic, because there was need, we had 40 pastors on a Zoom conference call. In 20 plus years of ministry in this community, I'm 49 now. I've never been in a room with more than 10 local pastors together at one time. So how awesome would it be to see that many local pastors together, praying with each other, walking this out with each other, sharing in resources together? That's really like, if that happened, then maybe Jesus is coming soon. I don't know.
Maybe you and I, like, as maybe you and me, as two leaders outside of the church, but still connected to the church, can like join arms and be a safe space for pastors to get together and not feel competitive with each other. Maybe we're the safe space that they need. Let's talk about that.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I'm with
Sounds
you.
good. All right. Thank you.
Hey,
man.
thanks for coming,
Appreciate
brother.
it. Yeah.
I'm down.
See ya.
I'm going to write that down because I don't want to forget it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Oh, you're my hero. Dude, my back was like
on fire.
Baking.
Do you want me to tie this one?
Thank you so much. You are the best. Okay, Chris. Up next, Chris LaRue, Vice Chair of the Visalia Rescue Mission of the VRM. I cannot believe I just said that.
You did. Good board.
Okay, so here's the inside joke. So yes, that's on recording. So here's the inside joke. That is a personal pet peeve of mine. That when people say, I either want you to say VRM or the Visalia Rescue Mission. But instead, what always happens is people go, oh, I'm going to the VRM. I'm like, dude, pick one or the other. And I literally just did it. And that's so embarrassing.
I learned something new. I didn't know you had a pet peeve.
I really hate it.
I knew you had pet peeves.
Oh, I
didn't
have
know
plenty. I have
that was
plenty.
what?
Hold on, I gotta like Jason and Michael taking over the world. All right, Jason.
See ya.
No pressure. Jason and Michael taking over the world. So, anyways, Chris, thanks for coming.
Of course.
This is Chris LaRue. She is our vice chair extraordinaire. And thanks for coming.
Of course.
You've been so patient. You've been hanging out for a minute.
For a minute, but had errands to do, so thank you for letting me run and do an errand while you were talking.
Well, sure. So, Chris, like, I guess what I would love to hear from you, and what I would love for you to tell them, whoever them is, however many of you are listening, is like, tell me, like, how long have you been on the board? Why did you choose to get involved? Like, how did you? Because you're busy. Like, you're a local business owner. You have children and grandchildren, and you're married. You have a lot going on. How did you decide to get involved with VRM? How long have you been? Like, tell me, how did you get to be here?
I knew you'd ask me how long I'd been on the board, and I'm not really sure how long. It's been a minute. I think it's at least 7 years that I've been on the board, but I was engaged with the rescue mission long before that.
Do you want my cushion? I feel like such a jerk because I didn't offer it to you.
Oh.
Would you like my cushion?
Well, why not?
Yeah, there you go. Have
Thank you, sir. Of course, you're sitting out here a lot longer, so.
Well, that's fine. As soon as you get up, I'm going to take it back.
All right. Before I was on the board, I started serving at Visalia Rescue Mission as a mentor in the women's program.
Okay.
So that was a program that used to connect Christian women with women who had graduated the recovery program to help them go to that next adjustment, that next transition. And so I started there, and that's not an easy thing to do. It's you want so much for these gals to be able to really complete their recovery, and the young lady I was with didn't quite make it, and it was heartbreaking at the time. But I remember then the women's director said to me, she says, that might have been the only healthy friendship she's ever had in her life.
Wow.
And it's back to those small things we do. We always think, or I used to think, you have to do big things to be Christian. You have to have this giant impact. That's not true.
No.
It's all the little things you do in life. So that's where I started my interest. And it was merely out of, I'm a first generation believer in my family.
Oh, really?
Yeah. God came and got me out of the mire when I was about 16, 17 years old.
Me too. That's when I got
Yeah.
saved. Yeah.
We have alcoholism in our families, both my husband and I. And so, and he was always really good about, he's very comfortable in making friendships. It doesn't matter what you do. You can be homeless, you can be in a very professional environment. Yeah. He's good at that. That's what he does. And so I kind of needed to adapt and learn from that. So that's how I got involved. And then started my business and working in the community, and I have a heart for serving. You do what you do. You do life, but you also always got to find a way to serve, in my mind.
Yeah.
To keep engaged. Otherwise, I know I could become very self-absorbed.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
So if you've been at the rescue mission, we'll say 7 on the board, 7. We'll say in the 7 to 10 year range-ish.
No, probably 20.
20. Then really, this question's going to be real fun for you.
Okay.
So like, talk to me a little bit about like how you've seen it grow, like what changes you've seen, and what what you're most excited about, like what, just all of, because you've seen some stuff, like you've been through some stuff.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about how it's changed and what you're excited about, like
Oh, wow.
what's been your favorite things, all of, I'd love to hear some perspective.
It started as a soup kitchen,
Really?
and the church that we attended then was one of the major sponsors for that soup kitchen. So it was very
What church was that?
Grace Community.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I remember that, and the directors would come and speak at the church, and it was just exciting to see a program, something happening for the least in our community.
Sure.
Right. So that's how that happened, and then it just, you go from having no buildings to being surrounded by buildings.
So many buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for a long time, the buildings weren't in really great shape. And to see them get into great shape, to see really actively, this has been the great part, seeing us really actively, intentionally care for the homeless in the community. So we go from just making sure people had meals, which we still do, which I love, because we have neighbors around here. There's several neighbors, they need meals. It's hard out there. It's really hard out there. And so it's great for them to be able to just get to meal, just to supplement their hard work that they're doing, just trying to live.
Yeah.
But then we go to the next level and we start seeing, okay, this homelessness thing, this drug addiction, alcohol addiction, it's not going away.
Yeah.
It's not going away. So how do we better serve it? And so the biggest growth, the thing that's been most exciting is that trauma care, and that love in it. And I remember when I was a young Christian and we were out there and you'd run across homeless and you always figure out, okay, how do I serve them? So, people would say, oh, don't give them money,
Yeah.
And I was blessed to walk behind a teacher who used to say, you don't have to worry about that. That's God's money. Yeah. If you feel compelled to give them money, and then how they deal with it is between them and God, not you.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, okay, that really released me. And then we would with my kids, we would go in and we'd go get a loaf of bread and a jar of peanut butter or stuff like that. We would do stuff like that. And it always felt like just a drop in the bucket. And so the one thing you always would say is I'd always invite them, hey, if you really need shelter, you can come to the mission. Never wanted to do that. And being with the mission, I really learned that you can always say, even if you don't want to stay, we're going to be here as a resource for help.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people aren't seeing and aren't realizing. And so I love seeing that growth happen, and I love seeing that we're going beyond just feeding people, but now there's a lot of trauma out there.
Yeah.
There's reasons that people get trapped in this lifestyle, and it's a trap.
Yeah.
I mean, even the most wonderful, healthy people who come from great backgrounds can get caught in that trap.
Yeah,
and so,
for sure.
Yeah, none of us can escape it.
No, I tell my boys, I have 3 boys, as you know, like when I got involved in the rescue mission work, one of the things I told them is like, every one of us is like 2 or 3 decisions away from needing the rescue mission. Like every one of us is 2 or 3 bad decisions away from being a rescue mission client.
Right. And the hardest thing to watch is seeing them try to struggle through. It's hard what they go through and what they work at to go through the recovery program. It's hard.
It is hard.
And then they get through it. They graduate. We celebrate. And then it's hard again.
Yeah.
It doesn't get easier for them. So I love that we're trying to find ways to help support that.
Yeah.
It's still they still get to be their own people. They still get to make their own decisions. We're not here to control that.
Right.
We're just here to share the answers that we know are out there, and with Jesus.
Yeah.
So I love that.
Well, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad. So Bruce has got some questions up here
Okay.
that I'm curious. I would love to hear your answer to this one. What goals do you have for the organization? Things have changed a lot in the last 3 years. So looking toward the future, I'm wondering what goals do you have for the organization, Chris?
These have been my goals since I first joined the mission.
Okay, then let me hear them. Then let me hear them.
I would love us to have an amazing program for women, especially young women who are having their first babies. Because we never make significant change unless we really know our why. And when you have that first child, and even subsequent children, especially as a mom, they come in this little precious package that I don't know why, but we just fall in love with it from the second it arrives. It's noisy, it doesn't do much, but they're the neatest things ever.
No, it changes.
Right?
Yeah.
It changes, right?
Yeah, it sure does.
And so, what a great why that these young women, but there's really, if they're trapped in an environment where drugs and alcohol are the coping mechanisms, it's real hard for them to combat and do what they want to do for that little one that they just had. So I would love to see us provide shelter and provision and recovery and opportunities for that group of women. And then that kind of expanded over time, because there is a group out there too with I have a few, I've got employees that they could use that additional support too, men and women. You know, they're just trying to do right by their families and set a good example. And so to see more of a family program for men, for women, my focus of course is going to be on women and children.
Sure.
But yeah, that's been my dream. To see that we've got some property over there.
When you say family program, are you thinking like family shelter or?
Family shelters, yeah. Yeah, just family shelters. We've got a lot of great programs in place. We're connected with a lot of great nonprofits here in town that we can make sure that that person, regardless of where they're at in life and in their beliefs, that we can get them connected and get them good help. And if we have a place that we're right here in the middle of it. Of course, Visalia is becoming the middle of it everywhere, but it'd be really great to see that opportunity and staying connected with the hospital. So when we have these young women coming out with their newborns, that we have somewhere safe that they can go to get their feet under them, maybe get them some education, helping them with work, provide a daycare for their little ones while they try to get classes done or life. Try to get life so they can support themselves, because really a woman with their children, she can do a lot. She can do amazing things, and you've just got to change that one generation at a time. You can change that trajectory, and maybe we can turn some things around.
Okay.
My hope.
That's great. I couldn't agree more with you, especially on the family shelter. That's I'm praying for the same thing on that land. For sure. That guy would make
I
a way
looked
for
at it
that.
a long time ago and thought, oh, it's right there.
Be amazing. It's a need for sure.
Right. And so close.
Well, what do you think? What questions, Chris? What do you have? Questions for me?
Nothing. Thank you.
Thanks for
well, I get to sit on the board with you and I can ask you all kinds of questions that I
We
do.
talk all the time. I know, that's true.
I do. So thanks for doing this.
Well, thank you for coming.
And staying all night. Oh my gosh.
It's going to be great.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I just,
At 2 a.m.? Yeah.
I
know better than that. Chris is going to go home and be asleep by 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I will. Thanks. Thanks so much,
Chris.
Michael. Bye-bye.
Okay. Molly at the cushion here. Up next, Shirley.
I think that's me.
Come on. Shirley, it's good to see you.
Nice to meet you, Michael.
Nice to meet you in person. We've talked on the phone several times.
Yes, we have.
This is Shirley Kluver. She's the CEO of Central Valley Recovery Services. Welcome.
Well, this is quite an undertaking. I'm impressed.
Well, we'll hold off on the impressed until tomorrow. We'll see how it goes.
I as soon as I was invited, I got online and looked at YouTube and looked up some older videos and across the nation, and I saw a man sitting in a very, very bulky
Yeah.
jacket in the snow in the middle of the night.
Oh my
And I
gosh.
thought, oh my gosh, he's so brave. You are brave.
Yeah, well, we're doing it in October, so which is not
Yes.
January.
Yes.
So I guess Matt up in Fresno, he's the CEO at the Fresno Mission. He's been doing this for like I think 3 years.
Wow.
In his first year, he did it in January. He did it one time in January. And he was like, we're not doing it in January again. And so yeah, inside I've got a hoodie and a vest.
You're ready to go.
I'm like, I'm not sure what I'm gonna need, but I'll have options.
Yeah, it's the time of year.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
well, thanks for saying yes to coming.
Absolutely. Well, it's always a great opportunity to speak to the community and to speak to our fellow providers. And that's something I don't get out to do as much as I'd like to. And I don't have my feet on the ground running around with clients as much as I used to.
Yeah, same.
So I have to listen to the people below me and above me and around me. And that's really important. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think I wonder if you would agree with this. It sounds like you will. Like that's one of my own challenges. Like as the executive, right? As the CEO, like there's a real challenge in staying connected to like the work, like the frontline work, right? Like the reason why I got into this business and why I'm sure you got into this business.
Right.
Is to do the life change kind of work, right? Is because we love people and we want to help, right? But then as you kind of work your way up and you get into the job you have and the job that I have, all of a sudden, like I don't get to do that very often, right? You know, and so now it's like so I'm curious, like how do you stay connected to the work in that way?
Well,
you know?
I don't feel like I've ever not been connected to doing the work with the people I directly supervise.
Mhm.
They're my clients.
That's true.
They're the people that if I can support them and give them the tools
Exactly.
they need
Yeah.
and the confidence they need, the training, whatever it is they need, then they'll be able to pass that down to the people below them who are doing the work in the programs with the clients and then to the clients. So it just all trickles down.
That's
And
exactly right.
whatever I'm feeling from my people is probably pretty close to what the clients are expressing to them.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like, and I wonder, how long have you been the CEO of
10 years now.
10 years.
10 years next week, actually.
Did you have an adjustment period? Like, because I know I did. Like the farther away I got from serving clients, it took me some real time. Like I really honestly struggled with it. Becoming okay with being the guy who served the person, who served the person, who served the client, and realizing that that's also really important, you know, and like you just said, like it's not less important. And like I serve my team, who serves their team, who serves the client, right? And that they need that from me. That's my part in the process, right?
Well, I think in some ways I had kind of a unique journey, and that I started working in this field in the 70s as an employee. I worked for Kingsview. I was a counselor, and I did a variety of school-based kinds of things. And I went out and did public speaking to tell everybody it's a disease, and it's free. You can get everything you want, all your counseling for free. And we had a file that was like 4 pages inside of a folder. That was the file for a client. It was a different time.
Yeah.
But I do remember very strongly during that 12 years I was a counselor that I needed support from my managers, my supervisor, my director. And I felt like, you know, I really want to make sure that the people that I work with have that. I want that.
Right.
So I got into management right after that. So that was in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And my first thought was, these are the people now that I serve.
Yeah.
And I give them the tools, and it just was my philosophy, because everyone would say, oh, you aren't going to like management, you know, because then you don't get to serve the client.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, I got to come up with a reason to justify this.
Yeah.
And so my story has been pretty consistent throughout the years, and it's proven to be true over and over again.
100%.
That the people that work for me, and the people who work for them, and the people they work for, it just is all one strong link. And if it's that way and I can keep it that way, then I'm doing my job.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I don't work in a big company that has 1,000 employees. I'm really fortunate that I have a small company in the sense that we have like 60, 70 employees, and I have people who will still talk to me and argue with me.
Nice.
And I really take that as such a compliment and a blessing, because that way I can continue to do some good work, and I get to retire from this job.
That's amazing.
And I get to retire saying that I was at a time in our evolution in this field that is just, it's unheard of. It's something that I would never have projected, I wished for, but it's where we are really right now, and there's money to cover services. There are people who care, whether it's for the right reasons or not, I don't always know.
So tell me more about that, because I've been in this space only about 6 years, 6 or 7 years, so not nearly as long as you have, and always much more diluted in my rescue mission kind of work. So tell me a little bit, like, where is it at now versus where it was now? Like, I would love to hear kind of like what's got you so excited about the services now versus what it was like before.
Well, I think we've kind of come full circle. You know, I talk about things were free. We didn't have reports that we had to send in with all the data and, you know, constantly working on an electronic health record. We had very few encumbrances because nobody really knew what they were doing. So they looked at people who were in recovery or people who had recovery in their families and said, well, maybe you guys know how to do it, and they let us do it. Wow. So it was kind of free at that point, free-spirited in the sense that whatever we could do was valued. And from there, I think we kind of went through a lot of ups and downs and not a lot of ups, not a lot of movement. We've gone through evolutions in learning how to say what we need and how to speak for our clients and in our communities, but we haven't really learned how to do it well. We're still learning that. And at this point in time, you know, a blessing of COVID or not, people got concerned and really started to take addiction and mental illness seriously.
For sure.
And seriously in their own homes, in their own, you know, their own space. So we're getting to take advantage of that, finally having a voice, because people care enough to ask and really want to do something about what they see now as the problem. We have visibility, and I think that's the difference.
It's interesting. There are so many, like, now so many years past COVID, like how many times we keep going back to, you know, like, well, COVID, like, well, COVID, you know, did this, like, you know, well, COVID really changed the game here. And this is, you're absolutely right. Like, you know, all of a sudden we're all at home with each other and there's nowhere to go. And so all of a sudden we're all like, it's right here in our face. And we're going, oh, this is really a thing. Like, I can't pretend that you're okay when you're not okay.
Right.
Or that I'm okay when I'm really not okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can't go in your house and shut the door and not know what's going on in the rest of the world, because we were all tuned in to what's next, what's happening today, what should I do or not do, you know, what should I look for, what are the symptoms, how do we turn this world back on a right path when it's upside down. So I think all of us kind of got shook up and had to find some new grounding.
Well, one of the things I'd love to hear from you is talk to me a little bit about, like, what are the challenges that you're facing? I mean, the face of substance abuse has changed in the last several years. So I'd love to hear a little bit about what challenges you know, you're facing in that field, how it's changed. You know, I've got a little bit of an idea because I work in it, but like, they probably have no idea what we're talking about. And so I'd love for you to talk about how drug abuse has morphed and changed over the last 5 to 10 years, or even over the last few years, and what's become more challenging for you and in your space, in the treatment space. I'd love to hear your take on that.
Well, I think a lot of our people they're getting sick faster and sicker. The drugs are more potent. There's a much more sophisticated way of distributing them and making sure people have access to drugs, and we haven't caught up with that as far as, you know, finding ways to prevent that or to counteract it. Fentanyl is definitely a game changer. The opioid addiction problems amongst everybody, not just amongst the people we used to think were vulnerable. But the other piece is that there's a lot less space for the in-between. The people who are in treatment, who got there and are getting the help they need, and they're finding recovery and they're finding joy, and then they're done, and now they have to move on. The next steps are not as well defined as they should be. Like, there's no real bridge. We have sober living, but not nearly enough.
Interesting.
We don't have enough shelters for folks who don't have places to live. As much as we're doing around, finding housing, we still don't have nearly enough, and it's really confusing, I think, for folks to walk through the systems and figure out where is the help.
Oh, it's awful.
And as you said to your last participant, we're all just a decision or two away from being homeless. I had a call just this week from a friend of a friend who, been employed all her life and, had a normal, would be, no one you would ever have picked out of a crowd, who may be homeless at the end of this month.
Wow.
And doesn't know where to go. And that really hits home.
Sure it does.
Because I'm not used to seeing that happen in my own neighborhood, so to speak.
Yeah,
but
my
it
circle.
is. It's very close to home, and it's not easy. How do you get 3 months worth of your bills in a savings account for an emergency fund? Who can do that?
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't do it until maybe like 5 years ago.
Yeah, when you got this job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for
exactly.
sure.
So I don't know how people can do that, and there's no place to fall back on. One of the things I see a lot is with our women, we have so few women's sober living options where a woman can actually step into a sober living environment that is structured, where she doesn't have to pay up front because she doesn't have any money.
Yeah.
She's working hard to try to get her kids back. She's working hard to try to figure out whether she could go back to school, if she could do it, if she tried, if there is a potential for work out there that would be meaningful. And it's a lot to hold on to when you're in early recovery.
Yeah.
And yet the sober livings we have all have a fee. It's minimal, but we don't have ways that are structured to provide some tiered funding.
Yeah,
so
some entrance into that,
exactly.
for sure.
And I know my directors, and they don't know that I know this. Maybe they do. That I know they make deals. I know they individually look at every person who's wanting to go into a sober living bed and try to figure out the best way to get them there that will help them continue to grow and build skills and build resilience, so they can move forward. I know they do, and I love them for that, and I love them for saying, "Don't tell Shirley."
Don't tell Shirley. I love it.
It's okay, because it is so important that we don't forget that every individual has a different situation.
Yeah.
And the person who's most motivated to stay clean and sober could get just,
absolutely derailed.
Derailed and thrown for a loop and dysregulated and in jail in a minute if they aren't given the support they need, or if the anxiety is so huge that they have no way of processing it. And those are the things I'd like to see for our future, is that we have more of those step downs. More from, there's treatment, that's acute, and then there's recovery. But that's way over in the distance, and there's a lot of steps to get there.
That's interesting. Like, the way that we've addressed that is with our transitional living, right? And so, like, if you've gone through our, but even that, like, I'll tell you that so one of the things that we know about is only like 30% of the people who enter our recovery program actually finish. And if 100% of the people who entered our recovery program finish, I'd be out of, we would be so woefully short of space and transition. Like, we would never be able to hold that many. So, but like, because only 30% right now finish, like, we go into transition, right? And then we give them, I think, 30 or 60 days of free transition where they don't pay anything to, like, get a job, And the number one thing that we hear from the reason why they go into transition is they're like, I'm not ready. Like, Like I'm a year sober, but I don't feel ready to like to do this on my
Take
own.
on the world.
I'm not ready. Like, and so transition feels like a safe. It's like that safe next step, like you're talking about. That in between.
And that's healthy.
Yeah.
That's a healthy way to feel. The ones that I worry about are the ones that go, "Oh yeah, I'm ready."
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
To have a healthy, realistic view of where you're at and what you still need is huge.
I had never once considered that until just this moment. Like, what would happen if our graduation rate spiked or doubled?
Yeah.
What would we do with transition? I had never considered that until just now.
Well, I think we're finding, because the drug and alcohol problem is so much more severe in many cases than it has been in the past. People are younger. They have fewer skills.
Yeah.
Even though they're younger, they're not coming in better prepared for adulthood. They're coming in way less prepared than ever before.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that we have a higher rate of people who can they can finish out those 30, 60, 90 days and then be ready to move forward. But there's no place.
Yeah.
There is no place. And we're especially seeing that with our women.
Yeah.
We have 3 women's programs that are treatment. One for women who are pregnant or parenting and they have their child with them or their infant. And that's only 10 beds for women.
Wow.
But there's no place for women to go where they can take that infant that's a sober living around here. It's
Even my own program, like at the moment.
That's a big one.
Yeah, even in my own program, like if you're a woman with a child, we cannot accommodate you in our recovery program, right at the moment. And so like that was one of the things I wrote down coming from Chris was like that would be something that I would love for us to be able to change that in the future. Is for us to, I don't know where we'd put it, but how would we even address but that's an obstacle for us right now.
Right. Well, and as you're talking, I'm thinking, well, if you're interested in doing that, we know we want to do that. We'd like to see it happen, but it's way overwhelming for me to consider how I would put that in place.
Yeah.
But we need to partner.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that we serve the same people
that
you had here a year ago. We've got them in our programs. You've got them back here a year later.
They're back and forth. Yeah, for sure.
Every provider I talk to who does this kind of work, family services, I don't know, you name it, they're all serving a lot of the same people.
Yeah.
I would say that even from my time in the 70s and 80s in Hanford, Kings County, when I worked for Kingsview, I'm seeing generations of those people right now in our programs.
Yeah.
Because I see the names every so often. I go, wow, I bet I know that person.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not heartbreaking that they're actually in our programs.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I don't know where else they'd be.
That's true. Yeah.
But we should be partnering together. I've got this crazy dream, like one of the things we see is that in a handicap that are people who are homeless who want treatment won't leave their pet. They can't take pets into our programs. You know, children are
we can't do. Yeah, we don't.
We can't do either.
And that's the thing, right? Like, and we'd say, you know, and so we've got one of the things that, like our folks, like our outreach the folks who do outreach for us, like the question is constantly like, hey, is that cart full of stuff? Is that worth your life? Because that's where you're headed. Like, actually. Hi there.
Hi.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
that's.
You know,
it's a big choice because that's become their life.
And it's an actual consideration.
Yeah.
You know, and we've had plenty of folks go, yeah, for sure.
Right. Well, and people will not leave their pet.
Yeah.
They won't come into treatment.
No.
I have this idea where I'd really love to see partners in the community. We need to have some sort of an animal shelter.
Or like a foster program or something.
Yes, and that could be, it could be manned or personed by our clients who are doing community service. They could see their pet every day. They can come into a treatment program, put their pet in the shelter. They're going to go and then they're going to do their community work in that shelter. They can go on their spare time, on their pastime, to go and sit with their pet. I love animals, and I think a lot of people do, and I know our homeless people really rely on them.
They really do.
They are the best companions and give the best love, and I'm
And
the least
safety.
judgmental.
Yeah, for sure.
So my idea is that somehow we create an animal shelter that kind of does that double duty,
Yeah.
where it helps provide an entryway for our people to get the help they need, the treatment they need, and learn the skills they need, and also be able to preserve their family.
Yeah, it's such a good reminder that there are so many like different ways for us to attack this, right? Like, not in a million years did I imagine that when you and I sat down to talk about addiction that we'd end up talking about an animal shelter, you know? But it's a legitimate, like, but that's a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a real hurdle that the populations that we serve are trying to overcome.
Yes.
And that, like, of course
We
we're,
do.
yeah, of course
Yeah.
we're talking about it.
And but we could partner. I'm thinking all kinds of ways that we might be able to do this as partners in the community, and
Yeah.
partners with the vets who go out,
Yeah.
vet assistants
Yeah.
and the veterinary people who go out and do rescue and
Yeah.
trap, neuter, return. Our people would love to volunteer to do some of that.
Yeah.
People in our programs need to do so much community service. That's
Yeah.
usually part of their requirements. They could do that, and they would be giving back in such a way. They'd be saving lives every
Yeah.
moment that they're doing that. There's those kinds of things. Those things are already happening. Why can't we be a part of that?
Yeah.
I don't know how to get in there.
I don't either, but it starts.
Maybe this is a way,
But,
a
maybe,
conversation.
but this is how it starts. It
Yeah.
starts with two people going, "Hey, there's a problem,"
Yeah.
and maybe like I don't know how to fix it, but maybe the two of us could like put our heads together,
Yeah.
and I don't know.
So as a CEO, that's one of my biggest thoughts, is that we need to be working together because we're
100%.
serving the same people. We
completely
need to
agree.
do it better and more organized, and funding needs to allow that. And
Yeah.
We've always been so, tied to the funding. The funding creates the programs instead of the programs creating the funding, and
Right.
that's historically been true.
Yeah.
But we've got to figure out a way around that so that we can all put in what we need to put in. Because if we look at the population,
Yeah.
if we all put in everything that we're putting in all around it together
Yeah,
and in a synergized way, what a difference that could make.
that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, maybe we could have more housing. We would have more opportunities for job training,
Yeah.
for low wages while they're getting job training.
Yeah.
But it gives them something to then pay some of the rent and
Yeah.
become a little bit more self-reliant.
Sure.
And get that sense of like agency. They
Yeah.
really have a voice in the
That
world.
dignity that comes along with
Yeah,
taking care of some of your stuff. Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe
I don't
we'll
know.
put that out there in the universe and see
Yeah.
what manifests.
Well, why don't you and I let's connect
Yes.
after this?
Yes.
See how that's one of the questions I have up here is like just wondering how what are some other ways in your mind that like organizations like mine could work better or more effectively with an organization like yours?
Well, I think what you're doing today is just amazing. I think that's I have not talked to any of my fellow providers in months.
Yeah.
So there aren't many opportunities. We're all so busy
Yeah.
just trying to meet all the regulations that are required by the finances
Sure.
and funding and run the business.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a lot of stuff, and it'd be really nice if we had some sort of a focus where maybe it's just once a month that we get together and say, what's the biggest problem that we're
Yeah.
worried about right now?
How can we work
in the
together?
moment, and maybe we make that our project.
Because I bet they all are dealing with
A lot of- yeah.
the same stuff.
And some of the stuff we wouldn't have thought of, but
Yeah.
would be kind of earth-shaking. Going, wow,
Yeah.
we could do that too.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Well, thanks for saying yeah to coming to this.
well, thank you so much for having me.
You're
I was
welcome.
afraid I wouldn't have anything to say.
I wasn't afraid that we would. I knew we'd have plenty to talk about.
Well, I really appreciate your faith in our field.
Yeah.
And
Well, thanks
your
for all the work that you're doing.
perseverance.
Like
Yeah.
the work what you guys are doing is critically important.
You too.
And it's an important part of that kind of broader community of care.
Absolutely. And as I think I've said to you in the past, that we serve the same people, and we send our people your way
Yeah.
when there's no place else for them to go.
Yeah.
And so I really appreciate the work you all are doing. And you guys have had a big presence in this community for a long time.
Thank you.
And I'm glad to see that continue.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Mike.
Good to
in
meet you,
person.
face to
Yeah.
face finally.
Right.
We've done email, we've done phone calls. Whew. I need to stand up for a minute. Okay. Delinda, how are you?
Good, how are you? I just came down to get my certificate, and I'm like, all right, I'll
Hi.
talk to Michael.
Come say hi to me. Everybody, this is, we're probably not in frame, so I'll sit down. I'm like hugging her. I'm introducing to Delinda's midsection. This is Delinda Irvine. Everybody meet Delinda Irvine. She is a friend of the mission. She is the wife of Jay Irvine, who is on our board and deserves so many treasures in heaven for being his wife. The very funny story, the first time I met Delinda face to face, I instantly felt this like call by the Lord to like, I just blessed her. I was like, the Lord bless you and keep you and cause his face to shine upon you and give you grace now and forever. You know, like it just flowed out of me naturally. But
it was beautiful.
It was.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
But also you do some really amazing work. Like one of the things that I love about you is the work that you're doing in the prisons. Mm-hmm. And so, if you're up for sharing more about that, I know you just swung by to say hi, but I'd love for you to share a little bit about that if you're up for it.
You know what? I am. It's such a blessing. More than I ever expected it to be. But what I am hearing from the ladies is, it's real and it's brutal out on the street. And that's where a lot of them had been. Mm. And there are some that are desperate to get off of drugs. Mm. And I love that you have this addiction program, and I just really wish we could get more into that. Yeah. Because I feel like that is such a key to this homeless population. And this one lady said, in jail she's gained 10 pounds. She feels so much better. She's not on the streets. She's eating, she's off at the drugs, and she just doesn't want to. There's so many that don't want to return, but they know that if they don't have a place to go, that's where they're going.
They're going to go right back.
They're just going to go right back, and it's so hard and frustrating for my heart to see some that are wanting to, but yet if they don't take this next step, that's where they go again.
Yeah, they need a place to land.
Yes.
A dedicated kind of next step.
Especially immediately.
Yeah.
From leaving. So I give them the rescue mission information, and I just pray and encourage them to please seek this. Please seek this. And
I know you've connected with Annette, and like that. We've done a lot of work trying to like make those connections. Yeah. And that can be a real challenge. Yeah. Like we've. For folks who are coming straight out of jail or straight out of prison, one of the hurdles that are you okay? Okay. Oh, am I overheating? Okay, sorry. You're gonna need a password. Sorry.
No worries.
We're having some technical things.
So you get the first chance of those. So dinner will be served.
Is because our program is a year long. A lot of them are like,
that's a commitment.
I don't want to do a year long.
Yeah.
But also
more success in the longer they're in a program, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I think because from our perspective, obviously, like we have a year long program for a reason.
Yeah.
Because part of our philosophy is that like. We want you to have the time to dig in and to address like the root cause issues of
not a Band-Aid.
Right, like
go deep.
Go deep. Like, hey, what trauma? Let's address what's happening. What was happening in your childhood? What trauma were you medicating? Because the really like harsh reality for a lot of the folks that we serve. I'm really trying to do two things at once, and my wife.
You're doing a great job.
Oh no, I'm not. My wife will tell you that I am not.
Multitasking isn't your gift.
No, I'm not equipped for that, and so.
Nope. Now's not.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Delinda.
No worries. Yeah. So anyone that is considering jail ministry, wow, it's so much richer and a blessing than I ever would have thought. Took me a long time to get there, but I'm really blessed to minister in there. I go every week, and you never know what's going to happen. Every time it's different, but one thing that is consistent is God is there and leading and guiding. And it's,
oh, dude, I bet.
It's off the hook. It's really, it's great. It's great.
When I was in college, I did I was part of a traveling ministry group, and once a year we would go into one of the prisons, and it was my favorite thing we did all year long.
Really?
Because the men were like, they were the most like hungry and
they
ready
are hungry.
to hear
yes.
the truth.
It is so true. Yep. And God works through us, you know, as his servants. And I just realized there's such great joy to give. Such great joy to give. They're receiving, but you're receiving at the same time.
Yeah.
The joy. It's crazy. And I'm like, wow, I love this. That there's this double gift in doing this.
Yeah.
It really is.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've been a part of you've been around the rescue mission for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me, like, I'd love to hear from you, like, you know, what causes you to want to be around, or is you and Jay together to support, because you guys have also been supporters in addition to Jay serving on the board.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
well, you know what? These are people that God loves, and we are called to love all people, and they are in a really hard place. We've all been in a hard place, but their place is really hard. And you know, what would Jesus do? He would love them right where they're at and guide them to the truth and guide them to, he wants the best for them, you know?
Yeah.
And so what can we do? I love this new idea of this truck that you have.
The outreach?
Yeah, the
I'm
outreach.
so excited about it.
So I was thinking about that man that took 26 years to come to the rescue mission. He had thought about it.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, you know, maybe if there was a van that went into the community and made it easier for him whoever it is that's thinking about it, it's the next step of help instead of waiting that much longer
for him to
find.
Come
Yes,
back.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking could be another beautiful tool.
Yeah, I'm literally having the same thought of, like, you know, like, I understand there's the whole God sovereignty thing, like God does what he wants
and
to do.
And his timing.
When he wants to do it. But I also do wonder, like, you know, can God use us to speed that process up?
To bring them to this hope.
Yeah.
Sooner than all the years. But.
Well, listen, I am so sorry, Micah. My computer. It's logged out and it won't let me, it's telling me my password is incorrect, which I know is not incorrect.
In other words, technology doesn't have it all figured out.
Oh man, recently, this week, last week, our technology is causing us a significant amount of heartburn. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's typed in. The last few weeks, it's needed to, like, be connected to the network for a couple of, like, 5 minutes before it realizes that I'm actually connected to our network. I don't know why. It's been weird. I'm sorry. Dear computers, I wish you were easier. So anyways.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you stopped by.
Me too. So it was kind of a
spur of the moment.
Yes.
But that's what makes it fun.
I know. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll talk to Michael. I just want to encourage you, Michael.
Thank you.
You have been quite the blessing. And I know God has aligned your steps to be here, and I've seen great, beautiful things happening with you at the helm, and I pray for you often, and I just thank you for your work and your heart.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, keep praying. I need all of that.
We all do.
For sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, nice
Delinda,
seeing you.
It's good seeing you.
All right.
Okay, up next, Trish Greenfield.
Yeah, I just came to bring you some water. And
Did you?
Now I'm going to talk.
You should.
It's not living water, but I can tell you about living water.
I know you can. I'm already drinking the living water.
That's right.
All right, so this is Trish, my friend Trish Greenfield. Trish
Hi, everyone.
she works for the Visalia Rescue Mission at the Simply Chic Boutique. You also are a graduate of our recovery program. What year did you graduate from our program?
2014.
2014, so 11 years ago.
I had 12 years sober last month on the 16th.
12 years sober last month on the 16th. High five.
Yes.
Oh, we did a bad job. Do it again. There we go.
Got it. Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
That's
That's
right.
amazing.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
12 years.
It's a miracle.
That's so great.
Yeah, and Jesus breaks chains. I'm here to just say that. I know Jesus broke my chains. Am I supposed to look in there?
You can look there, or you can
anywhere,
talk
but
to me.
Jesus broke my chains because I
Praise
tried
God.
every other way to get sober. Nothing worked, and because of the prayers of many people, I ended up here at the Visalia Rescue Mission instead of prison.
Instead of prison.
Instead of prison. I was on my way to prison for 3 DUIs.
Wow.
And I think it's in Chowchilla. Anyway, through a long process of court hearings and a lot of prayer, the Lord said you can stay at the House of Hope.
Wow.
And that's where I returned my
Praise
life
God.
to Jesus. And I'm still sober because of him.
That's amazing. You're the best.
Broke those chains.
Broke those chains.
Yeah, and he can do it for anyone who's willing.
That's right.
So I like to tell people never to give up on their loved ones. Always keep praying.
Yeah.
The Lord hears every prayer.
Yeah.
I'm going to cry. Sorry.
You can if you want.
I can cry if I want.
You can cry. It's your party. You can cry if you want
it's
to.
my party.
Yeah. Trish, how long have you worked for the rescue mission?
About 8 years, I
So-
think.
Almost 9 years.
Almost
That's
9.
exciting. You're so close to having your picture on the wall, Trish.
Okay.
That'll be exciting.
Oh.
After 10 years of service, that'll be fantastic.
Yeah.
But Trish, I want to tell you, like, you're such a blessing to us. Like, you're such an encouragement and such a fantastic, like, ambassador for the work of the rescue mission. I know that, like, every single day when you come to work at the boutique, that you are actively looking for people to tell about Jesus, to share the work of the rescue mission, and you are such a bright light.
I work with the best people too.
You do have a pretty great team
I
over there.
work with really great people.
Simply Chic, you guys are amazing.
I'm
We
getting
love
a
you.
huge plug because I love you all.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm just grateful for you. And I'm grateful for what Jesus is doing in your life and
Thank
how
you.
he's moved and transformed you.
I would love to say, too, one of the best things that when I was in the residential program there, it was only 9 months. And I just like to say it takes at least that long and a year now to do change, to really do change and to learn new ways of being. And the volunteers we had, and I'm sure we still have, were a huge part of that, of my transformation and drawing me back into the Lord to know I can be transformed by the renewing of my mind through Him and through those who serve Him. So I'm just really grateful every day.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, what are you excited for? What's the next thing that you're excited for? Because you just got a car.
Oh, well, I've been driving about 2 years now. Did she
I know.
prompt you?
What did she what?
Yeah, I didn't drive for like 10 years because I was afraid to
Sure.
drive after some things that happened.
Yeah.
And I kept praying about it, and the Lord finally, He said, Trish, and one thing, I don't want to go into the whole thing because I'll forget it all, but
Yeah.
I got a car through the Visalia Rescue Mission.
Yeah.
And it was just the right timing, and so, yeah, He healed me from my fears. And,
That's amazing.
yeah, so what's the next step is just listening to Him every day. What's next? What's next?
Obedience, huh?
Yeah.
This is a great time for me to make a plug for Mission Motors. If you have a vehicle that you would like to donate, you can donate your car to the Visalia Rescue Mission, and we sell them at very, very reasonable, very super affordable costs. Most often to our employees or graduates of our program, folks that are looking for a way to get to work or get back on their feet, and so we'll turn around and it turns into revenue that we use to operate this thing that we call the rescue mission. So and Trish bought one of those cars that somebody donated, and you got which car did you buy?
It's a 2016 Nissan Versa Note.
Nice.
And it runs well. Yeah,
Runs
it's
perfect.
really, really good.
That's
So,
great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Who's next?
I don't have any idea. Who's next? Is there somebody next? I'm good. Okay. Fantastic. Well,
What's your favorite verse right now?
my favorite verse right now.
Some trust in chariots and some in horses.
That's it. Yeah, seriously. I don't remember. I got to look it up because. So last week, if you don't know, we had our Empty Bowls dinner, and this year, in the past, I did not have any trouble like trusting the Lord, like in it, like. And this year, I really did have trouble trusting the Lord.
Proverbs 3:16.
And trust in chariots. I got chariots. So,
Thanks, Maggie.
yeah. So this year I was like really wrestling with it because we were having a hard time getting people to like sign up, and like Bruce and I were hustling, trying to sell tickets and trying to sell tables, and like, we were empty bowls, and it was really hard this year to get it done. And I was really stressed out. And like one morning I was like just sweating. Like I woke up just feeling all this pressure. And the Lord, and I was like, there were a lot of families that are big donors that traditionally come to Empty Bowls, and they spend lots of money, and that were not coming this year. Either they were out of town or just for whatever reason weren't coming. And I was really like stressed out about it. I was going, oh my gosh, this family's not coming. And oh my gosh, that family's not coming. And as I'm wrestling with that, the Lord just spoke to my heart. And he spoke to my heart, Psalm 20:17. Some trust in chariots and some trust in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. And then he like personalized that for me, and he was like, some trust in this family's name, some trust in that family's name, but we're gonna trust in the name of the Lord. And so like, yeah. And so like for me, it's really about God is even doing this crazy thing.
He's sovereign.
Yeah, it's just trusting the Lord to like do what he wants. I'm with you. Like, what's next? Whatever he asks me to do.
Yes.
And if it's sitting on a bench for 24 hours, it's sitting on a bench for 24 hours.
Will you get to sleep?
We'll see. I'm kind of doubting that I'm going to get to sleep, but at 2 a.m., it's anybody's guess.
Yeah. So those folks over there, can they come talk with you too?
If they want to. I don't know. We'll see if they show up and want to talk to me.
Well, if anybody's watching out there, I just want to say one thing, and I encourage you to never stop praying for your loved ones who you may be concerned about, because God hears every prayer. And my friends and family never gave up on me, and I'm grateful every day to the Lord and for you guys here at the mission.
Amen.
Yeah.
Trish, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
I love you.
Love you too.
In the HR appropriate way. Taking my cushion back. Thank you for the water, Trish.
You're welcome. I have a whole case of
There's a national feed at 4:30.
I just want to say hi.
Hi.
I'll be back in the morning.
Okay.
Reggie with the Sun Gazette.
Yes. How are you?
Good.
I was like, you look so familiar.
I wanted to support, but I was like, I ran out of time and I wasn't sure if you had slots, so I was like,
Well, come sit down, brother. I mean, whatever. You can come back in the morning.
All right, I'll come back.
And if you're here for 2 minutes, it's 2 minutes.
I am going to come back in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
This is going great, I think.
Thank you. Thanks for sending out your reporter.
Yeah. No, I wanted to make sure you guys got the word out. So.
She was really funny. She had a good time taking
Karis,
pictures. Yeah. We had a great time taking pictures. She was like, could you
turn your head to the left?
Can we do it here? What if we went over there and took the picture? No, I'm sorry. Can we go back over here?
Yeah.
Could you stand? Could you sit? Could you turn? Can you smile?
Why no? Because I saw the photo and I'm like, that bench isn't there.
We moved the bench around.
Well, sure. I mean, it made it for a better photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
How have things been? So you're from Visalia, right?
No, Hanford. Originally.
Hanford, but originally this area.
Oh yeah, I'm a Valley kid.
One of the things I love to hear from you is I'm only been here for 3 years, right? And so my perspective of what like homelessness in this area looks like is really like small. I'd love to hear from you, like over since you grew up in this area, like how has it changed? What have you noticed?
Yeah, so growing up in Hanford, your sense of everything is so warped when you're a kid, right?
Mhm.
It's so limited and tunneled and narrow. You know your things, and
Yeah,
that's,
sure.
you're not aware.
Yeah.
I do remember there being kind of homeless people in town, maybe like, but they were you saw the same ones kind of everywhere.
You like knew them,
and you knew them. You'd call them
Yeah.
by name, and
Yeah.
you'd hand them a bottle of water or whatever, and
Yeah.
you kind of just knew who they were, and they, some of them were not as verbal as others, and
Sure.
you just. Of course, there's always people who treat them poorly or
Yeah.
whatever, but you just kind of knew who they were. They were just part of your, like, if you were probably like me. You were probably a latchkey kid, right?
I was.
You're a Gen Xer. So,
100%.
Yeah. So
You just show up
you
and
get
go
out of
inside.
school,
Yeah.
and it's like I can do whatever I want until I can go wherever I want.
I can do what I want.
I
go
have a
where
bike.
want. Yeah, 100. Dude, the amount of times that I think to myself,
Right.
if my kid tried to ride his bike 4 miles from our house,
It's different.
I would lose my mind.
Yeah.
But we did it all the time.
Yeah. But yeah, so
anyways.
you'd be riding your bike around town, and you'd see him, and you'd say hi, and
Yeah.
like you said, sometimes you have a conversation, sometimes they were not interested in having a
Yeah.
conversation or whatever. So, but yeah, and it's just become, more and more people over time, because I know Hanford has quite a bit larger of an unsheltered population now. And then Visalia, it's grown since I moved here in 2001. So it's been. I don't know. I can't put a number to it, but it's
Yeah.
definitely more. It's a lot more.
It's a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? I got so distracted by Gustavo and the flowers.
He's bringing you flowers.
Today's my 10th year anniversary.
It's your anniversary today?
Yeah.
Kaylee and Gustavo Nobrega, happy 10-year anniversary.
Balloons to go up.
I know. Right?
Anniversary. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, obviously, it's gotten more.
Sure.
Somebody asked me one of the first, like, somebody.
I think it's more everywhere, though. I don't think this place is unique.
No, it is more everywhere.
Right.
One of the first people that sat down with me was like, "Hey, why do you think that is?" And I was like, "Well, I think it's complicated. There's lots of reasons why it's more, but like, what do you think? Like, as somebody who like,
yeah,
if you don't know, Reggie owns the Sun Gazette.
Yes.
Sorry.
No,
sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, like you said, it's complicated. There's a lot of factors. I think, there's a lot of isolation. The further we go into the digital age, I think people feel more isolated than maybe they did in previous generations. I think you see that with kids who had to learn online during school. There's lots of feelings of like, I don't have friends, I don't do anything. I can get online and talk to people. It's like that's not the same.
It's not quite the same. Yeah.
I think just the. I think a lot of people forget, right? Like the average person in America has a lot more money than the average person anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, for sure.
But then we forget. But the cost of living here is also
Much
pretty
higher.
expensive.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think we kind of convince ourselves, like, well, if you look at all the numbers, I'm like, yeah, but it's also expensive to live here. Like, it's not. And in California, I think,
Especially.
is definitely on the high end of that.
Yeah.
Like New York, maybe another place, but and so, like, I think that has a lot to do with it, And if you're struggling with anything, right? You're struggling with transportation. You're struggling with addiction. You're struggling with housing. Like, that stuff never goes down.
No.
Ever.
No, it doesn't get cheaper.
Yeah, and
as time goes by.
And I think they did a study in California. I don't know what study it was. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I won't hold you to
I'm being
the
a
numbers.
very bad journalist right now, but
It's okay.
it's like if somebody misses 2 months of rent, they lose their housing, right?
Yeah.
And think about, like, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, how easy is it to get behind on 2 months of rent?
Yeah.
Like, it's super easy.
So easy.
Yeah.
The last time we had a government shutdown, I remember that there was this stat came out that was like 85% of America couldn't handle a $300 emergency.
Right.
Because like all of a sudden, like the government shut down for 35 days or however long it was.
Right.
And all of a sudden, like all these government employees are scrambling, just trying to like get like server jobs or whatever, just to try to like, because they weren't equipped like financially to be out of work.
Right.
You know, and that was literally the first thing I thought of when we entered this current shutdown. I was like, oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and you know, capitalism's a tricky thing too, right?
Yeah.
Because like, you know, if you have a lot of money, you tend to make a lot of money when times are bad.
Oh man.
And so like the incentives are so skewed for like most of us who don't, you know, if you don't have a lot of money, bad times are just expensive, right? But if you have a lot of money, bad times are an opportunity. And I don't mean to say that those people are evil, but like,
no, it's just the reality.
They have the resources to take advantage of opportunities that the rest of us don't have.
Oh man, in 2008 when we were doing the great, I had a customer came in and he worked for like the private banking arm of Bank of America, and I was like, "Hey, are things slowing down for you?" He was like, "No, I am busier than ever." And I was like, "Well, why?"
Investments up.
And he was like, "Because for my clients, the entire world is on sale right now."
Yeah, right.
And they're buying everything they can get their hands on.
Yeah, and it's cheaper.
And it's cheaper.
They're buying it at a value.
The whole world's on sale.
Right.
And I was like, oh, I
literally
never
for sale and on sale.
Yeah. And I remember thinking, I had two thoughts. Number one, must be nice. And number two, like, wow, I hadn't even thought about that as a thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so all those factors are, you know, make it really hard. If you have one misstep, you could be homeless.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think people dismiss that thought a little too easily. I think they think like, well, they could have done this, they could have done that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, we're all humans, right? Like we're faulty, we're broken.
Yeah.
We make emotional decisions that are not always the best decisions. We're 90% emotions.
Yeah.
We're only 10% logic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, one of the things that doing this job, especially, like, that I've said 100 times is like, you just, all like dogma goes completely by the wayside. Every like sense of like, well, just pull yourself by the bootstraps, like that goes completely away because you just have no concept of where that person's come from.
Exactly.
You know, that, you know, the number of people that have come through our program that I've sat down and talked to that were like, hey, you know, you ask them, when was the first time you tried drugs? And like, oh, well, my mom gave me meth when I was 9. Right. And you go, I'm really sorry that happened at 9.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So now they have the trauma of addiction and the trauma of that betrayal.
Of their mom giving them drugs.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think about, you know, like veterans, right? They come home with PTSD and they don't even, many of them don't even know that they have it and how it's affecting them and the type of trauma that they're dealing with. I mean, luckily, I don't know about you, but like I've never had to kill anybody. I'm very happy about that. And
Me too.
I hope I never do.
Me too.
But like, I think we dismiss like there's a lot to deal with there when that happens. I mean, when you look at like police officers and all the support systems they have in officer-involved shootings and those kind of things.
Mandatory
and sometimes that's not even enough.
Right.
So think about the guy who didn't get any of that, or the girl who didn't get any of that coming out of the military.
Excuse me.
Or maybe the military did provide it, it just wasn't enough, or it wasn't long enough, or they didn't get to really deal with it. Like, I mean, that's so easy to slip into some other form of life after that.
Yeah, it's when you start to dig into like the guts of like nationwide like homelessness numbers, right?
Yeah.
And you find like subsections and you find veterans are in there. It just is heartbreaking because you find like these men and women who just have been through the ringer.
Yeah. Well, and also I think like you know, a lot of people dismiss addiction as like that there's something wrong with that person, and I'm like, addiction happens in a lot of people. I have a lot of addiction runs in my family, and so I've dealt with it a lot. And nobody wakes up that morning and says, I want to be an addict.
Right.
and a lot of times it's dealing with pain.
Yeah.
And I mean physical pain. Like,
yeah,
alcoholism is high in farm workers, not because they're drunks. It's because that's the pain. That's how they can manage pain. It's pain management for them.
Yeah.
You drink enough beer at night, and the pain goes away, and you can go to sleep.
Yeah.
Like, and people think like, well, they chose to be an addict. I'm like, nobody chooses to be an addict.
Yeah.
Nobody's like, yeah, me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't
right.
happen that way.
All right. So looks like we've got. You're going to be back tomorrow morning.
I'm going to come at 6.
That's it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good for you.
It sounds well. I'm up at 5 every day. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I promise to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Do you want to bring some coffee?
I think I've got. No, I won't be. But no, I think I've got that covered.
Okay.
But thanks for the offer.
Yeah.
That was one of the things in the lead up to this event. Like the people who've done it before, they're like the harsh reality is that you're gonna that on Friday morning, the news is gonna want you to be at your best, and you're gonna be so tired.
Yes.
And so I was like, okay, I think I will we'll make some plans to make sure that
in
the hour about 4 a.m. I'm gonna start trying to get caffeinated, so that by 5 a.m. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
let's go.
That's for you.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you in the morning.
See you in the morning. Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
brother.
it's good to see you.
Hey, so you might have noticed behind us in the background is our community kitchen. Every day, 365 days a year, we serve dinner to our community. It is our effort to serve our community. It is not just any meal. It is not gruel. It is not slop on a plate. We make a focused effort to serve every single person with dignity, honor, and respect, to remind them that they are loved by us, they are loved by God, and that they are worthy of dignity. And so the meal that we serve them is hot, it is hearty, it is healthful, it is enough. Our goal is for it to be enough that an adult male would be able to be full. And so that happens 365 days a year. Our team of folks in our hospitality team work diligently, but I have to tell you that it would not happen. There's no way it could happen without a really dedicated army of volunteers as well. And so if you're one of our volunteers that serves in our kitchen, I want to tell you thank you. And if you ever have, thank you. And if you haven't yet and you want to have your life changed, come on down. It is a life change opportunity. Here in a moment, we're going to transition away from a local feed to a national feed. There's going to be an interview with the CEO of the Citygate Network. The Citygate Network is like the association of rescue missions around the country. And so Tim, I think it's DeVries is going to have some comments. There's also going to be an interview with actor Billy Baldwin, and there's going to be some things going on there while we take a little break locally. But stay tuned, because it is going to be really interesting. I know that Billy Baldwin is one of the actors in a new movie around homelessness and around that looks really kind of powerful, actually. And so if you're watching and you have questions or comments, keep them coming. If Andrew Simmon is still watching, I don't know if he is or not, but he asked a question earlier about whether or not the Visalia Rescue Mission would ever be interested in starting a safe parking program. And the answer to that is an absolute yes. I have wanted to start that since the day I got here, but it is not. We haven't done it yet. We've had other priorities, and I'm not entirely sure the city will let us. But it is definitely something that we are dreaming about and would love to do. There's such an important. It's an important service that we could provide. That if the slippery slope from homeless in a car to unsheltered homelessness is off a cliff. And so, like, if we can keep somebody from becoming truly unsheltered, then I would love for us to be able to do that. That is in my heart. I would love for us to be able to do that. It's just a matter of bandwidth and money and a partnership with the city. But yeah, I would love for us to do it. I think there'd be a ton of value for us to do it. And it's clearly, I didn't realize that there's not a single safe parking location in all of Tulare County. So that makes me want to do it even more, honestly. Shocker. If there's a gap, you can count on I'm going to want to fill it. And so, okay, are we about to transition? All right, we're transitioning to the national feed. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. Thanks.
Your leadership and what you bring to the conversation. Well, welcome to this next conversation as part of Conversations on a Bench as we journey through 24 hours of awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend, Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. I love the chance to collaborate and specifically the idea of conversations on a bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an oft misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person.
Mm-hmm.
And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work, whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation, but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, a Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed, and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news that how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me. There's this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins, but just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion and the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you are slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct and what it means then ultimately and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence.
Yeah.
And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at Citygate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much, and I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists that we would often think would be only proclamation, very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, and what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that,
Yes.
to marry those things together.
Yeah, yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, I mean, 2 years ago there was a 12% rise in homelessness, and this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved. So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on, is this systemic? Is this personal? How should the government be involved or not involved? Or, all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues, just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in city gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names, they have a history, they have heartbreak, they have hope. Uh, but invite others into that. Don't don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith, not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray. Yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped this. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says, what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. We appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred. Well, or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah, and did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called being left on the cutting room floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. You know, we made a wonderful film about homelessness, and then it spun off a documentary on homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marbut is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job, and I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. But I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbut say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, we're relatively, maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, their local mission, what would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that, but the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard, and that's one way. Obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small. $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, I hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Barbet, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
that's
it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
and
okay. I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you. I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it. Eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work. Because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Van Nieuwenhuizen.
Van Nieuwenhuizen. You fit right in, brother.
I know.
Welcome to Visalia.
Right? Yeah.
I'm on?
Central Valley Christian.
All right, welcome back. If you hung in there through the national feed, I want to say thanks for that. We promise not to do that again. I'm so sorry. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. This is what it's like to hang out with me. Just wait until 3 a.m. You haven't seen anything yet. Welcome back to Visalia, California. Dinner's over. We have served dinner, and our guests who are staying with us in our shelter, they are getting checked in for the night. Once they get checked in, they are in for the night. There's no kind of coming and going. We are focused fully on safety and stability for them. And so, like I've mentioned several times today, like when they come into shelter, one of the primary focuses of shelter is giving them a safe space for them to decompress into oh gosh, my brain stopped working, to decompress and to start to reimagine a different, more hopeful future for themselves. And so a huge part of that is safety. So for us, we want them to have a space to fully find restoration, both physically, but also mentally and also spiritually. And so we want them, once they get locked, once they check in, they're in for the night. And so if they want to leave, they are welcome to leave. I mean, they're not locked in, but like if they leave, they're out for the night. There's no kind of coming and going, because again, one of the requirements for coming into shelter is they have to be able to pass a drug test. And so if it's once they're in, they've taken their drug test, they're checked in, they're ready to roll. But if they leave, there's no coming back in without taking another drug test. And so anyways, that's what's happening behind us. Dinner is over. It is definitely settling down back there. So we've got another guest. Come on in, Jeremy. This is Jeremy. Jeremy, please say your last name because I will butcher it and I'm really sorry.
Van Nieuwenhuizen.
Van Nieuwenhuizen. He is the brand new superintendent of schools over at Central Valley Christian Schools.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So glad you're here.
Yeah, thanks.
This is very
Glad
exciting.
to be here.
I have a soft spot for CVC. My youngest son just graduated from CVC. Zachary was a senior obviously last year, and graduated. And we had honestly had a great experience.
Good.
You know,
That's good to hear.
We moved here in the middle of his sophomore year.
Okay.
And so, as you can imagine, as his dad, I'm kind of ready for it to be an absolute train wreck, honestly.
Sure.
Like middle of sophomore year,
Right.
pulling him out of this school that he's been in with friends that he's had since like the second grade.
Yeah.
And God wonderfully used CVC to stabilize, but also help him to grow and to stretch. And Zachary just absolutely thrived there.
Great.
And so our family is super grateful for CVC, and we've made lots of good friends there. And we're really glad that you're here.
Yeah. Thanks.
So welcome.
Thank you.
Why don't you tell everybody, however many folks are currently connected, that hung in there after the national feed, a little bit about you and your family and your background and how you came to Visalia.
Sure.
And then I'd love to talk a little bit about why you're here.
Okay. So a couple of years ago, my wife and I started to examine our family situation. We had two that had already graduated high school, and our youngest, was a junior in high school, and we started looking at each other. We were in Sioux Falls, South Dakota at the time, and I had been the high school principal at Sioux Falls Christian School for a dozen years at that time. And we were starting to say, okay, is this where we're going to stay, for the rest of our working career? And we just really felt the tug to avoid that's in a lot of Christian schools, which is school head, superintendent leadership. And so it was something that always intrigued me as a teacher, then a technology director, then a high school principal. I had always wondered if I would enjoy the job of superintendent. So we started praying about it, and my wife kind of said, we've lived in a few different locations, and she said, I'm willing to pray about this, but I'd rather not go to California. And of course, that's how God works, right? So
exactly how he works.
Right.
I know that story exactly.
So then, we started conversations with Central Valley Christian November of 2023, and our son was a junior at that time, going to be a senior, and we went into the process saying, it's not our preference to pull him out before his senior year. So if that's an issue, no hard feelings at all. And they just kept saying, go through the process and we'll see how God leads. And so we did that process, and was offered the position for last year, and we just kind of prayed about it again and said, nope, we feel God's calling us to keep our son at where he's at. He had spent his entire 12-year career at that school, and
wow, yeah.
So we were hoping to let him finish, and if that meant then that was an issue, no problem, right?
That's what it is.
Yeah, but then they said no, we'll put an interim in place, the middle school principal Blake Keemstra, and then you could come the next year if you're willing. So we prayed about that and felt God kind of broke down all the barriers, knocked down all the hurdles. So
that's kind of amazing that they were willing to.
I know.
Like,
yeah.
Wow, what a confirmation from the Lord.
Right, and so we really felt like it would have been irresponsible for us to pray about it. You know, God open the doors, close the doors, and then when he did all of that, we're like, well, never mind.
Let us pray a little bit more about this.
Yeah. So we're happy to be in Visalia. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're really glad. Is that helpful? Sorry, I get distracted.
That's okay.
Yeah. So this is your first. So you just started in the fall.
Correct.
How have you found Visalia to be so far?
Yeah, it's great. I had lived in Southern California for 13 years. My wife and I both taught at Ontario Christian.
Oh, okay.
So we were familiar with the California agriculture, I guess you could say, to some extent.
Sure.
And so it wasn't completely new, but this area, we had a few people we knew from here, but not a ton. So,
well, great.
Yeah, it's been great.
Well, welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah, I hope that you find it as, I'm sure you will, but as welcoming as we have.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, Visalia was really just opened their arms to our family in a way that we honestly could not have asked for more.
Yeah.
You know, especially Zachary. Like, you know, it's, you know, as his dad, it's super rewarding, right? Because anytime, you know, a big change like this comes, you start like casting vision to your family. You're like, well, this is what's happening. Like, this is what God's doing in my life, and so, but also like
in your life,
this is what's happening in the life of our family.
Yeah.
And so, like, don't miss. Like, somehow God's going to weave this into what he's going to use it to in your life to accomplish his purposes specifically for you, right? And we may never know. Like, so we're kind of like casting that vision. And about a year into our time here, he goes, look, I know God brought us here for your job, but I actually think he might have brought us here for me.
Wow.
And I was
Praise
like,
God for that.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
I was like that. I couldn't ask for more than that. Like,
Yeah,
that was
definitely.
perfect. And so,
yeah.
Well, tell me a little bit about, like, you know, talk to me, because as a CBC dad, like parent, talk to me a little bit about like what your vision is for like how you see the role of CBC kind of in the broader community of Visalia, and like what's your vision looking like?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's easy for Christian schools, Christian private schools, to get kind of insular and sort of think like, how can we protect our bubble a little bit? And so I would love to see Central Valley Christian be a preparation ground where students are able already now, as their students, to start doing real work that meets the real needs of real people, and then to lift their eyes up from their bubble and look, you know, around them. And of course, I feel like we're always called into our immediate community first, as our first sort of mission ground. So yeah.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. So just kind of thinking out loud, would love to hear, you know, what kinds of opportunities there are for our students to get involved in, you know, looking at the Micah 6 verse 8 idea of, you know, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with God. And I think all of those things touch on the issue of homelessness to a certain extent, right? So doing justice, like what is there organizationally that we could help make right? Loving mercy, like how can we provide for people that just need a helping hand for a season in their life, right?
Yeah.
And then walking humbly with God, knowing that everything we have comes from Him. Nothing was like something we earned necessarily. It was a gift. And so what can we do to bless others with what we have been given? And remember always that nothing is our own. We're only stewards of God's gifts. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think what an opportunity, especially, like, look, I can say this because I've raised 3 boys at different seasons. They've done public and private school. So I can say this with some, like, comfort,
authority.
with,
Yeah.
with some comfort.
Oh, okay.
Not with no judgment,
Yeah.
because like I've lived this.
Sure.
Like especially like there's a real opportunity for that group of kids, you know, to lose touch.
Yeah,
with the reality of what's happening in the world around them.
Yeah.
You know, to see, you know, like this is my world. It's pickleball and it's pools and it's
right.
private planes in some cases,
Right,
or
sure.
you know, it's
Mhm.
it's whatever.
Right.
You know, and so, look, there's nothing wrong with pickleball, pools, or private planes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I actually didn't mean to do all 3 Ps. That was really funny.
Yeah. Good alliteration.
Yeah, but also like to intentionally pull them out of that and go like, hey, look, let's turn our attention to what's happening around us. I think that's really that'll be valuable. And if you can build that into the culture,
right.
I think, man, what an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure.
To make an impact.
Really, it's a matter of practicing what we preach a little bit, because our school belongs to a network of Christian schools that we have a program called Teaching for Transformation. And the idea is that education has often been seen as sort of like dumping a repository worth of information into their heads and hoping that someday it helps them be successful. But rather, Christian education is really about transformation of the heart. And so to do that, we have to give students opportunities to practice their faith the whole time they're in school, not just, you know, upon graduation, good luck, like make a difference in the world.
Yeah.
We can make a difference now, you know.
Yeah. I think it's really always so interesting to me, like when we, especially with some of the younger kids.
Yeah.
We had a board member who his kids went to CVC.
Okay.
And his youngest, I think his middle daughter, I think she might have been in the 3rd grade. I mean, she was so attuned to like the homeless around her. And she was, so when part of the board kind of process of joining the board is to come and do a tour. Well, he brought his whole family for the tour. And she had so many questions.
Yeah.
Right? And she was like, well, why do they do this? And what about this? And so it was so interesting to me.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think one of the questions I'd ask you, like, you know, I asked you off camera, like, hey, like, what brought you down here?
Sure.
You know, so I'd love to hear, like, is there something, you know, was there something about this work of, like, whether, you know, homelessness or addiction or poverty or the rescue mission, like, that you have personal experience with or a passion around, or, like, what was the thing that made you go, yeah, I would like to go down there and talk to that guy?
I mean, part of it is just the biblical mandate to see every person as an image bearer of God. So that's always been a part of every Christian school I've been a part of, either as a teacher or as an administrator. When I was in Sioux Falls, our school had an opportunity to really have a good partnership with a soup kitchen in town, where we were able to bring, I think, 8th graders on up. So we would go pretty regularly to that and really just share a meal with people and, you know, just get to know their stories and I guess you could say serve, but also be served in that way, right?
Yeah.
By seeing like these are people just like me, you know,
Yeah.
Image bearers of God that deserve a chance, you know.
Yeah.
And so, and then various mission trips that I've been on too have just really convinced me that the beauty of God's creation is in the diversity, and that can be racial diversity, but also socioeconomic diversity, and just seeing like there's so much to be learned from people of all different backgrounds.
Yeah.
So I just see it as crucial to being a Christian, but also to being a school leader, you know, exposing students to what are issues out there that we could learn from and maybe contribute to a solution for.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, like, I would love to see the Rescue Mission and CVC have partnered together in a couple of different ways historically. Like, I know we've had different grades will bring their, you know, classes down, and they'll volunteer, sort clothes, or some of those things. And I would love for us to find a way to like come together and go, hey, what would it mean for us to find, you know, both volunteer opportunities, because I know like they need volunteer hours.
Right.
what would that look like for, but also even if there was a way for us to be more creative and go, how could we create more awareness, even if it's just a conversation around these topics, right? Because I think, like most kids, like they see things as really clear and like this, it's simple.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Life is simple.
Right.
It's one or two, or it's not complicated. Right. And so giving them the chance to engage with the work of the rescue mission in some sort of way.
Sure.
To help understand the complexity of the world around them would be really ideal. We'd love to be a part of that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't know what that would look like.
Yeah. Let's start the conversation, see where it goes.
Yeah, I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're we see our work as part of a three-legged stool of church, home, and school, working together in collaboration, and we don't want to take over from the home or the church, right?
For
we
sure.
have specific God-ordained roles that they play, and we feel like our contribution to that system is the educational piece.
Right.
And so anything we would do, we wouldn't look at it through the lens of what a church might do, but like rather, how can we learn? And then do real work that contributes to that learning. You know? Because that's the best way to learn, is to get your hands dirty and
100%.
So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, as somebody who's new to town, do you have any questions about like what we do or anything?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just I've heard a little bit about the different wings of the mission that you have, but just talk a little bit about that for me.
Yeah, so probably the easiest way for me to describe like the full range of services that we offer is to kind of imagine a continuum of care, and it starts really like our newest service that we just launched is our outreach team, where we're doing proactive outreach, where we're meeting folks out in the community and taking services and hope to them, and finding them in fields and parking lots, wherever they are, and saying, hey, look, like, you don't have to live this way.
Right.
There are services that we can provide, but also we don't think Jesus wants you to live this way.
Right.
Like this isn't the destiny that He has for you.
Right.
He loves you. Can we pray for you? Can we help you? Right. So like it starts with outreach, but then we also, across the street, we do a community meal where nightly we're doing dinner. We're serving about 150 to 200 people per night.
Yeah, wow.
We have a men's, women, and children's shelter. So the men's shelter is upstairs here. The women's shelter is off of Houston, about half a mile down the road.
Okay.
We also have a year-long addiction recovery program. So like this 2-story building here is where our men's recovery program is located. The women's is next to our shelter.
Okay.
And in that, so it's 12 months. It's residential, and so in that time we're really trying to help them address all of the different aspects of wellness, right? Physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, financial, like all of those different things, and help give them by giving them the time that they need. 12 months it's a long time. I know it's a long time.
Sure.
But also often it requires a long time.
Yeah, to unpack some things.
To unpack, right? The first 3 months of program is often just like settling in and going like, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah.
And I'm just getting used to being here. I'm not ready to touch my scars yet.
Yeah.
But I'm just getting used to being here. And then really from month 4 to like 7 and 8 is when they're in there like doing the hard work.
Yeah.
And asking the question of like, or answering the question of like, hey, what's happening in me, or what happened in my past that hurt me, that caused me to want to use drugs, or any of those types of things.
Sure.
And so then beyond our recovery program, we have transitional housing. That's actually located, that's the little fourplex right behind us.
Okay.
Where for another 12 to 18 months they can stay with us while they're getting on their feet. They're working. While they're working, they're also meeting with a case manager, and trying to meet certain financial goals, right?
Yeah.
So for us, like, we think about outcomes, right? Like, and so by the time you exit your time in transition, you will have lived at the rescue mission for 2 years.
Right.
And at the end of 2 years, if you've got like $50 in your bank account, and we're trying to launch you into the world with $50. Like, have we succeeded? No, we haven't, right? And so you're meeting with the case manager, and you're all along the way getting support as you're trying to like step out into the real world and kind of transition back into it. And then also, and then kind of the diagram doesn't quite work because there are other services that mix in there. We also offer case management services, kind of full wraparound case management services, housing navigation services. We've got 2 professional counselors on our staff that are providing high quality clinical services. All of it's like Christ-centered, faith-informed, right? You know, so we believe, one of the things I say a lot around here is that we, we believe 2 things wholeheartedly and at the same time. One, that God does still move miraculously in this world. That when he wants to, he can do whatever he wants. He can heal in a moment. He can break chains in a moment. He can heal mental illness in a moment. And he does that all the time. And so because we believe that, we ask him for it boldly every day.
Praise God.
But also, sometimes God chooses to use the good gifts that he's given his world. Things like medicine and understanding of how trauma affects the brain and the benefits of counseling, right? And that we call that the slow work of redemption. It's no less miraculous. It's just slower. Right. And that he chooses to do that too. And so we make space for both of those things. Right. And so like, and because we believe that, like, we look at the good gifts that he's given us and we don't discount things like clinical treatment and go, oh, that's of the world. We don't do that. We go, yeah, thank God. Like, thank God that he taught us about that. Right. And so, you know, we offer community case management services. So things like, if you're like weird things like that, if you're not experiencing homelessness, you wouldn't even realize you need it. Things like we're a safe mailing address. So if you're somebody who's experiencing homelessness and your stuff gets stolen and you lose your ID, well, you can't get a job. You can't get benefits. You can't do anything without an ID. You go to the DMV and you need a new one. They're not going to print you one and hand it to you. They're going to mail it to you. Where does that go? Well, you don't have an address. Well, you send it to us. Right. And so like, and we can offer those, we have vouchers to help you over. So really it's about trying to overcome and remove hurdles for folks. And so it's a lot. We do all of those things. Meanwhile, we're also operating a coffee shop downtown called Mission Coffee. We have 2 thrift stores, and we just launched a partnership with the Porterville Navigation Center, where we're operating a mobile shower unit down there and doing outreach in Porterville as well. So we've got our hands full.
It's a lot.
It's keeping us busy.
For sure.
But you can kind of see. But for us, it really is about like, the goal is about trying to like, is really about finding somebody wherever they're at. And trying to take them, giving them the tools and having the tools available in our toolbox to help them get all the way through the process and find permanent, sustainable housing. And help address their needs all along the way, whether they be physical, mental, administrative. Because I don't remember who I was talking to, but like there are lots of programs out there for folks that need help. They're wildly complicated. And they can be super overwhelming. And so to have a case manager be able to come alongside and be like, well, let's figure this out and work it out. You know, like you're not alone and we can do this together. And I'm on your side.
No, that's great.
And so that's the work of the rescue mission.
Well, thanks for your work for the kingdom and for God's children. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, it's our honor. I mean, you know, for us it is. I mean, it's the good work that God has called us to. You know, we lean hard on like Ephesians 2:10. You know, this is the good work that God set aside beforehand for me to do, and the good work that He's called you to is different than my good work. And so I'm grateful that you're doing your good work, and I'm grateful to be doing mine. So thanks for what you're doing.
Absolutely. So,
well, let's connect. Let me give you my card.
Sounds good.
It's got my cell number on there. This is always the best way to reach. But yeah, let's grab lunch and find some ways that we can work together.
Sounds good.
It seems like that's a pretty obvious partnership that should be taking place.
For sure. So
awesome.
Thank you.
Jeremy, thank you so much for coming down, brother.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, you too.
All right. Oh, I'm excited about this. Come on down, Jonathan. Up next, Jonathan Whitaker. What's up, brother?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Michael. This is Noah's son. I can't wait to get to talk to you. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How do you feel about your dad's beard?
Oh, it's looking amazing. It's
Are you
going
feeling
down.
good about it?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you prefer the longer beard or the shorter beard in the picture?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm still unsure.
You're still deciding?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
15. All right, so you're a sophomore?
Yes.
Nice. Where do you go to school?
I go to University Preparatory High School, so I take COS classes at the same time with my high school classes.
Nice. Smart guy. Good for you. Well, man, what brings you down?
Just my dad. He was telling me about this. It sounds interesting. I've been around the mental health field and homelessness because of his work. And
Sure.
It's just something that fascinates me, and I find it just really amazing seeing how there's these programs that are made to help people in need, and it's a place that I've always found we need in society, especially when there's a lot of hate that can happen.
Sure.
So programs and seeing all these things with my dad's work, being around them, it just makes me feel better as a person, seeing that there is a lot of kindness.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear from you because, like, I'm an old guy and you're not, and so I'd love to hear from you. Like, as you look around, because like I'm 47. Is that right? 47. Sorry, my wife is sitting off camera. Thanks for reminding me. Like I see the world like a 47-year-old, like a middle-aged white guy. And so, but I would love to know from you, like when you drive around with your dad or you're just hanging out and you see folks, there's homelessness around, Visalia and Tulare County. And, how, as a 15-year-old, like how do you experience that in the world?
It's kind of a difficult question. I see it as it does make me feel sad, but I also see a lot of kindness. I mean, this morning, for example, there was this person, and out of their car window, they gave like a bag full of just snacks that they had in their car to a homeless person, and it's really nice to see that people do care a lot.
Yeah.
It's sad to see that people are in a position where they're unhoused, because I think it's such a basic human necessity.
Yeah.
But it is nice to see that there is people who care and help.
Yeah, there is still good. I think like in the narrative of our world right now, like it's super easy for us to forget that there's still a lot of people that love each other and have love for other people. It's not super popular on the news and it's not super popular on social media, but like it's like you said, it's good to like be reminded that when people are hurting, that there are still people out there that see it and care about it. So, Amanda, did you have any questions for me or anything you want to know or anything on your mind you want to talk about?
Not really specifically. I
No?
mean, I know I've seen a lot of the Visalia Rescue Mission, a lot of stuff they do, but I'm not like super familiarized with it. So
Okay.
Is there just like a rundown of?
Yeah, man, for sure. So we do a lot of different things. Honestly, it's a big, long scope. It starts with outreach, which we just started. So like this guy right behind us, the Reach team, we literally just launched that in the last couple of weeks, where we're taking all of the services that the Rescue Mission offers and we're taking them proactively out into the community. So where people are experiencing homelessness, whether that's like in a field or in a parking lot or in an alley somewhere, we're proactively seeking them out and going, hey, listen, like you don't have to live this way. There are, what do you need and how can we help, right? And so sometimes what they need is water and hygiene. Well, let us help you with that, but also let's meet your immediate need, and then let's give you, see how else we can connect with you. Can we connect you to additional services? Maybe it's just an offer, a reminder of like, hey, like life doesn't have to look this way. You don't have to live like this. We've got a shelter. Like, if you want to come with me, you can come into shelter. Like, come on, let's get in the car and let's go. And And so it starts there, outreach. We have a community dinner. So we just got done serving dinner. We serve a nightly meal. We do that every day of the year, 365 days. We offer shelter for men, women, and children. The men's shelter is right here. The women's shelter is about a half a mile that way. And when they come into shelter, they're in shelter for up to 6 months with us while they're trying to get back on their feet, whether that is getting a job or getting housing or whatever the future, different kind of future looks like. We've had some folks come into shelter and then go to the military. Like it's just whatever their plan needs to look like. That's one of the things that's really important for people to realize. That one of the reasons why I wanted to do this was to help people understand that there's not like one answer, that there's a million answers, that it is complex. And like your dad said, it's like this tangled up ball of yarn that just requires time, and it's complicated and it's messy sometimes. So shelter. We also offer a 12-month addiction recovery program where men and women can live on campus with us, and while they're with us, they're getting counseling, they're doing group therapy, they're getting biblical discipleship, they're doing work therapy, group therapy. Like, we're really trying to help them address all of the kind of different parts of the person. It's a whole person approach. So physical wellness, emotional wellness, spiritual wellness, mental wellness, all of those things. And then after they graduate, we offer transitional housing where they can stay with us for another year for basically next to nothing while they're working and saving money, so that they are then more equipped to successfully launch back into the world. And so we do all of those things. And in the midst of all of that, we're helping folks with case management, kind of all of the extra little services that kind of come around. Things like helping people get their IDs, helping people get their GEDs if they need that, connecting to all of the different other things that they might need that's individual for them. So it's all of that. And then we also run a coffee shop and 2 thrift stores. And I think that's it.
That's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of stuff. It keeps us busy. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's amazing to see that you really help out the people and get them back on their feet, because I know Salt and Light does that too.
Mm-hmm.
Their program, I really like them. There's a lot of nice people there. I've been with my dad to their new site. Where was it?
Yeah, out in Goshen.
Goshen.
Yeah.
And that was really nice. There's a ton of nice people, and it's always nice to see that not only are they getting help with housing out of the streets, but also getting back on their feet.
Yeah, and that's really what it's about, right? Like, it takes all of us, right? It's not just, there's not one answer. And so there's a really good chance that the rescue mission won't be able to solve every problem that every person has, right? And so for us, it's important that we work in the kind of broader kind of community of care, that if they need something else, that we know that person or that organization and we're friends with them, so we can go, hey, we're not the best person to serve you, but we know somebody over here that can serve you, and let me introduce you to them. Because what matters is not whether that we get the credit for serving them. I could care less. What matters is that person gets what they need to succeed, right? To thrive and to live in wellness and healthiness, and hopefully get back on their feet, right? And that's what we really care about. So, and it takes all of us. It takes us. It takes the Navigation Center. It takes Salt and Light. It takes Central Valley Recovery. It takes the Warming Center. It takes all of us. Mm-hmm. It takes the churches. It takes the schools. It takes the county and the city. It takes all of us to work together. And it's complicated and hard, but we can do it. We just got to work together. Yeah. Any other questions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, I think your dad's amazing. And I think, like, the fact that you're even thinking about these things is fantastic. Like, it's what we need, honestly. What the world needs is a world full of folks that are willing to look around and go, oh, there are people that need help. Not just like what's right in front of them, and do something about it. And so the fact that you're noticing that and caring enough to do something about it, I think is fantastic. So thanks. Yeah. Appreciate you, brother. Do you have any other questions?
Mm-mm.
It's good to meet you.
It was nice to meet you too.
I really like your dad. We're equally dorky together.
I like my dad too.
Yeah, he's pretty great. All right, it's good to meet you, man.
All right, it was nice to meet you
Yeah.
too.
All right, up next, KP Simon.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, come on, let's do it.
All right. Okay.
My wife.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Are you?
I am. We're almost 6 hours into this
I
thing.
know. You have 18 more to go.
Let's go.
Yeah, how are you feeling?
Pretty good, actually.
How's your voice doing?
I'm hanging in.
Yeah?
So far, so good.
All right. You have things like in place? Little cough
I've got cough drops.
drops
I've got
and-
water. That's about what I have to offer.
Are you eating at some point?
Yeah, I had canes earlier. Somebody brought me some food.
Okay.
Um,
Somebody not your wife.
Somebody not my wife. Because you were busy.
True. I've been working. Do you have a jacket for tonight?
I do. I have a sweatshirt and a jacket and a vest inside.
All right. So
I have
you're
options.
prepared.
I have-
Somebody asked me earlier if you were going to need a blanket, and I was like, I don't know. What kind of sucky wife am I that I did not think of any of this stuff?
I'll tell you that if I need a blanket, I'm gonna be putting it out into the live stream. Like, I'm freezing. Please bring me a blanket. And we'll see if people are responding.
I feel like you could just text your wife. She might bring you one.
All right, I'll text my wife.
Okay. So, you felt like this is going well so far?
It's been a lot of fun.
Has it?
It really has been.
Good. What do you think has been so far 6 hours in? There's
Yep.
still a lot to go. What do you think has been so far your number one takeaway from your conversations so far already?
I think the number one takeaway so far is that people want, as badly as I want to work with other people, I think they want to work with us or work together. Like, that we are all really busy, and that often we are so busy that we, excuse me, hey Gustavo, would you give me some more water? There's little gallons like under that table. Thank you, brother. That we're often so busy that we just, that we forget or we don't allow ourselves, give ourselves the space to go like, hey, I bet we could be more effective if we worked with this organization over here. I think I've had 3 or 4 organizations go, we should work together on this.
Yeah.
And me go, yeah, I think that's great. Let's do that. Or, hey, I have this wild idea. Like, what if we did this? And I was like, that is a wild idea. And I don't know, I might be totally into that. Let's talk about it. Thank you so much. And so that's been pretty cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
What do you think, like, the number one misconception is out there when it comes to homelessness and those that choose a transient lifestyle? Because
Some
there's
do.
Some do.
Some do. That's true.
And we can talk about that. But what do you think the number one misconception is when it comes to homelessness? But also, like, well, let's start there. What do you think the number one misconception is? I mean, you knew I wasn't going to go easy on you, right?
No, dude,
Yeah.
I was like, I asked you here so I could ask you questions.
I know, yeah.
And you flipped the script
I
on
know.
me.
Well, you have time. You don't have anybody else till 7, so.
Do I have somebody at 7?
Okay, focus.
Okay, I do. Well, great. I think the number one, I mean, there are lots of misconceptions. I think one of the biggest is this idea that like that all it takes is that they could just choose something else, right? Like, well, if you wanted to not be homeless, you could just not be homeless. Like, just go get a job.
Yeah.
You know,
Why
like,
don't you just work?
yeah, like just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, type of a thing. Like, and in some cases that might be true.
Sure.
You know, but also in some cases, like, it is much more complex than that. It is so much like much more horrible than that. You know, I think like if you, well, I mean, there's a million things that we could talk about in that space. Like, you know, if you've, for example, if you're a woman who's experiencing homelessness, the chances of you experiencing some sort of violence on the street are astronomical, right? And so now you've been exposed to physical and maybe sexual violence, and now you're also dealing with the mental impact of that on you, right? And so try looking at that person and telling that person, like, hey, just get yourself put together and let's go, when all that person is thinking is, oh my gosh, I just need to be safe. You know, I was talking about that with somebody earlier, that the reality of homelessness is that for most folks who are experiencing homelessness, their brain is stuck in this perpetual fight or flight mode where they're literally thinking only about survival. And so for us to look at them and go, well, if you would do this, this, and this, you could end your homelessness. Like 1, 2, 3, and you could end your homelessness. And for them, that is almost impossible, because you're thinking 5 down the road, 5 steps, or even 5 days down the road for them. And they're thinking in 30 minutes, where am I going to be that I'll be safe? Or what am I going to eat? Or where am I going to go to the bathroom? Like later on tonight, when I need to go to the bathroom, I'm going to say, we'll be right back, and I'm going to get up and I'm going to go inside and use the bathroom.
Right.
But if I were really experiencing homelessness, I wouldn't have access to clean and sanitary facilities to use,
Right.
You know what I mean? Let alone to wash my hands when I got done.
Yeah, and when we talk about, I mean, that's like, when you bring up a woman that's experiencing homelessness on the streets and then has trauma like abuse or something like that happening to them on the streets, we're starting from there with the homelessness. But the reality is that most people that are experiencing homelessness have already suffered from some sort of trauma,
Yeah, we're
or
ignoring
multiple types of
all
trauma.
of the things they had before that. Yeah,
and we
exactly.
can't ignore that. Like, some of them, you're talking about fight or flight when they're experiencing homelessness, but many of them are experiencing homelessness because they were already experiencing fight or flight for years of their life.
Yeah.
So I think that that is super important to realize. Like, yes, sometimes something quick happens and it causes a cause and effect, right? Of, okay, well, I lost my job and then I couldn't pay my rent and now I'm experiencing homelessness. But that's actually, and that happens.
That happens.
But also, when that happens, those cases are actually easier for us to help.
Sure.
Because we can easily do some other things. Whereas
They're more stabilized.
Yeah, they're more stabilized. That's a good way to put it. Thank you. But when we're talking people that have been struggling with trauma and abuse in a myriad of forms, and now they're suffering homelessness, on top of that, some of it was to escape. Like, they're choosing homelessness to escape the hurts and the trauma they were already in. Like, it is a much deeper issue and problem that when we're talking about a whole person, that we're trying to help and affect. And so,
yeah, I mean, it's every situation is complex, you know, and sometimes it is really straightforward. Like, I lost my job and I just need a place to land while I get my feet under me and I'm ready to go. But sometimes it's way worse than that.
Yeah.
You know, like as part of our recovery program, like I've talked to a bunch of our guys in our program, and the stories are horrific.
Horrific.
Like we had a guy come and talk to at one of our board meetings, who his mom gave him meth at the age of 9. Like, what on earth do you expect from a kid whose mom gave him drugs at 9. Like, he's so far behind the 8 ball. Like, there's like that dude doesn't even have bootstraps.
Yeah.
To pull up by. Like, that doesn't even exist in his world. You know, and so that's that. So like around misconceptions, I would just say, like, we've got to be so careful at just kind of putting blanket, like, it's this is the cause of homelessness, because it's unbelievably short-sighted, and that simplification is dangerous in a lot of cases.
Yeah. So what is one thing you wish people knew
about homelessness?
About homelessness, or about the work of the mission? Like, I've sat there for a while and I heard you say, well, we do this and we do this and we do this and we do this. But you and I have conversations nightly,
yeah,
daily, over and over in this sphere of work. It is a huge part of our lives because we've chosen it to be. But what is, like, we're constantly talking about, I wish people knew, or I wish, like, the community knew this, because maybe they would get involved more because they understand this. What is one thing you wish people knew in the community of Visalia or in Tulare County as a whole? What's one thing you wish they knew?
And we'll be right back. No, I'm just kidding. No, just kidding.
He's going to answer. Yeah.
One thing that I wish the community knew. That we're barely scratching the surface.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people really working hard in this space, and we're barely scratching the surface. Like, when you think about family shelter, right? In the city of Visalia, which is the epicenter of Tulare County.
Right.
Right? And the epicenter for all the services, most of the services around homelessness in Tulare County. There are exactly 2 rooms for family shelter in all of Visalia. 2 in the entire county. I feel like that's a big gap. So what that means is that if you and I and our son, something happened and we started experiencing, and we ended up homeless.
We're only taking one of the boys.
Well, like, if they're gone, you know, like, or our kid or whatever, you know what I mean?
I know, but we have 3 of those.
Right, or all 3
Plural.
of our boys, right? And we end up homeless. As it exists today, you're gonna take all 3 of our boys.
Yeah.
If they're of a certain age or younger, if they're like 15, sorry, they're basically out of luck, because they can't go to shelter because they're too old.
They can't go to shelter with me.
With you.
And they can't go to shelter
They
with
might be able to go with me because they're with me, but if I wasn't there, if you're by yourself, they can't. What are we doing?
Yeah.
You're probably living on the street with those guys. So then now, and then I have to come
or
here.
in our car.
Or
yeah, I
right.
mean, this is what causes
families
this
get
is
torn
a thing
apart.
Of how families get torn apart, or they end up living in a car. If you've ever wondered, well, how does a family end up living in a car? Couldn't they get a hotel? Couldn't they go to shelter? Well, they could go to shelter if there are beds available in those 1 of 2 spaces. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
But other than that, since it's so small, we do not have the space, we do not have the facilities to be able to meet those needs, then this is how families end up in a car.
Yeah.
This is how they end up on a street. When you hear the stories of people going Well, yeah, it's a dad and his 3 young boys. Like, we watch those shows on TV, we hear the news stories, we see it, and you go, how does that happen? Oh gosh, my heart bleeds. It's happening every day.
Yeah. And so the other piece is that we mentioned this earlier. I didn't realize this until earlier when I was talking to Noah. Like that, if that dad and those 3 boys are staying in their car in Tulare County at the moment, there's no safe parking.
Correct.
For facility for people who are experiencing homelessness and living in their car.
Yeah.
Right. They've got to they're gonna park in a parking lot and hope that the police don't bother them, or park somewhere that hope that somebody doesn't come up and try to break. Like, it's not safe. Right. And so I would love to see us VRM or us the community of care address that as well. And so that's the thing I would want people to know, is that as hard as we're working, is that we're barely scratching the surface, that there's still unbelievable need.
Okay, how do we meet the need? Like, if you could write your ticket, we always play this game. We play this game with our boys. All the time. We have, just so everybody out there knows, we have 3 boys. They are 23, 21, and 18.
Yep.
So Andrew said
he's
hi.
back on.
He's
Hi, Drew.
So, one's in Dallas, one's in Phoenix, one's in college here in Fresno. And we constantly play this game with them. What you doing?
I was just seeing, just checking. I'm listening.
Yeah, right here. If we play this game with them of, our youngest, he plays baseball for Fresno Pacific. If you could write your ticket, where do you want it to go? How do you get there? What are the things you think you need in order to make that happen? So we have needs. Write your ticket. Tell them. What are the things that we need, yes, as a mission, but also as a community? If you could write your ticket to fix these things, what does that look like?
All right. I'm just one guy with one set of opinion. I see it. I'll get there. We need, Visalia needs an emergency shelter, a drop-in emergency shelter, no barrier.
Yeah.
We're not it.
What does that mean, no barrier? Tell the people what no barrier means.
It means that they are able to come in whatever condition that they're in.
So they don't have to be clean
they
or
don't have to be
sober,
clean.
or to stay in our shelter.
You have to pass the drug test.
You test before you can come in, and you have to test clean before you can stay. But no barrier means that doesn't matter. We have a bed for you.
Correct. That doesn't that exists in Visalia for about 3 months in the winter, but there's no funding for the rest of the year, and we need it for the rest of the year, so we need that.
How many beds at that no barrier for those 3 months? Do you know how many beds that entails? And is it men and women?
It's all.
It's all.
It's all. It's just show up. And I think there are 30 to 40 beds probably, and not even beds. We're talking mats on a floor.
Right.
And so, we need family shelter. We need some dedicated space for families to be able to stay together.
You mean husband and wives and children, or partners with their children staying together?
Family units.
Yeah.
I would say we need. I would love to see us have a safe parking facility. We need.
What would that look like? Because we came from Phoenix, where that was starting to show up in, there were conversations starting to be had in Phoenix for stuff like that. What would a safe parking lot or safe parking space, if we were going to create that, what would that look like? What could that look like?
I mean, it could look like a parking lot, literally a parking lot. That's secure with some sort of fence around it. It would need to have bathrooms, ideally probably showers as well. Just some place for people to come and park their cars and be safe, and then leave in the morning. It's not like come and park and like stay all day.
Live forever.
Yeah, it's a come in, you spend the night, you leave in the morning, and then you come back at night if you need to, type of thing. Yeah, you know, and it takes people willing to be creative, and it's complicated. You know, I think. Yeah.
And so much of it takes money.
It takes money. It takes money. It takes willpower. It takes a willingness to let it be built.
Yeah.
Permitting, zoning, all that stuff has to come into line too.
So then let's talk about the mission
Okay.
specifically.
Did you come here planning to interview me like
I
this?
did actually.
All
yeah.
right. Because I was like,
you can interview me later,
because
but
you're like unbelievably prepared.
I know.
All right, let's go.
I've had a lot of time to think about this. Also, I'm an Enneagram 3, so I'm always prepared.
I'm married to you. I know that's not true.
So where the mission is concerned, because we can talk about the community and there's a whole lot, but where the mission is concerned, we have our new Reach team going out, and that is the fruition of a bit of a dream happening, and lovely and amazing. We have a group that we've just started called Women on a Mission. So women out there, if you want to get plugged in, we have a new mission-focused team of women that are coming up and trying to raise money and meet some of the needs at the mission, specifically
around women and
around
children.
the women and children.
Yep.
Specifically. So if you are a woman out there and you have a heart for women and children and you want to get plugged in and you're like, I need a way to do this, we've got your way. You can contact Bruce Kane
Yep.
here at the mission, and he can get you directed. Sarah Ashuri, if you know Ashuri Jewelers, she is heading up this cause, and she is a firecracker and makes things happen. I mean, when Sarah puts her mind to it, she makes things happen, which
That's
is
the
one of the
truth.
reasons we love her. And so if you see me at Mission Coffee, I'm there all the time, way more than I should be, or downtown, or stop me and ask. I'll talk to anybody. But we have a way for you to do that. So shameless plug about Women on a Mission. We can get you plugged in, ladies, in Visalia and Tulare County. But the mission has needs and it has dreams. When we came here 3 years ago, we started with some dreams. We're seeing some of that happen. Reach team, Mission Coffee was one of those dreams, that we wanted to start when we started touring, right? And seeing some of the things, and now it's there on Main and Court. Go grab your coffee and make a difference with your everyday habit already. And now we have food. You can go eat there. You can grab breakfast or lunch. Get, breakfast sandwiches and toasts and Bread Savage. We have some of their pastries, and we love it. We love partnering with the community. If you're a community member and you want to partner with Mission Coffee, let us know. But what are some of those? I've done all my plugs now. So what are, I wasn't planning any of that, but I'm like, let's just get it in there. What are some of the dreams you still have? Gustavo's distracting you.
It's okay.
What are some of the dreams you still have for the mission that you're like, if we had this, we could do this?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, the reality is we own 2.5 acres of empty land over by our women's shelter.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to end up building a family shelter over there at some point.
Yeah.
We just need to be able to afford it.
What does that look like?
I have no idea. The reality is look, we're privately funded. We don't take, at this point, We don't take government funding. Like the only government funding we have taken is one grant to do a mobile shower unit, but we're not.
And that's what's in Porterville
That's
right
it.
now.
That's what's in Porterville.
Yeah.
We are not dependent on government funding. We are 100% privately funded, and so everything that we raise, we have. Like we're about to pass a budget. We've got to raise it, all that money, and so I don't know what that's going to cost us, but it'll probably cost us a couple $1 million at least to open that, to get that thing built. I have no idea. So yeah, I mean, it's going to cost us some money, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest one. That's the biggest.
That's the big, hairy, audacious goal dream that you have percolating still in your head.
Yeah, that's the next one, and we'll see, like, beyond that. Like, I keep praying that God's going to, like, cause whatever company owns that property next to our donation center. I think it's a railroad company. If you're watching, I'd love for you to give us that property.
Put it out there, man.
I keep praying that God's going to move in their hearts and cause them just to be like, let's write that off and give it to them. And
all right, prayer warriors, you
make it
know
happen.
what your prayer is now for us.
But I would love to, like, look. The reality is like if we're gonna run out of space everywhere.
Yeah.
Our women's recovery program is going to run out of space.
Because right now we have space for how many in the women's recovery? And let's be clear, the women's recovery is not the same thing as women's shelter.
Correct.
They're two different programs. So so the women's recovery, again, Gustavo, distracting.
You don't need to write it down. I got it.
The women's recovery is for those that are coming in that for the year-long
The
program
year-long
to
residential
get
program.
free
Yeah.
from addiction, trauma.
Yeah.
They are finding a long-term
Yeah.
solution and getting help in that way to break free. That's yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we're going to run out of space everywhere. Honestly, like.
But how many
We can fit
spots do we have for the women's recovery?
about 15.
And how many women right now do we have?
I think we're at like 8 or 9 right now.
So over half.
Over half.
Yeah.
But here's my.
But that
yeah,
ebbs and flows.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows
Right.
for sure. And so, same thing. The men's. I mean, we can hold. I think we can hold the 20-ish in our men's recovery program. I don't know the most recent count. I think we're in like the 13 to 14 range right now.
So we're getting up there. We're pushing it. But again, it ebbs and flows
ebbs
as
and
people
flows.
graduate out and go into transitional and things like that.
But here's what I know. Like our program is consistently getting better and better.
Yeah.
Like the quality of our program is improving every single quarter.
Why? How?
I mean, we've added 2 professional counselors to our staff. And our team gets weekly training, mental health training. I mean, they're learning, they're getting better and better at their jobs, and the curriculum's getting higher quality. We're getting better outcomes. I mean, it's getting better and better. And so, like as we continue to improve our recovery program, I have to believe that it's going, as word continues to get out, that it's going to grow, and we're gonna be bursting at the seams. And so down the road, I mean, I don't know, like we might need to build more for that. That's what I kind of think we might want to build over there. The other thing is I would love to see us.
So if you build over there, though, that would be more men's, or you would
I don't know.
have different.
We'd probably do both.
Divide it up, though.
We'd probably divide it.
Because we separate those things for
Yeah.
a reason.
We do.
Yeah.
We'd probably divide it, men's and women's, but it would be all in the same property, but divided, men and women separately. So I don't know, like.
And then the other 2.5 acres, that's where you envision
Shelter.
family shelter.
Yes. Sorry, I got bit by something.
Yeah. Mosquitoes are.
Yeah.
hidden.
So yeah, I don't lack dreams. I got plenty of dreams. I just don't have a lot of money. And,
So.
but it's just what it is. And so,
Yeah.
And Also, we want to do it when the Lord wants us to do
Yeah.
it. You know, it's not about me doing what I want. It's about us doing what the Lord wants when the Lord wants us to do it. And so, we'll see.
Good.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you wish people knew about the mission or what we need?
I mean, listen, there are lots of ways to get involved with the mission. You know,
Tell 'em.
whether that's, you can financially donating. Obviously, we could use your money.
We actually
That's-
really want your money.
Well documented. We could use your money. But also, people can volunteer. You can donate your clothes, and we have 2 thrift stores. You can donate.
And we should differentiate between the 2 thrift stores, because you're calling them 2 thrift stores, but we have the thrift store, which is
Rescue Treasures on Mooney.
off of Mooney, and it is what you imagine when you think thrift store. Although we have lots of really great furniture and stuff and appliances and things like that people may not be aware that we're bringing in these lightly used or never. I don't know how do you say it, because like the liquidation
liquidation
items
stuff
and things like that. So we have that there, and then we have Simply Chic, which is down off of Main and Court, right by Mission Coffee. They actually open up into each other if you've never been. So you can sip and shop if you want to. And it is more like a boutique.
Upscale.
It's
Yeah.
upscale, boutique. Yes, used items for the most part. We're gonna need to get you some spray probably.
Yeah. Aaron, can you find some off or something that
Bug spray?
The mosquitoes are coming out and they're eating me alive.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And it's gently used or donated higher
Higher
scale
end.
items.
Nicer stuff.
I got a Louis Vuitton purse from there not too long ago. You never know what you're going to find. So I think that it is important for people to know the differentiation of what we have available for you to go in and shop and go into these things.
Yeah. So you can donate your money, you can donate your time, you can donate your stuff. You can volunteer.
But not your mattresses.
There's plenty of things you can't.
We have a list of items.
Yeah.
Where can they find that list of items you can't donate?
On the website by VisaliaRescueMission.org.
Yeah, I just want to be clear,
Yeah.
because sometimes people come with things and then they're upset because we can't take them. So please do your.
Oh, you're the best. I don't care.
Please do your work and look for it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Do you need to stop us, Micah? Okay.
No. This is live stream, baby.
I know. I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't like, "Hey, we have a problem."
Sorry. This is.
Yeah, they're coming out. They like you.
They're eating my ankles alive, man.
Yeah.
It's killing me.
So they can donate their time. They can donate your money. They can donate.
Yeah, keep doing that.
Keep doing that. They can donate
Your car.
your car. Oh yeah, talk about the auto.
If you have a car that you is an older car or even a newer car, if you got a car you want to get rid of, you can donate your car and get a nice little tax write-off, and we will turn around, and if we can do some light repairs, we'll turn around and sell it, and that'll help the mission. Often the folks that end up buying those cars are folks who've come through our transitional program and need a car, and so it provides a cost-effective solution for them.
That's legit the best smelling bug spray I've ever smelled in my life.
Some lemon eucalyptus.
That is some lemon eucalyptus. You smell lovely.
We'll see if it works.
This would be a good time for smell-o-vision. I have a feeling at noon tomorrow would not be a good time for smell-o-vision after 24 hours here, but right now you smell lovely.
That's probably true. Yeah, the jury's out on whether the all-natural bug spray actually works.
It's gonna work or
we'll
not.
see.
Yeah, I have off at home. Just let me know and I'll bring you.
I think they have some over there too.
Yeah.
So if they keep coming after me, I'm gonna go for the bug
we'll
stuff.
hit you with
the
chemicals.
the non-natural stuff.
Yeah, so lots of ways for people to get involved that they may
Yeah.
not realize, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that I had thought of, I really did come with things.
I can tell.
One of the things that I had thought of to ask you was, why do you do this?
Why do I do this?
Yeah, why do you do this? Like, what got you here and why? What's your why in this? Because we're new, technically, 3 years, but still, I still feel like we're the new kids in Visalia. So then
That's true.
You know, we're still constantly like, how long have you been here?
Yeah.
3 months? No, 3 years.
Yeah, I mean the why is, I mean, it's kind of a longer story, but like, I mean, what do we got? I got nothing
You
but
got
time.
nothing but time. Well, 7 o'clock is my.
Yeah, I've got 40 something minutes. You know, the why behind that is really, you know, the short answer to that is because God called me to it.
Sure.
You know, I think about.
But in reality, He's called all of us to this work.
That's true.
Let's be clear.
That's true.
I just want to say,
That
like,
was one
He's called you vocationally.
That was one of the
to
questions
this.
I was going to ask you.
He's called you vocationally to this.
Yeah.
But if you are a believer, if you are a Jesus follower, He's called you to this work. He's called you to it. To some
some
take
extent.
care of
The poor,
yeah,
the
poor,
widow,
the
I
widows.
get it.
You're called to it, maybe in different ways.
Yeah.
But what you're not called to is to read that verse and then turn your head.
Yeah.
What you're not called to is to go, I know this, but I should, this looks more fun over here. I'll go do that. Just saying.
Are you done?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, like that's, I mean, like, I got exposed to this kind of work back in 2002, 2001-ish, somewhere in that range.
Before Drew was born?
Yeah. We were right after Drew was born.
Right after Drew was born.
So around 2001, 2002, I was in Atlanta, and I was visiting this place called Blood and Fire Ministries. I was there actually with Chick-fil-A.
Mm-hmm.
And
because you used to work for
I used to work for Chick-fil-A, and
they brought you out to Atlanta.
Yep. And so we're doing this tour, and it's basically like a rescue mission. It's addiction. It's feeding folks. It's homeless. Addressing homelessness. And as I'm walking around, I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is the work of the gospel. And I had felt the call to the ministry in college, and so.
But they don't know.
So when I was in college, I had felt the call to the ministry, and so, but I was so certain that working at Chick-fil-A was where God wanted me to be, and I was super confused. And so as I'm walking through, I'm wrestling with the Lord, and I'm like, God, like what the heck am I doing? Like, this is the work of the gospel. This is amazing. Yeah. Why am I at Chick-fil-A? And the Lord just spoke to my heart, and it was really simply just said, like, I think about ministry differently than you do. Mm-hmm. And just honestly settled my heart. And I was like, fine, like that's enough for me. Like, if what you want from me, Lord, is for me to run a business and to love people and to sell some chicken and and to love people and to honor them and push them forward, and as you create opportunities for me and influence, I'll share the gospel. That's what we're doing. Mm-hmm. So like he just set my heart on fire. He just like birthed that in my heart.
Yeah.
Fast forward now 19 years later.
And quite a few job changes.
Several job changes and lots of heartache. A job at the Phoenix Rescue Mission pops up, and I am uniquely qualified for this job. And so, what is it?
No, I mean, this is one of my favorite parts of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, did you want me to tell the whole story?
Well, you got nothing but time.
That's not entirely true. So basically, I'm working for CVS at the time, and I always knew CVS was a stepping stone. It was just a place to land while I figured out what was next. And while I'm there, a job at the Phoenix Rescue Mission pops up. It's their director of social enterprise. They had a restaurant, a cookie business, and a catering business,
Yep.
and they needed somebody to run them. And I'm not kidding. When I looked at it on my phone, this is all the thought I put into it. That pays what I need. I can do that job. Apply. That's all of it. And I came home and told my wife, "Hey, babe, I applied for a job at the Phoenix Rescue Mission today." And she says, "Excuse me?" And I said, "I applied for this job." She said, "Really? Like without talking to me about it?" And I was like, yes.
Yeah, there was some fear in your eyes.
Oh yeah, no, I was like, no,
there was some
yeah, I totally did.
definite fear in your eyes in that moment.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then she said, so like, so you applied for a ministry job? And I was like, well, I hadn't
Because
even.
it wasn't that you'd applied to a job.
Yeah, it was
without
a ministry
talking about
job.
it. I mean, whatever. He wears the pants. It wasn't until like that. It was like that you had applied for a ministry job.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't. To be fair,
You hadn't thought of it like that.
again, I could do that job. It pays what I need. Apply. And so like, and I was like, well, I guess I did apply for a ministry job. And she said, well, how do you feel about that? And I was like, I'm actually really excited about it. So, so I sent an email that was ridiculous. That basically said, it'd be a mistake for you not to consider my resume. And they called me the next day. We're like, we loved your email, and then I got the job, which was, like the perfect, like when we talk about God, like weaving our life together,
Yeah.
right? Like it was, He took all of the work experience that I had, and this thing. And said like, this is what I have for you, and so
Yeah, and to be clear, when we were in college and we met and decided to get married and all of that, we thought we were being called into the ministry. Like, I think
Yeah.
that's important for people to know. Like, we
Oh, for
thought
sure.
we were being called into the ministry. We thought we were moving to Boston. We were going to seminary outside of Boston. We had it all set up. We were going.
that was a plan.
That was the plan. And our plan was to church plant, to start churches in inner city Boston,
Yeah.
working with the addicted, the homeless, that like we thought we were going to be planting in the inner city to help.
Yeah. I don't remember like having that specific of a vision. I just remember I had a real passion on doing ministry in a place where Christianity wasn't cultural.
Yeah.
Like I didn't
Because
want
we were living in the Bible Belt
Yeah,
at the
and
time.
so-
Yeah. Mhm.
Anyways, and so like, so why do I do this? It's like because God wrote it on my heart. Like I just, like Scripture talks about like, like I don't remember where. Some of you, if you know the reference, put it in the comments.
Gustavo will write it on the board.
Yeah, Bruce, if you're watching, like tell me where it says it. But
Yeah.
somewhere in the Bible it talks
Pastor
about how it's like written on our bones. Like I have to speak the truth. I have to preach because it's written on my bones. Otherwise, like it's a fire in my bones to do this thing. And so like that's what this work is for me. Like this, it's like I was made to do this. And so like why do I do? Because it's what I was made to do.
Yeah.
At this point.
And some people have that fire
Yeah.
and the want, but they're still not called to vocational, which
Right.
is why we want to make sure to give the specifics of how you can help and how you can volunteer and
Yeah.
the simple ways you can make a difference by donating your clothes or donating your household goods or going to Mission Coffee and grabbing a cookie and a coffee or the yummy new breakfast sandwiches or whatever. But
Yeah. I mean-
that's why it's important that people know it doesn't have to be this is now my job, but
Yeah.
it can be I can make a difference in small ways that then add up to make a difference in big ways.
Yeah, like look, I think is like God has a plan for all of us. Like Scripture says,
Yeah.
like like you were created for a purpose. Like the good work that God created beforehand for you to do, Ephesians 2:10, right? Like this is the good work that God created beforehand for me to do right now.
Yeah.
Right? And like he's created good work for you to do right now, and him to do right now, and you at home to do right now. And like your responsibility is just to respond in obedience to that. And so like for me, this is what that's what it looks like, right?
Yeah.
And so the question came in: how has leading a rescue mission changed your faith or outlook on people?
That's a good one.
That is a good question. It has deepened my faith for sure. I trust the Lord a lot more than I used to. I trust the Lord a lot more than I used to. And also, like, I think I value people more than I used to. And that feels weird saying that, but like...
How? What do you mean?
I think, you know, when we read the Gospels, I think it's really obvious that Jesus was like, he specifically cared for and loved the broken, the outcast, the disenfranchised, you know, the leper,
immigrant.
you know, the leper, the stranger, you know, the tax collector, you know, he loved, he cared about them. And so like doing this work has made me realize, like, hey, I look at that and realize, hey, I think Jesus really meant that when he said, you know, whatever you do to the least of these, you do for me.
Yeah.
You know, and so like when he said, like, to feed the poor, you know, feed the hungry, give thirsty to the drink, welcome the stranger, you know, clothe.
Give drink to the thirsty.
What did I say?
Give thirsty to the drink.
Yeah, you knew what I meant. You know, like whatever you do to the least of these, like, so you do to me. Like, I think, like, I just take that more seriously than I ever have before.
Yeah.
And so, and
Which
also
is saying something, because they don't, I mean, some of them that are watching might know you personally, but most probably don't. And the thing about you that that you're really good at is loving others. Like, you're extremely good at loving others and serving people, and you always have been. So to hear you say, this has grown in me even more, is pretty, like, for me as your wife, phenomenal, because I am not the person that is like, where that's my second nature, to just go, I'm a here's how we fix things, and here's how the plan we need to do these things, and then I think people second naturally, but I work at it really hard to try to make people first. And do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you've always been really good at that, so I'm actually a little surprised to hear that, like, that's part of the way, because in my head it's just always been something you're good at.
Yeah, you know, and like I think the other thing is it's really simplified my faith. Like, honestly, you know, like, I think that as believers we want to make it really complicated sometimes.
Yeah.
And you know, when the Pharisees were trying to trick Jesus, they said, hey, what's the most important commandment? And he was like, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. And then he said, and the second is like that, love your neighbor as yourself. Like, okay. Like, when Jesus says, like, love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
Like, that feels pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah.
But also wildly difficult and challenging as all get out.
Well, and he didn't give caveats to that.
No.
He didn't say if they look like you, if they suffer from the same things you've suffered from,
If they smell like you,
if they are born in the same place as you, if they, like, none of that is what he said. He just said, love your neighbor.
If they have mental illness, if they're addicted, if they are homeless, if they're wealthy.
None of that is anywhere. It's literally just
if they speak your language, none of that. And so, like, that's probably one of the ways. Like, it's simplified my faith in that way, and that it just becomes like, hey, love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
Like, that feels pretty important, and I think he meant it when he said it, so I'm going to try real hard to do that. Okay.
One of the things that they wanted to be clarified was why parking overnight instead of turning people into a shelter situation? Why, like what?
Why is that important?
Why is that important? And this goes back, if you're just tuning in, we were talking about a need of like safe parking overnight for those that live in their cars and things. So
I think why is it's valuable because if you're experiencing homelessness and you have your car and you're living in your car, all of your stuff is in your car.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're going to be pretty hesitant to like park your car with all of your belongings and go into shelter.
Go inside somewhere else. Especially if that's everything you own.
Everything you own. It's your own safe space, and people who are in that space, they want to stay in their own safe space that they're familiar with.
Yeah.
So.
That makes sense.
Okay, my turn. Do I get to ask you questions?
Sure. Okay. Yes.
Did you have any other questions?
No, I mean, I honestly only had the first 2 or 3 planned, and then I went with it. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's a question for you.
All right.
Like yes, sir. Humma? Do I have dinner planned? I don't have dinner planned. Is somebody offering to bring me dinner?
Oh.
Does somebody want to bring me dinner?
Gustavo's taking care of you.
That might be fun if you want to bring me dinner. And sit down on the bench. Let's talk a bit.
Gosh, you would think you'd have a wife that would have taken care of that.
You would think. If only I had somebody who loved me that brought me a blanket.
I can leave my...
No, it's okay.
My pashmina with you.
No, so can you imagine Michael at 3 a.m. with the pashmina? So one of the things you mentioned earlier was like, you're right. Like this is not just my ministry. Like this is when we moved here to take this job, to run this organization. Like, and this is my ministry, but also like you're in it too.
Yeah.
Right. And I wanted to hear from you. Like, what is it? What's your experience been? Like, talk to me about your experience as somebody who's not doing in the day-to-day thick of doing the work, but is still tied to the work, who people associate with the work. I'd love to hear kind of what's that experience been like for you?
I mean, I kind of see my role with this as like a supporting role. It is to be a safe place for you to land when you come home after working so hard. And it's not easy to hear heartbreaking story after heartbreaking story. It's the work you do it's not simple, it's not easy, and when you work with people, which we do, it's messy, and you're a feeler when it comes to people, so you take on a lot of the emotional grind of it. I mean, I take that on, and I'm not even in it every day. Like, my heart is constantly breaking, and it's not, yes, stories are heartbreaking, but one of the things we continually talk about is one of the reasons we do this, one of our whys, is because everybody deserves a day one. So, and we all get it, right? Every single one of us gets a day one, because just because we're not homeless or suffering from addiction or anything like that doesn't mean we don't have our ish and or things that need to be healed or bondage that needs to be broken. We're no different, except for we have a house we go to, or like, but we all have our stuff. I mean, I'm not shy. I am a survivor. We have chains that bind us from, sometimes they're things put on to us, sometimes they're choices we make, and now they're on us, right? But everybody deserves this day one, and it's not just certain people. And so that's one of the reasons we do it. But I'm constantly, like, for me, my heart is constantly hurting because it feels like the work is more than we can affect. And so, because I am a doer, because I am like a let's find an answer and let's fix it and let's like make a plan, right? And when the work is more than what we're physically able to do or financially able to do, my heart breaks, because then I literally see souls and hearts that I'm going, they just need a day one. Everybody deserves that. And that is the beauty of the gospel, is that, you know, Jesus' sacrifice on the cross, his blood that was shed, was for us to have a day one. And we are literally getting to be the hands and feet of going, let me show you what the gospel looks like in real life, like in what's happening here. Like, let me come alongside you. But there's not enough of us. And so I guess that's been my hardest thing, is continually seeing souls walking the streets going, we do so much, but how can we do more?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, personally, the move was hard. We've talked about that.
Yeah.
I'm used to cities.
We moved from Phoenix 3 years ago.
Phoenix, and before that, we lived in Dallas, and I was born and raised in Houston. I mean, I've been in some of the largest cities in the nation, and then we moved to, but also I did have smaller town. My dad lives in a town of 5,000, and I did spend my summers there. Like, I do feel like the things that have happened to me in my life and been, whether it's from my own trauma and then being healed from that, and my own chains and bondages being broken, that from like living in the city and then also living in a small town in the summers, and then we lived in Tyler, Texas for a while, which is about the same size as Visalia. But it's always hard to move. And I feel like the move, like if we're talking practical stuff, the move was hardest on me than anybody else.
That's
true.
But,
our 2 older boys were off at college. It didn't affect them at all, really.
Nope.
And they love it here when they come home. And our youngest flourished. I mean, Visalia has been a gift to him. It was a gift. So, like, if we're talking practical, then that's it. But if we're talking the work, it is that I'm a visionary personality, and I am a doer and a let's get this stuff done. And I feel it deeply, and then I get mad quickly. As you know, I am constantly like,
she gets pretty fired
where
up.
are the people? Why aren't they moving? Like, I want it, like,
Careful.
I want to be careful.
Whatever just passed through your brain.
I want to be careful, but also there is work to be done here. And so I'm trying not to get choked up, but there's literally work to be done in our own streets and in our community. And it is super sexy and lovely to go off and do a mission trip somewhere else, or like hit Mexico and go to Rocky Point, and get to soak in the rays and hear the beach or whatever while you're building a house. And I am not saying we shouldn't be doing that. That's lovely and amazing. But also, there are people here that need homes. Like, you could be building one of those homes here and change somebody's lives. You could, and I get it, California, red tape, whatever. But there are ways that we can be affecting and changing our community. And instead of maybe looking out all the time, how do we focus in and change lives where we're at? Like, there are a lot of complaints out there about this. Oh, if they only did this, Visalia. If they only did this. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing to affect it? Besides being a keyboard warrior. Like, what are we doing? So I guess for me, it affects me because I see the need, and I'm also like, there are 150,000 whatever people in this community, and many of them are able-bodied and able to get to work and do some of that work and start making a difference here in our community, and then so that we can then go out further. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, that's how it affects me.
Okay. All right.
What else?
That's it.
That you had one question
I did
for
it.
me?
Yeah, like all the other questions you already talked about. Like we've kind of been back and forth a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, so I need to take a little bit of a break.
All right.
So,
I'm gonna go home.
So, thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
Being
Thanks
a part
for
of
letting me talk for so long.
No, this was great. I think it was really fantastic for folks to get to hear. Like, this is a, everybody knows, like the old saying, behind every great man is an even better woman, and that's true. I married up. She's way smarter than me. And I appreciate you so much.
Not true.
So true.
Thanks, babe.
But I just am glad that they got to hear your heart a little bit, and we're in this together, man.
So tomorrow, Mission Coffee opens at
7 a.m.
7 a.m. bright and early.
Come get your
Go
coffee.
Get your coffee.
And the bagel breakfast sandwich is unbelievably good.
And so is the toast trio.
Shockingly good.
It's all the new food is really, really good.
All right.
Okay.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. All right. Hey, I just want to thank you guys for like joining. Just looking at the feed to see if I'm missing any comments. Hold on a second. Waiting for you to show up. Telling my board chair, Nathan Halls, I'm still waiting for you to show up. Come on down. Yeah, if you're watching, listen, I just want to thank you for joining and being a part of this thing. You know, I had no idea what to expect when we said yes to a 24-hour live stream, and to be honest, I still really don't know what to expect. We're almost 7 hours in, and it's been a lot of fun. And we've got several more guests coming, and at 8 o'clock our time, we're gonna actually do like a cool like Zoom link with the Union Gospel Mission in Dallas, Texas. It's with a guy, the executive director there, his name is Bruce Butler. I thought it'd be really fun for me to get to talk to Bruce because I grew up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and I went to school and went to college at Dallas Baptist University, and my wife and I, after we got married, lived in Dallas for a bunch of years, and so I would love to hear from him, you know, how their experience is in Dallas and what the current state of homelessness is and what kind of challenges they're facing. Clearly, I think, would imagine at least, that Dallas is going to have a different set of challenges, in the homeless space than we will in Visalia with, 150,000 people versus, the Dallas Metroplex is millions and millions. But anyways, I wanted to say thanks for joining us. I don't know how many of you guys are on the stream, but I am grateful for the opportunity just to get on here and to share with you in the conversation around addiction and homelessness. And so we're expecting a few guests here in the next few minutes, but in the meantime, I think we'll talk a little bit about let me see here. One of the things, my wife asked me another question earlier about like, what are we dreaming about? Like, what are the other things that we would love to see happen? So there are some things that we're working on right now here at the rescue mission. What? Hey, that's gonna be real hard to read. I can't see. Oh, there we go. Now I can see it. Just got to block the light. I'm sorry. There are some things that we're currently working on around the rescue mission that we've been working on for several months. One of the things that's most exciting is we're currently remodeling one of our buildings, and we're going to begin to offer a new service in this space. It's a recuperative care, and what that means is we're going to start offering if somebody who's experiencing homelessness has a medical emergency, say they need to have their appendix removed or something, somehow they end up in the emergency room and they have to have a procedure and they get admitted to the hospital, right? At some point in their recovery, while they're in the hospital, they get to a point where they don't require 24/7 nursing care, but they're also, they might require some sort of regular care, whether that's once a day wound care or twice a day wound care or some sort of like regular checkup. And so, but they don't need real like 24/7 intensive nursing care. And so right now, that person, the hospital's not going to release them to the street, because if they were to do that, that person's health outcomes are going to be terrible. Like they're, especially if they have wounds that need to be, bandages or something that need to be addressed, their health outcomes are going to be terrible. And so the hospital is going to allow them to stay in that hospital room, which, as you can imagine, is super, super expensive for the hospital and is taking up a room that is probably needed for somebody else in that space. And so what we're going to be doing is for those those folks who are experiencing homelessness that have got to that point in their recovery where they do not need 24/7 nursing care, but they do need a safe place to land where the hospital can then designate, hey, this is where you're going to be, so that we can arrange like home health care to come to you and provide whatever regular necessary care that you might need, so that your health outcome can be optimized. And so we're going to be opening a recuperative care center in the next, hopefully, 3 to 4 months, where we'll be able to take in, at this point, we're only doing men from the hospitals, to give them a space to land, so that they don't end up back on the street, and that their health outcomes can be optimized. And then also critically, while they're there recovering, continuing their recovery from their procedures, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap around. We're going to come and we're going to meet them and introduce them and build relationship with them and provide to them additional services, things like enhanced care management, housing navigation, life skills classes, things like that come alongside to say, look, you don't have, at the end of however long this recovery takes, you don't have to go back to the street. We have shelter. You can move from this bed into a shelter bed. You don't have to go back to the street. You can have a different outcome. And so we're really excited about this as another opportunity for us to connect to folks who are experiencing homelessness and that are having some sort of medical issue. And so that's coming soon to the Visalia Rescue Mission, and it feels like an additional service that still stays firmly within our mission. You know, when you are working in the space that we work, whether that in this kind of poverty, homelessness, addiction kind of sphere, it's really, really easy for mission creep to become a thing, right? Because in that world, like everything becomes something that we could do. What's the saying? Like, when you're a hammer, everything is a nail, right? And so we start thinking, oh, thank you for that. And so like when you work in the poverty space, like around homelessness, you begin to think like, oh, we could work on that, or we could work on that. And you find yourself kind of drifting and getting all over the place. And so for us, we want to be super intentional about making sure that when we add a service, that it stays firmly within our designated mission, that we are on track and that we're staying in our lane and making sure that we are focused on what we're working on. And so recuperative care feels firmly in that space as we're serving folks who are experiencing homelessness, which is firmly in our mission, and it also gives us a chance to connect to them in a way that hopefully keeps them from experiencing homelessness at the end of their recovery. So, we good? All right. I have a question that came in, I think. What keeps you up at night as the CEO of the rescue mission? What keeps me up at night? Well, if you were to ask my wife, not much keeps me up at night. I sleep pretty hard, but however, are you guys going to join me on the bench? You should come too, Phoebe. Hi.
I'm Brandy.
Hi, Brandy. Well, come on, Brandy.
Okay.
Come on around. I think, do you need to have her sign something before she jumps on? All right, follow him inside, Brandy. I'll come back. So what keeps me up at night at the rescue mission while we're waiting for Brandy to come and sit down with me? I think the fear that we're not doing enough fast enough. I'm a doer as well, as you know, and so I want to make sure that it never feels like we're moving fast enough. But we're in this thing for the long haul, right? It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. That feels like a super cliche thing to say, but also like if we burn ourselves out, then nobody will be here to do the work. And so I want to make sure that what keeps me up at night is making sure that my team has what they need to take care of the folks that serve us, or that serve our clients. And so I think it's less about the services that we provide and more about my team. I think that's probably what keeps me up at night the most, is making sure that the folks that I work with, that they have what they need to be successful. Brandy, come on in. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm Michael Simmons.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Have a seat.
I don't know what it's.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, this is just a conversation.
Okay.
So, Brandy, we're live streaming.
Oh, we are. Okay.
We're
Hello.
live. She can. I'm Michael Simmons. I'm the CEO of the
Okay.
Visalia Rescue Mission.
Nice to meet you.
We've never met, so this is super exciting for me. So tell me, who are you, and where did you come from? Like, why are you here?
Yeah.
And what do you do, and what made you want to come and sit down and talk with us?
Okay, so I'm Brandy. I'm actually a third-year family medicine resident at COIA.
Okay.
I actually volunteer with street medicine a lot.
Do
so
you?
That is why I am here mostly.
Nice.
Yeah.
We are our third street medicine.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we had Dr. Guzman here earlier.
Okay, yes.
And then Ty was here earlier.
I think you have another one, Kate, coming after me too.
Okay,
so.
she gets here while you're here. We'll just do it all.
Yeah,
at one time.
I told her to try to come around this time too, since I think she noticed that I signed up.
It was
so
really
like,
funny because
yeah.
like we did this whole Dr. Guzman thing, and Ty was sitting over there, and I didn't know that they were like
Oh, that's
associated.
funny.
And then Ty came and he was like, "Oh yeah, I work with Dr. Guzman." And then
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, Dr. Guzman, come on back." And so we just did this whole thing.
Yeah.
So hey, listen, I'm super interested. So you're a third-year resident.
Yes.
So I'm not like super familiar with the medical like world, and so tell me, what does that mean kind of in your training / education development? What does that mean for you?
Yeah, so my specialty is family medicine, so our program is 3 years, so I'm in my last year.
Okay, congratulations.
So thank you. I'm gonna graduate soon, which is scary and
Let's
exciting,
go.
but yeah.
And when you graduate, then you'll be like in attending?
Yes.
Okay, so that means like you're fully accredited.
Yes,
You're like,
it sounds scary,
You're
but
like
yes.
a legit, because like you're a doctor now.
Yeah, but I mean, we're still in training.
You're
but
in
yeah,
doctor
it's
in
a
training?
strange
Okay.
part of our career.
Okay. You're like, I'm in limbo.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, so you're working in the street medicine program with Dr. Guzman.
Yes.
And how long have you been working in that program?
Basically when I started, but even in medical school, I was like, if I did rotations and there was a street medicine program, I would be involved in that. So I've done like Bakersfield, and then I'm from Modesto, so I
Okay.
didn't do street medicine there, but I did some of, I think every year in California, they do the survey of like unhoused folks.
The
to
point in time count?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I've done that before too, back in my hometown. and
Is this your
then-
phone?
Yes, it is. Kate, come join. Oh, she has to sign stuff.
Yeah.
They said we could
Hey,
do it together.
if you want to sign, we just need you to sign the paper, and then you can come and we'll do all of this at one time. Let's go.
But yeah.
Awesome. Well, so tell me, so clearly like you have a passion around this, in this space, because you don't like just wake up one day and be like, you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to go do street medicine. So tell me, like, how did you decide? Like, what was it that got you interested in doing street medicine?
I don't think there's any particular story or reason. I think in general why I do medicine, and particularly family medicine and primary care, it's just kind of serving, like, I grew up in the Central Valley, so you know all the disparities, and then also like I come from an immigrant family, so understanding that, but then growing up and seeing all the different disparities, and I think being unhoused is kind of one of them too.
Sure.
And obviously I have a passion for medicine, so how can I bridge those gaps and kind of help with that, is kind of why. And I'll be honest, like being in Visalia and being so involved with like Dr.
Yeah.
Guzman and Anna as well,
Yeah.
and Dr. Cabal is now.
Come on
I
in.
haven't been anything prepared, but
Well, there's,
I
listen,
had no
we're
idea what
we're
was
so
happening.
like we're super flexible.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Michael Simmons.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice-
I'm Kate.
Kate, nice to meet you. Welcome. Basically, we're live streaming. That's all we're doing, and we're just having conversations. And so, this is we're literally just. I'm sitting out here for 24 hours.
Wow.
I'm 7 hours and 3 minutes in.
Okay.
How are you holding up?
I'm doing fine so far. It's been really enjoyable. And really, like what we're doing is we're having just a forum really about and dialogue around homelessness and addiction and poverty. By no means, like clearly I'm not simulating homelessness. Like I'm under a tent with lights and I got people and water and they're bringing me things. Like that's not what homelessness looks like. That's not what this is. Really, it's just about giving us time and space to have dialogue, right? And so thanks for signing up. I'm so glad you did. Now I'm wondering if Dr. Guzman like twisted all of your arms and made you like sign up.
No, they just
not at all.
We just wanted to.
I'm so proud of you. Thank you.
Well, this year, well, I just got here. I'm a TY resident.
Okay.
And I've been volunteering with the street medicine. We actually were here a couple weeks ago. But I know Brandy used to also be very active in street medicine. So we both care very deeply about helping the community.
Yeah, well, I was just asking her, like, you know, there are lots of doctors around, and not all of them are involved in street medicine. I think it's amazing that you guys are. And I was asking her, and she was answering, and I'm going to ask you the same question. Like, what is it about street medicine that made you want to get involved? And so you were telling me, like, you know, you've got a real heart around like addressing the disparity. Obviously, it exists. In Tulare County is one of the has one of the highest poverty rates in California, and so there's certainly a lack of there's a real disparity issue here. And so, can you tell me a little bit more? Like, so you're about to graduate?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
When do you graduate? Or
In
is it called graduation?
Yeah, we call it graduation.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And is your plan to stay in the Valley?
That is the goal. Yeah, I want to be practicing in the Valley, ideally, but
Good for
we'll
you.
see. I also understand it's not the best, like, I guess, place to live, but it's where my heart is. So we'll
Okay.
see. I don't know. I'm looking for jobs. So.
I gotcha. All right. And now, what is a TY resident? What does that even mean?
So TY means transitional resident. Pretty much I'm here for a year to do a general training, and then I have an advanced program, which is my main specialty, physical medicine rehabilitation. I'm going to do that in New Jersey. But while I'm here, I wanted to give back to the community as best as I could with the limited time that I have.
Nice.
And she's already doing a great job at it.
And where are you from originally?
I'm from Las Vegas originally.
Okay. And you're just here doing is that why you're in
My
Visalia?
intern year, yes,
Your intern year. Got it. Okay. And so talk to me a little bit about your experience in street medicine. Like, tell me, what have you liked? What do you not like? What's been the biggest surprise? What are the biggest challenges that you're facing? I'm so intrigued by the whole idea of street medicine. And so I'd love to hear more about your experience.
I honestly really love it. I think the best part is like hearing stories and forming like relationships. We go around the different areas, around the different communities, and then for me is I actually have recruited people to be like I am their PCP, and I work with Anna, so she's amazing, and she helps facilitate a lot of this, where she'll like help facilitate like transportation, getting their appointments, and she's such a huge advocate for them.
Nice.
And you know, I think that's part of the disparity, is having someone advocate for you. So when
Right.
they're able to do that and get to their appointments, like you are decreasing like the healthcare costs in general significantly. There's reduced like ER visits. I've seen it with my own patients, and like they're getting the care they need. And even just like a lot of people don't trust the healthcare system. So when you go out to the streets and they're like, you meet them there and then you meet them multiple times, then they feel comfortable going to you and trusting you and listening to you. And I think that's like the biggest reward, to see like their health and their trust. And like I'm only in my like third year and not even done, and I like already have relationships with some of them, and I think it's super beautiful. But I think it's like a huge collaborative effort between everyone, between you all, between like all the different people at street medicine. Like we need, you know, we have a housing navigator, which is so important, who's helped some of my patients find housing. And then even like having those resources when I'm on the inpatient side in the hospital setting, or even in the ED, like I just feel like I feel more comfortable trying to connect these folks to the resources they need to try to reduce the like hospital visits.
Yeah.
Even then, like, you know, they don't like staying in the hospital if they have to be admitted. And it's like when you form those relationships, they are more likely to stay in the hospital to get the care that they need, which is really important too. I could talk on and on.
Well, listen, we got plenty of time. And so right before you walked up, I was literally just telling like whoever's listening to the camera. It's so weird talking to the camera and just hoping somebody's listening. But one of the things that we're in the process of launching is recuperative care. that we've never done before, but that really fits inside of kind of our missional space, is giving the unhoused a place to land after they don't need that kind of 24/7 nursing care, but still give them a safe space to land that is full of dignity and respect, that is with people who know and understand what their challenges are, and want to come around them and offer them more than just the limited number of services. Right? For us, it's like a win-win-win-win-win, because we get to, like, we're saving you from a potential negative health outcome, because like you're here and you guys, the Korea, can coordinate medical care, home health care or whatever, but also while you're there, we're getting to know you, we're building relationship with you, right? And so now we're coming alongside and going, hey, listen, at the end of, once you've finished your recovery, you don't have to go back on the street. There are options for you. If you're challenged, if you're facing some sort of substance abuse problem, like, we have a program for that. Or if you're not and you just need a place to land, like, we have a shelter for that. Like, we've got housing navigators, and we've got all of the things that we can help you wrap around you while you're also in your recovery. And so, like, for us, it's a huge win. But for us, I forgot where I was going. Sorry, my brain. This is like the trust piece, right? Because you're right. Like, it's, that's a thing, right? If they don't feel comfortable, or if they're treated like they're not worthy, then they're less likely to hang in somewhere long enough to have the outcome that we want them to have.
Yeah.
So how about you? So tell me more about your experience. And
yeah, it definitely echo with what Dr. Trong said. I think the biggest thing when we go out there, Anna Lopez really does most of the work, to be honest, but I think the team coming out there, like, representing Korea, and just kind of like this event, like, we're showing that we're standing in solidarity with the big issue of homelessness, like in Visalia, and when they see that we're willing to come out there and like meet them where they're at, that trust is built, and also like now we're coming out a little bit more often. Like, we're trying to do more like once a week events, because we had to pause for a little bit, but now that maybe they're seeing us more, they're probably feeling more comfortable to ask for help earlier, because a lot of diseases that we're trying to tackle, like high blood pressure, diabetes, like, they don't really manifest until it's too late. Yeah. And at that time, it's kind of harder to treat, and then when they go to the emergency department, it's just harder to recover. So trying to get them to seek help earlier is amazing. And then just, we're not just there medically, right? We're like Dr. Trong said, we're getting them in touch with other specialists, and then trying to get them with like housing navigation.
Yeah, just all the other kind of social aspects, the other challenges that they're facing. One of the questions I asked earlier that I would love to hear your answer to is like, how do you balance the kind of the desire to like see somebody consistently and build relationship, and still like do outreach in other spaces, right? Like, because there are people who are experiencing homelessness all over Visalia, right? And so, but if you want to build relationship with somebody who's maybe staying over here, and you want to see them more than once, just follow up. Like you see them, you provide care, and you want to follow up, but then you're like, I won't be back there for 2 more weeks or 3 more weeks or another month, right? Like, how do you guys? I would love to know, like, how do you guys try to find that balance? And then, if you had the magic wand, you both have the magic wands. Here you go. And you could find some sort of way to solve, because one of the things that Dr. Guzman was saying that was like the unhoused community often won't even seek medical treatment because of the stigma and the bias, and they're embarrassed or whatever those things. So all of the things considered that you guys run into, if you with the magic wands could solve those problems, what's the answer? Like what would you like to see happen in that space to help provide more consistent medical care and see better medical outcomes in the in-house community?
Well, I think, the most reasonable solution really is to get them into a safe housing situation.
Yeah.
Right? Because like a lot of the things that they're dealing with, whether it's like mental health or like we see a lot of people with wounds, like we can clean their wounds, we can help them like in the meantime, but as long as they're out, in an unsafe environment, not able to shower and, do proper hygiene, it's not going to get better. So, really, I know there's a project, the low barrier
the navigation center.
Navigation center that we're working on. So that's a great project that we're trying to do. But really, I think even when I was volunteering in Las Vegas, what has been most effective is when we find them a safe space, or when we find them a home, and then at that point, then if they don't have to worry about where they're gonna sleep and if they're safe and where to hide their belongings, where it's not gonna be stolen, they're also like in the mental health capacity, like they're less anxious and they're, reaching less likely for substances, and then they can also focus on maybe finding a job and just being more stable. So really, street medicine is amazing, but it's really just like a Band-Aid.
Sure.
And it's very temporary, and unfortunately it's not very long lasting in terms of the benefits. So really, if we could focus on safe housing, I think that's
sure.
Yeah. So the magic wand, if we could just have like
give
everybody have a bed,
plenty of affordable housing.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. How about you?
No, I agree. I think like when you were just talking, it's like having the basic necessities, right? Because we all need food, shelter, safety. Like when you have those basic things, then you can start thinking about other things. Like, okay, I don't need to survive. And I was just thinking, like, as you were talking, like instances where I can't even tackle people's like health problems or like keeping them healthy if they don't even have a bathroom to use.
Right.
Because like we test for colon cancer. Like one of the things is a stool sample. Or like if they want to get a colonoscopy, they have to drink that stuff, and all they're going to be next to the bathroom. But how can they do that if they don't even have a bathroom to use? So it's like that's something I think about. The wound thing is a big thing. We have wound clinic, but how are they supposed to go to their appointments if they, depending on where they live or like where they're where they choose to stay, they don't have transportation. Another big thing when you said like, where am I going to keep my stuff? I have patients all the time that I say like, please go to the ED, but they can't because who's going to watch their stuff?
Right.
If they get admitted, who's going to take care of their things? They have to have scheduled appointments before, like in winter, before the sun goes down, because they need to go get their blankets, find a place to sleep, and make sure they're bundled up.
Yeah.
And then people think about like, there's organizations who offer like free food, like dinner and meals. They're like, I need to get my appointment, or I need to make it there. So like,
and
get
come
that
here for dinner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, those are things I'm like, I agree. Like you have to do all those things before you can even focus on your health.
Yeah.
The other big thing is we live in Visalia. We don't have a lot of specialists, so a lot of times it's hard for people who are even housed and have jobs to even go to Fresno, LA, Bakersfield to see some of these specialists. So how are we expecting, like, for people who are unhoused or who don't have cars to even like go see those doctors?
Yeah.
So those are like all the big things I think about, or like I've learned that make it difficult too when it comes to the healthcare aspect.
Yeah, you said something that's come up several times in the last 7 hours. It's this idea of like, if you're experiencing homelessness, that you're living so much in like the kind of survival mode that you can't, like, you're literally asking somebody to think a week down the road to an appointment is almost impossible when they're thinking about the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Like how do I eat and get safe find a place that's safe where nobody's going to mess with me, right? Like when that's all you're worried about, like the rest of that stuff just becomes so secondary, and even to your own detriment sometimes. And so, Dr. Guzman and I are gonna work on that together.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know, but that, for the rescue mission, right? So I hear that and I go, we're a congregating place, right? Like every night I have 150 to 200 people that show up for dinner, and I've got 50 guys in my shelter, and I've got 30 to 35 women in my women's shelter every single night, and most of them, not all of them, but most of them are here for some length of time. And so like this is a place that people come. We do link twice a month, and everybody knows it. And so like how do we leverage our position in this community and the awareness that the unhoused community has of where we are and the services that we provide to make it easier for street medicine to have stronger outcomes, or to help improve the medical outcomes more broadly, to even like for Dr. Guzman to even like dream more broadly about like, hey, what if he and I were kind of like just shooting the breeze because we had time, right? And he was like little satellite street medicine clinics, like what would that even look like? I don't know, but like what if we had one? I mean, that might be amazing, and give people a space to come and have wound care, and I don't know. I mean, like I don't know.
I think a big thing though is, I know with like the recent bill passing, the healthcare is like Medi-Cal and everything, it's kind of, who knows what's going to happen.
Sure.
But I mean, honestly, like before all of this happened, most people were able to get health insurance, and I know Anna was a big part of trying to help people.
Right.
And when everyone has health insurance, I think it makes it a little easier for street medicine, because then we can bill accordingly.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't actually do that, and I think, like, if we can somehow get that figured out, then you can kind of build like that kind of continuity, I guess, because I think that's the biggest struggle is having, you were talking about earlier, is like, how do you continue seeing those people?
Yeah.
It's hard to do that, but if you're able to bill for that, and then documentation, right? Like right now we just do paper charting, which Anna keeps a hold of, but it's hard to find out, like, okay, when you last saw someone, what were you all talking about? Things like that. But if you're able to bill it, it gets incorporated to our EMR system, and then you can like look back. It's easier to prescribe medications. It's just like, that's just one side of like even like healthcare too. That makes a big impact to that continuity of care.
Yeah.
So I think that's also another barrier that hopefully like we can work on too on the CAWIA side too. And I think about like, since I'm family medicine, that's just like regular appointments that we could do, like going to the streets to do what we do now essentially, but at least having better records and billing for that, and I think that would help significantly. But once again,
and if you can bill for it, then I mean that certainly helps maintain a program when it provides a little bit of funding.
It does, and I think that would help a lot. And then also, but once again, I don't know how to get that started. And then secondly, it's like, is Medi-Cal still gonna like do all those things? So that's the other part.
Are they gonna are they all still gonna have Medi-Cal at the end of this?
So who knows? Exactly. It's the other big problem too. So that's a whole other barrier to think about, unfortunately.
We'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah.
I think one thing I just want to say from the last meeting, the CMA meeting, where they talked about the important things that we should try to communicate with patients regarding the HR1 passing, is that just to remind patients who are currently on Medi-Cal, Medicare to be proactive in terms of their coverage and making sure they have all the requirements, and because I mean, not only our unhoused population, probably will have a harder time applying for it once the
all
cycle
shakes out.
Finishes, but also like a lot of people just lose their coverage. So I don't know if anybody's listening, just make sure maybe as a team kind of get on top of like telling everybody, hey, get on top of your whatever the forms that are
Yeah.
required, just to keep coverage. And in terms of street medicine that we're doing, we've been going to different locations every week. So we've been going to Mooney, Grove Park, the warehouse, and I forgot where the other place is, but we've been trying to kind of cycle every week, and so we haven't really been very consistent, but most of our patients actually are not COVIA patients. They're we try to help anybody, and then we try to get them set up an appointment for, like, most of them are FHC. So like for us, we're not billing, so I guess the most important thing that Anna's doing is she just calls for them. I mean, they could call themselves and set up an appointment, but since we say, hey, we're street medicine, like, get them in within 2 days or a week, and then we're able to schedule those appointments. So for sure, FHC is getting the billing aspect, but not COVIA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I already know I already feel like I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is Family Healthcare Network, are they connected to street medicine at all?
Not ours.
Not ours, because we're through our street medicine programs through COVIA. They might have their own program. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But we're all just kind of
Taking notes
helping
and
each
asking
other.
questions.
And
Yeah.
I mean, they're benefiting from what we're doing, but it's really for, for the patient.
I think Altura has one though. I think. I'm not sure. I know they do something.
Adventist has one too.
Yeah, I think they do something with the unhoused and community. I think they have their own mobile clinic. That's kind of what they call it too. It's a mobile clinic.
Yeah, I know that they do for sure.
Okay, yeah.
I've heard that.
One cool thing that I learned about Adventist is that they have a specialist for mental health. So if or for substance use disorder,
Really?
they have a go-to person for that. I don't know the details, but
Sure.
But it seems like that's one of the highlights of their program.
Yeah, that would be a highlight. That's critical, especially in that population. Yeah, it's one of the things we talk about all the time around here. Is like, it's a quote that I heard that when I heard it impacted me so incredibly. The guy out of Austin said that, if when you became homeless you did not have a mental illness, you will soon. That the trauma of homelessness will create in you a mental illness, and that the way you're going to handle that is through substance abuse. And that it's that like downhill, it's like that spiral, and it happens really quickly. And what we know, I mean, you guys know, and what we know about the homeless population is that anywhere from 65 to 85% of those folks are also struggling with the substance abuse issue. And so, do you guys have any questions for me? Like, I want to, number one, just say thank you for what you're doing. Like, I think it's fantastic. I applaud it. I am grateful for you guys, both for coming to this, like, for sure, but also more importantly for the work that you're doing. I think it's amazing.
No, thank you and your organization and everyone here and everyone else in the community who do what you do. Because I think, we already kind of reiterated, we need the basic necessities first. So I don't think we could do what we do if it weren't for you all. And so
is there any way that we can better support the work that you guys are doing?
I think you guys
I think getting the word out, because now that we're doing street medicine more often, we're doing it weekly. Sometimes we are busy the whole 2 hours, 3 hours that we're there, but sometimes we have less patients. So I don't know how to efficiently get the word out. But also I wanted to come here to find out what else I can do. So, after this 24 hours, whatever you find out, if you could pass along to Dr. Guzman and our team what else we can do as residents to kind of help,
for sure,
be part of the solution, that would be great.
Yeah, I think that would be amazing. I would love for us to find a way to make it more efficient for you guys, and somehow leverage the work, kind of our location, our kind of central location, to make it easier for you guys and to make it more accessible, and to make healthcare more accessible to the community at large. Yeah, for sure. We'll definitely do what we can. It's on our hearts too. Any other questions? Thank you so much for coming.
No, thank you for
I am so glad you came.
It's amazing. Yeah, I was like,
You were like, I don't know what I signed up for, but I'm coming.
She came from a whole
yeah, I
12
just came
hours,
in from a shift.
Did you?
Hours. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. It was such a pleasure to meet you.
It's really nice to
Such
meet
a pleasure
you.
to meet you. Thank you guys so much.
Everything.
Enjoy your evening. How are you? Thanks for coming to volunteer and help out. Burton's. Are you guys going to come on camera? Come on. I mean,
Like right now?
yeah, come on, both of you. Come on. Join us. Join me on the bench.
I'm not dressed for this.
Well, you know what? Like, it's okay. Now joining us on camera, Brandon and Phoebe Burton. Brandon is a member of the board of directors here at the Visalia Rescue Mission, and Phoebe is his better half. And also really has had a history around the rescue mission as well. Thank you guys for coming down. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah. We didn't expect to be on camera.
Did you not?
No.
Well,
We were just coming to support.
well, I appreciate that. This is how you support.
Yeah.
Is you
okay.
get on camera.
Okay.
Surprise on us.
I mean, honestly, like really, like this is just like us having conversation.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I guess one of the things I'd love for you guys to get to share with everybody is, when I say everybody, it might be 10 people. I have no idea. But really, like, you guys have how long have you been on the board?
7 years.
7 years. And so you guys have been pretty active around the rescue mission for that whole time. So tell me, like, what was it that made you want to get involved with the rescue mission, and like, what makes you even want to be a part of this? Like,
Well, I'll go first. I got involved because I had a couple friends who were on the board, and they invited me to be on. We were involved in some donations to the company I last worked for, and so they sought me out as a potential board member. And I also had a homeless family member who passed a couple years ago, so there was some maybe ulterior motive.
Sure.
I was trying to get that person in here, but they passed, unfortunately. But so, yeah, a little bit of first-hand experience with it. Yeah, so
yeah, for sure.
That's how I ended up
on
the board, and it's a great organization, and there's some really amazing things going on here. And the Life Change Academy program is doing phenomenal things to help turn people's lives around, and give them a solid Christ basis in their life, and like we see change daily.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. So to get to be a small part of that is worth it, every bit of it. So
awesome.
That's how I got here.
Nice. PB, why did you decide to? That's why he got involved. You didn't have to be involved.
Yeah.
So, but why did you choose to get involved around the rescue mission?
Yeah, I think that probably about 10 years ago, we were invited to an Empty Bowls event by our friends who Brandon mentioned were on the board at the time, and we got to hear about the mission and what they were doing, and saw that it was actually making a difference. And it's really easy to get behind something when you see like actual lives being changed by the gospel, and like the work that God is doing in people's hearts. And so yeah, after we had gone to those events and just started attending and participating and contributing, Brandon got asked to be on the board, and it was an easy yes, because as he mentioned, having someone in our family that had just really grown up in a really amazing home, and then had gotten hurt and had started taking medication for her injury, and got addicted to drugs, and that led to her losing her job and her family and becoming homeless. And so we had a real life story going on in our family.
Yeah.
And it felt a little surprising, honestly, because we wanted to help her.
Yeah.
And I remember, like, us going down, because she was in Southern California. Brandon mentioned we really wanted her. We prayed for so long, and she had a spot here. She just had to say yes.
Yeah.
And when we would go down to Southern California, Brandon would go and meet her and be like, "I'll take you right now." Like,
Yeah.
so many conversations, and she just wasn't ready for it. And as Brandon mentioned, it was really sad when she never came, and then she did have a drug overdose, and she passed away, and that was really heartbreaking for our family, because we knew we had like a place that she could go, where she could get help, where she would hear about Jesus, and we just prayed and prayed for that. And so I think over the years, Brandon and I have tried to be part of the mission, just kind of wherever there was a need. I remember like volunteering at the front desk because they had a need. They needed someone to help at the front desk. So I just came down and helped at the front desk, which was really a cool experience to get to know so many people, because people would come and get their mail.
Yeah.
And then I got to know them. And so that was good. And then I wasn't really needed for that anymore. And so I've just kind of popped in. I helped plan Empty Bowls for a few years, and then which is the fundraiser that you guys just had last week, which is just such a beautiful event, which is how we got plugged into the rescue mission to begin with, was through an Empty Bowls event. So we've just have it on our heart to show up and serve wherever is needed, and we look forward to like many more years of partnership between like our family personally, our church, and we have a real passion for this, because there's a real need, and it's exciting to be part of something where you actually see change happening.
So well, thanks for all that you guys do.
Yeah.
I'm super grateful for you all. You're such encouragers, for sure. I'd love to hear a little bit, because you've been around the mission for a number of years, much longer than I have. Can you, like, what has been maybe like, it's changed about quite a bit in the last 7 to 10 years. You know, what has been the thing that you've been most excited about, or that you, I don't really know like how to ask this, but like, as it's changed, what's been the thing that you've been like, that's like, I'm really excited about that. Like, this is the thing that we're doing.
I think for me,
or grown, not necessarily changed, just grown.
For me, I think one of the, I kind of get to see the behind the scenes from being on the board, but one of the most exciting things, and there's a lot, we're doing a lot with mental health now, and I think that's huge, and we've already seen some fruits of that with some of the testimonials from some of our recent graduates, and how they're benefiting from people we have on staff. So I think those are some real life changes and real life bonuses that we're seeing, right? And I think, as far as functionally, Mission Coffee, really excited about that, right? And like, that's been such a blessing in our community, and it's a stream of income for us. And while we need that, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate everyone that goes, but the atmosphere it provides in our community, and I feel like people already kind of have a slogan, and they're like, we're going to mission, and like it's like a thing, right? It's like, it has its own tagline, right?
Nice.
So I think that's pretty cool, but it's providing a great, safe environment, a fun environment for families, kids, and teenagers, whoever wants to go and get their coffee. But it's serving two purposes, right? And it's a very positive thing. I mean, we've got a prayer wall. We've got just everything it's encouraging, right? And, everyone enjoys being there. So that's we have all the the Simply Chic, and we have Rescue Treasures, and we do a lot of things, but. I think Mission Coffee is kind of like starting to be a headliner for us, and I think it's pretty cool.
It's been such a fun addition.
Yeah, it's super fun.
Yeah, I think I remember like when we started like talking about launching Mission Coffee, right? It was, we need to serve this many customers a day, and it was, do you think you can serve this many customers per hour? And we were like, I don't know. And to watch the way that the community has really just gone, we love this place, and just supported it beyond our expectations has been so fantastic. When we started dreaming about it and thinking, Visalia needs a place to get together. There just aren't a lot of places to do that.
Yeah.
And so when we opened it up, I was blown away, really from the beginning.
Yeah.
And it continues to grow. Month over month, we just continue to see more and more people as they get introduced to it, and they get to, and for me it's fun because it's a really kind of safe and easy way to introduce people to the work of the mission, right? To come on in and let's talk about how this cup of coffee is helping provide a meal to somebody who is facing food insecurity, or how this cup of coffee and that cup of coffee over there together help pay for somebody to have a night of shelter, right? That's kind of, I love that. And honestly, most nonprofits, for us, it was a really strategic decision to try to engage a younger demographic, right? That's honestly part of the reason why we're doing this too. It is, like most nonprofits, a good chunk of our donor base is older. Yeah. And that's normal, I think, because young families are broke because they're raising kids and just starting their careers, and so, but for us, we really wanted to start to engage with a younger demographic, and not because we wanted to yes, I want all of your money, but also, but mostly just because we wanted to build relationship with them so that they would get to know us, and that someday they're going to be older and they're going to have money, and well after I'm long gone from the rescue mission, that 20-year-old who worked for us as a barista, is going to be 55 someday, and their kids are going to be grown, and they're going to remember the work of the rescue mission, and they're gonna, what I mean? And it's just we needed a new way to connect to the community that was a little friendlier, a little fresher, more relevant to today.
I think it gives you an opportunity to really share the mission of the mission.
Yeah.
And there, because it's posted, this is what we're going for here. This is this cup of coffee, when you spent money here today, it's going back into these services. And I think for me, inviting friends in our community to be involved in the mission is an easy ask, because we actually know, I think having Brandon on the board, we know that the money is needed, and we know that the money is making a difference.
Right.
I feel so confident when, it's the end of a year and people are looking at giving, and, this ends up coming up in conversation. I'm you should give to the mission. And the reason you should is because every dollar you donate is actually making a difference, a real difference.
Yeah.
And I get to we get to see that. And it feels really good to know what's this going to? That is never a question. It's this is actually going into programs that are changing lives
in your town.
Yeah. People that you are going to see on the street, or that you will go and have a conversation with when you're out and about. They're coming here and eating, or they're coming here and taking showers, or they're overnight.
Yeah.
Too, it's always really, we love having women from the shelter coming to our church events. We know that that is, we love having them there, and also we know their lives are being changed by Jesus Christ. And it's just it feels like such an easy ask, because we know where the money's going, and it's making a difference.
We had a bunch of men from our recovery program at the men's conference over the weekend.
Oh yeah,
that was a lot of fun to see the guys there.
Yeah,
it was a blast.
Yeah, it's so cool.
So anyways, well, I'm really glad you guys came.
Yeah.
Thanks for the support.
Yeah, I'm happy to support you, happy to support the mission, and really excited about what's going on here.
How's your daughter doing at GCU?
We're going tomorrow.
We're going tomorrow.
Empty nesting?
Yeah, we're headed family weekend.
Family weekend.
Yeah, so.
All right.
Hopefully we don't get caught in some weather on the way to Arizona tomorrow.
Is there weather going?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
boy.
a little hurricane moving that direction. I know.
In the
We're
desert.
praying a lot.
In the desert.
Yeah, I know.
Remnants of a hurricane.
It's so weird, right?
It's so weird.
Why?
I don't think it's a Cat 5 or anything.
No. So,
Anyway,
anyways,
well,
yeah,
I'm
thanks
really
for
glad you.
having us.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for agreeing to get on camera when you
Yeah,
weren't
you're
planning on
welcome.
it.
Yeah.
We were not.
My followers are going to go up.
That's right. Appreciate you guys. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm just taking some notes from our conversation with the two ladies from the mental health, not the street medicine. One of the things that I know about myself is that I forget things, and so I have to like write it down, or else I forget. And so, yeah, I'm super duper intrigued by the ideas of finding a way to leverage the rescue mission in a partnership with street medicine. I think that there's a lot that could be done there for sure. I'm watching. Go ahead. So in a few minutes, looks like again, in about 15 minutes or so, we're going to be connecting our live stream, and we're going to jump on Zoom with a gentleman who is the executive director of the Union Gospel Mission in Dallas, Texas. His name is Bruce Butler, I believe. Let me get to that page. Bruce Butler. So we'll do that here in just a few minutes. But yeah, I think one of the challenges for the rescue mission more broadly, and not just the rescue mission, but I think providers more broadly, and we heard Shirley talk about it, was how do we support people at the end of their at the end, right, when they get done providing services. And around the rescue mission, one of the things that we're realizing is that a big hurdle for the folks that are in our recovery program is often their family relationships could be a trigger, right? Like it could be a trigger for them to use, right? Whether in the past they were using with their family members, or they have other family members who are still actively using, and so, or they have burned every bridge that they have with their family members. And so, like, how do they come out of? They've spent a year in our recovery program, and they have worked on themselves, and they've done all of this work, and really they've met the Lord, and it's this new creation, and like, here I am, I'm new, and I've done all this work on myself, and then they go home, and they're to the life that is still the same, right? And they wrestle with how do they engage, how do they take their new self and engage with the old world, their regular family. Yeah, and so I talk with my hands, and they're giving me a hard time about it. And we don't have an answer to that. And so one of the things I think that that I'm really beginning to dream about around the rescue mission is how can the rescue mission better serve the families of the folks that are in our recovery programs. We don't have good answers to that, but we are still working on that. How can we help them recognize and realize that, like, hey, you know, the folks who have come into our program, that their addiction has happened to you as well, right? And so that the families have been impacted by their addiction, and that often they've got, you know, secondhand or firsthand trauma from the addiction and the behavior of the folks who've come into our program. And so we want to acknowledge that and validate, like, look, you're hurting, and you've been hurt by this person, you know, the person who's in our program, and we want to help you in some way if we can. Either connect you to a community of folks, whether that be Al-Anon or some other community of folks, but also at the very least say, hey, listen, your experience is real and legitimate. And so we don't have good answers to that. We're still dreaming about that and trying to figure it out. But it's in our hearts, and we want, and really it's all about what we're trying to accomplish is stronger, longer term outcomes. You know, when we think about you come into our recovery program and you spend a year with us and you get sober, and you come, and what we really care about is, hey, a year after you graduate, are you thriving, and are you still sober? Are you walking in recovery? And how can we as the rescue mission help better equip you to find that type, to thrive in that space, right? And so I don't know all of the answers, but I do think that, you know, what we know often is that the big stressors in our residents' lives, and the big stressors are just like the big stressors in our lives. It's family, it's relationships, it's money, it's those types of things. And so how can we better equip them, and in some way maybe speak into their circumstance, or help them speak more strongly into their own circumstance to have a better outcome long term. Those are the types of things we're talking about. That's what we're dreaming about, and trying to figure out how can we help them. It's really all about trying to give them better outcomes on the addiction side and on the recovery side. So, all right. I just want to make sure I'm catching the note. Drew, thanks for the really sweet note. That's kind of you. I'll see you in the morning, big guy. Love you too. Anyways, I just, that's what we got going on. We've given lots and lots of plugs for the different things that are happening around the mission, different services. Rescue Treasures is our thrift store down on Mooney. We take donations there, I think 4 days a week, every day but Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sundays. Simply Chic is our boutique. There are lots of different ways that you can get engaged and help support the rescue mission. After we talk with Bruce, one of the things I'm hoping we're going to get some residents, some folks from our recovery program to come and sit down and talk with us, and hopefully we'll get to hear some firsthand stories about, like, what they've experienced, what challenges they're facing as they've come into our program, and how the rescue mission is helping them, and what, you know, as they dream about their own future, what does that look like? So I'm really hoping to get to hear from them. You know, as it gets dark, I'll be super honest with you. I've not been around the rescue mission at 11 o'clock at night ever. And so I don't really know what it's going to look like, but we'll see. It could be fun. It could get exciting, or it could be super quiet, and we'll find out. And so we'll figure that out together. I think we've got another question coming in. I'm trying to read it here. All right, question. How do you balance faith in God's provision with financial responsibility and planning? That's a great question. So how do we balance faith in God's provision with financial responsibility and planning? So, all right. I will say that as a faith-based organization, like, look, I've said it several times already tonight, that we are responsible. We believe everything that we have and are given is given to us by God, has come from the Lord, and that our responsibility is to steward those things to its fullest. And so around the rescue mission, like, one of the things they hear me say all the time is like, hey, we're going to steward the crap out of this stuff. Like, we're really going to work hard to make sure that we are stewarding to the best of our ability, to the point where like that we are super comfortable. Is inviting you to join. Yep, I'm joining. I think we're about to join. I may come back to this. I'm now in a breakout room. We're figuring out technology, folks. We're getting there. Okay, I'll keep answering that question while I'm waiting for Bruce to join. We have joined. So the way this is going to work is we're on Zoom. I'm going to talk to Bruce right through here. And am I right, Micah, that you guys are going to they'll see this screen is what they're going to see? Spectacular. So anyway, so we are, we will briefly switch live streams. Then when we return, we will join with Dallas. Okay. Oh, there's Bruce. I'm just along for the ride, folks. I don't know. He's up. I see he's on the page. That's fine. Yeah, do what you got to do. You can take two. Yeah, take the break. Good, brother. How are you doing? I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? Oh, you can't hear a word I'm saying. Okay, let me see if I can figure that out. Mike.